Every day, we provide more than 1,000 meals and serve nearly 500 guests in our emergency shelter, Miracles Recovery Program, and supportive housing apartments, and help our guests navigate a path to permanent housing. Learn more at siennafrancis.org.
Attention sales professionals. NRG Media is looking for an accomplished business-to-business salesperson who wants to take their success and skills to a new level. Is this you? Our account executives work with local businesses to create marketing plans to help them get more customers. On air, digital, on-site, audio, video, it's all part of what you could sell. A sales career with NRG lets you make a real difference. Get more info and apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
Husker fans, this year marks the 100th season of Memorial Stadium. You can preserve memories from this iconic stadium with a limited edition, fully licensed football for $119. The ball also features championship and stadium history, as well as a full-panel panoramic color photo of Memorial Stadium. Only 5,000 footballs will be produced. To order, call 1-800-345-2868. That's 1-800-345-2868. Or visit NICOsports.com. That's NIKCO Sports.com.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here with Dr. Lance Kugler of Kugler Vision. You know, it's been 5.5 years since I had my procedure done at Kugler Vision. I remember going in for the eye analysis and finding out, hey, there's something other than LASIK. That seems to be such a misnomer with so many people, but that's not always the case because there are actually 7 forms of modern vision correction.
Sure, yeah, and obviously LASIK is a huge part of what we do, but as technology improves over the years, over the decades, we continue to add different technologies that become better options for people depending on what they need.
Yeah, and one of the things that I found absolutely incredible was the eye analysis process. You want to know as much about anyone's eyes as you can because that's how you figure out which of those procedures are going to qualify for.
Yeah, our eye analysis process is the most thorough evaluation of your eye that you can possibly have. We all have the same goal. We want you to see as well as you possibly can.
Schedule an eye analysis today. You can visit their website, kuglervision.com.
Make the right call. John Higgins Weather Guard, the home of the roofery.
When it's time to replace or repair storm damage, make the right call. John Higgins Weather Guard, the local, trusted, and proven choice. No one has installed more Da Vinci roofs, and there's a reason why John Higgins Weather Guard is the nation's leader. Community member, community supporter. Make the right call.
John Higgins Weather Guard, the home of the roofery. Make the right call.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZ and Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. You just crossed him over. Danced him. Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John and Josh and Nick are here.
Hey. Hello.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
Sip.
How are we doing today?
Good.
Oh, not bad.
John turned off a NASCAR race from 2007.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Well,
what are we watching now, John?
I have
Jr.
no,
was
it's just
leading.
on Sports Center. I mean,
I figured you want to watch old NASCAR.
They had the car of tomorrow. John
I hate
hates
the
that
car.
car.
It's an ugly car.
John's mad about
It's
the
another
cars
thing
of
with
tomorrow.
John and my dad's generation. My dad also hated the car of tomorrow. I thought it looked sick. It was cool.
Yeah, it did look sick, as in nauseatingly sick.
Close
Hey,
racing, all the bump
let's put a
fan.
damn snowplow on the front of it and a giant ass wing in the back and make it look like something out of retread Star Trek.
But John, it was the bump draft era. Remember the super speedways with the trains of cars?
I hated that.
Could either of you guys tell me about what happened? What was the fate of the car of tomorrow?
Well, they got rid.
They got rid of it after what, 2-3 years?
They got rid of it because it was so damn ugly.
It became the car of yesterday.
It became the car of yesterday.
I think in all seriousness, people hate it. It just wasn't that fast. They overdid it on the aerodynamics and everything. It just kind of sucked.
Well, the main reason why they changed it was for safety.
Well,
because it was supposed to be a safer car.
People forget about safety.
Yeah. So anyway,
I like hearing the same debate twice within the span of like 5 minutes.
Calm down, Josh.
No, I'm making a joke.
Nobody thought it was funny.
Oh, okay.
These are important things, Josh.
I apologize. Because they did it. They did that 2 times now. 2 times.
Do we know how Ryan McGee feels about the cars of tomorrow?
Nick, I don't know. Will we know maybe on Friday at 2:50?
When he gets back to me, I'll let you know.
Okay.
Let's hope so. I would love it.
Will it be live theoretically?
That's the dream. Always. First of all.
Always. What if yes? What do you mean? Theoretically. Always.
Live
We
radio.
don't record interviews on
live.
We don't record Friday interviews
We're
on Thursday.
Always live, and you can always see us on my DirecTV.
No,
Sunday
we're not, John.
ticket.
We're not on there.
That doesn't make any sense,
Yeah,
John.
do you call an NFL game? I don't.
This bit's getting out of hand.
Yeah.
You can. I'm just saying, you can.
I don't think
My
they-
DirecTV Sunday ticket gets everything.
Every
Is the 1620 the Jays podcast live?
No.
No, that's a
That's a
podcast.
podcast.
That's
a podcast.
Gotcha. I was just making sure
Yeah.
what's live.
Yeah.
That's
No,
posted
this,
though.
This is live.
This is live. We
This
are
right
live.
now is live.
Yeah.
Prove it.
Say the F word.
It's 1:55 and 14, 15, 16.
Hard to argue with that.
17 seconds. And Craig B is talking about a Generac on ESPN.
Honey, let's watch the TV.
Generac sounds too close to geriatric, and they just keep showing old people on this commercial.
Well,
That's a cool looking air conditioner, though.
See?
That's not an air conditioner.
I
It's
like
a portable
having
generator.
air.
Bobby
Looks
W.
like an air conditioner to me, John.
Well, it does, but it's a generator.
Why are they
You can-
marketing it towards
it can-
olds?
it can
Do they think
rain.
olds are the only ones who need a generator?
Well, they're
I
always
don't think
cold,
They're
Nick.
always marketing it to olds. They're
7 years.
Who would buy a generator
people who lose their power a lot.
out in the country?
Yeah,
The
out in
country folk.
Sometimes in town, when I was like 13 in Manning, the entire town lost power.
Well-
We had a generator.
Whenever power goes out for me, I just live with it for a little while. And then it
Yeah.
comes
It is
back.
kind of fun to live with it.
Yeah. But then it
Well-
comes back like 14 minutes.
Remember when the
later.
power went out a few years ago and it was negative 20 degrees outside?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, that was bad.
I was like, I don't know
Yeah.
what to do. I was doing prep on my cell phone. It was very weird.
I think I was still working at Home Depot when that happened. That was a
I
weird
think
day.
I ordered McDonald's. I was like, well, I guess I'll get some breakfast.
Yeah.
So I ordered a McMuffin or
that's
something.
what you do. When the
Yeah.
power
Yeah, I was
goes
like, I'm hungry.
At
I'm
least
gonna eat.
McDonald's still had power.
Yeah,
I mean,
thank
we're
you.
around the
They probably
time
had a
of the
generator.
anniversary of the 97 snowstorm,
Oh my
Oh, I remember.
gosh, you're
which
right.
in the older neighborhoods knocked out power for several days.
We didn't have power for a whole week.
Yeah.
We watched the Nebraska-Oklahoma game that Saturday in our van because it had a TV
Down
with
by
an
the river.
down by the river.
Nice.
Let's see, John. The Kansas game was October 25th.
Wow.
So we're
So
basically
tomorrow
there
is the anniversary.
into
Oh,
Sunday.
that
Wow.
was during my time.
Yes, Nick. You were born. You were a baby.
I was tiny baby Nick, crapping
Mm.
myself.
But you weren't talking.
I had just begun
Goo
my
goo
time
gaga.
of living in Omaha at that point. I was 5, so I didn't have many takes
I'm
on
walking
climate.
here.
Yeah.
New York, New York Happer.
New
with
York
the sticks.
Capper.
Yeah.
We,
Where can
we
I
had
get
like,
a pizza?
we had like just moved that. I think it was like that week or that month or something like that. Yeah.
Was the 5-year-old Happer calling everything a John?
What is that, John?
Yeah. I thought that was just Philly people. They
Is
call-
I just assume that's an East Coast thing. I don't know.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
yeah, some people say just they interchange the word thing with John now, John. It's very odd.
I've never heard of
Like
this.
J-A-W-N.
Oh, W-N. That too.
J-A-H-N, yeah.
Look at that John.
Is this like another Gen Z thing?
Definitely.
Oh,
yes.
God.
Very Gen Z.
So stupid.
So if you ever want to get cool, get some cred with the Gen Zs,
The
just call
East
stuff,
Coast Gen Z.
call
Oh.
stuff John.
Oh, there are a lot of people that I would not want to have street cred with. East Coast Gen Zers are pretty low on that.
Wow. Tough look for Spider-Man.
John, you're going to go to New York at some point this year. You're going to have to interact with the TikTokers on the East Coast. You're gonna say,
No, I'm just.
John Bishop
they're
and my
gonna look at
tiny
you, they're gonna say,
microphone.
look at this guy's shoes. Look at those Johns.
I
You're
just
gonna say,
remember-
what? These Johns? My name's John.
I just remembered that time. Was it earlier this year we were talking to Joel when he was in New York and it was just a bunch of traffic noise in the background?
Well, that's just Joel all the time.
Yeah.
It's,
Honk,
it's
honk.
very sad that Joel is leaving us
I
because
know.
that was my favorite part of every interview he did with anybody. There was always car noises in the
Because
background.
he didn't drive. He just walked around.
Yeah.
But why was he always walking alongside of interstates?
There was that stretch, Happer, where you were talking to him and Sam McEwen. It was just always car noises everywhere. Like, what are
What's
they
up with the
doing at the
World
World Herald? Just everywhere.
We should call Joel one
Just
more
to
time
see the noises.
and
Just
see if there's any
call
noises
Joel.
in Oklahoma City.
Mm.
Honk, honk.
I miss Joel.
By the way, Kenneth says rather, John is hip for joint. Look at this joint.
Yeah, but like it's a joint.
Look at this
a
John.
joint is
Look at
also
this John.
thing. You know, like look at
Ugh.
this joint.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have no desire to be friends with any of these people.
Ditto.
I have enough friends. I have my friends. I'm good to go. I don't
Yeah.
want more friends.
No, you don't need to be friends with them, but just so you can maybe understand, bridge the gap.
Yeah. So when they say John, you're not like Bishop?
No, I'll say what? And then they'll go, you called me.
Well, then they'll call you the John.
You called
John.
John.
Wasn't that a character in a children's story?
Little John.
Yes.
Little John.
Little John
Who's
John?
Little John?
I think it was in Sesame Street. Yeah.
Isn't that like a JFK?
No.
Like-
Well, yeah, little JFK was
Little
called John.
You don't mean
John
Lil
John
John, do
Jr.
you?
I do not mean what?
No, but no, there was a John on Sesame Street. And then, of course, there was John Boy on Walton's. So I would get that all the time when I was a little kid. Hey, John Boy. I'm like, and I hated the Waltons. It was a show about olden times. And, of course, being a millennial at that time, I didn't like anything that was happening before me.
Hell
And
yeah.
little did you know you were already in the olden times.
Right.
That's true, John. Wow, we are in the olden times right now.
Yeah.
What will people look back on from this present era and just say, like, that's such like an old thing that you guys did back
Great
What
then?
these two were just talking about 3 seconds ago.
That's true.
How about like have diseases? Maybe,
Oh.
maybe in like 50 years we'll look back and be like,
Oh.
remember when they used to get sick and die?
That would be awesome if things change from that regard. And like I had to explain to them, yeah, you'd get like a cold. It's like, what?
It would be horrible for 2 days.
Yeah.
Oh, they'll
You have to
cure
eat all this
they'll
soup.
cure everything else first. The common cold will be the last thing.
All right.
Mm.
Cancer.
I mean, that would be nice.
Yeah,
I
that'd be
meant like
sick.
normal, traditional things, not so much like diseases and the reasons we
just
die.
thinking-
Maybe
Stick
not
it.
giving Alzheimer's to healthy young adults
Or pets.
or pets.
No, they were giving them to rats.
It's
Yeah,
what-
no, but in 50 years, they're probably just going to be giving it to people,
Maybe
John.
we have to drive our own cars.
How would they give it to people?
I don't
Oh,
know.
see
Ask
now,
them.
okay, now that's a good one.
Who's them?
Well, people say, why in the world were you driving your
Yeah.
own vehicle?
Because I like to drive, damn it.
You won't like to drive in 50 years when you're like,
I always just think about that when I see people that are like 80 and they're just like old as hell. I'm like, man, you were once young.
what a thing to think
Do you,
about.
do you think that when you see a baby, like, oh, you're going to be an adult one day?
Oh, good question, Nick.
Do you?
I do see pictures of like 1800s children, and I'm like, man,
Terrifying.
you're dead now.
1800s children
What the
pictures
hell,
terrifying.
John?
Yeah, well, the mascots too back then. We're like, what's
terrible.
going on?
You're sick.
They are. They're dead. What do you mean? It's
They're
just
dead.
it's called the passage of time, boys.
Yeah, but the way you made it sound.
Oh,
I mean,
look at that cute little child. He's dead.
I guess
He died of old
you know what? I
age.
think Josh is just testing out some of his talking points for tomorrow night's murder cult on us.
No, that's a
Definitely.
Thursday bit, John. It's
Hey,
not a Wednesday
everybody.
bit.
You ever look at pictures of old people and say, "You're dead now"?
The current oldest person in the world, by the way, is Maria Brañas of Spain. She's 116 years old and
God.
She was once
134
young.
days.
She was born in 1907.
07.
So, like, okay.
So she remembers
She
the
remembers the
08
Titanic.
Cubs.
So think about that. We view John as old, right? He's in his 50s. This woman got to that age and then has lived another 60 years.
You want to see a
That
picture of
sounds
Maria?
horrible.
pretty crazy.
You want to see a picture of Maria?
Not really.
She has been old more than she's
She
been
kinda looks
young
like-
in her whole life.
She kind of looks like Brain.
Like
from
Nick
Pinky
is
and the
still
Brain.
Nick has only been a young person. His whole life he's just been young.
That's all I've ever known.
But at a certain point, Nick will become an old.
Yeah, when does that happen? Has that happened to you yet, Josh? You're old.
Oh yeah, it has.
I'm
Am I
starting to.
old or do I just have old thoughts?
You asked the question last week if you were middle-aged, or we asked it of you.
I start to have tendencies like if I sleep on my couch and then my back hurts. Sometimes
Well,
my
to
knees.
be
No,
fair,
Nick,
that's
you
not-
don't know. You can't know. There's no.
That's
No,
just
I'm
how-
just saying
there's
that's
nothing
new
you know.
for me though. It never used to happen. So these are just things that are new to me.
Okay.
Like I used to be able to sleep on my couch and be fine, and now I wake up and I want to die.
I sometimes feel that I've aged, but then I think to myself, I'm 31. I'm not old,
Nope, you're young.
so I'm not there yet.
John, do you feel old?
I don't really think about it.
Well,
Wow.
now I'm asking you, do you feel old today?
Wow, you're
At
gonna
this
force him to
exact
think
moment?
about it.
Yeah. John, come to grips with your age.
What was your midlife?
I have,
crisis?
but I don't.
Oh, what was your midlife crisis? Have you had one?
Yeah.
I wouldn't know. Isn't the whole definition of a midlife crisis you don't recognize it?
Well, yeah, but other people do. Like, did your wife
Well, that's-
ever
so
like,
you
hey,
need to-
don't get that
so-
Corvette?
Well, no, I don't have a Corvette.
Midlife crisis is a transition of identity and self-confidence that can occur in middle-aged individuals, typically 40 to 60 years old. See, but I always think of it as something like John suddenly into motorcycles.
Yeah, have you
Oh.
drastically changed
You
some of
haven't.
your interests?
You're still into the same stuff.
Yeah, I don't. I'm boring. I don't change.
This
Maybe
may produce
that's-
feelings of intense depression, remorse, and high levels of anxiety.
I don't know if that's a boring thing. I don't think a midlife crisis is generally a good thing.
Yeah, this seems
I
bad.
often think that we get to talk about sports on a daily basis. We don't really have to grow up. It's kind of nice.
That's true.
Yeah.
So maybe John, you never.
I don't know.
We don't have to
Never
come
really
to
grew
grips
up.
with our mortality.
Yeah.
That's good.
I'm
It's
always
up
a
to
child.
others to identify if I'm having a midlife crisis.
Yeah, I never had to.
If I start rooting for the St. Louis Cardinals or the Cowboys, then you know I'm in.
I mean, you
I'm in a
did
big
start
crisis.
supporting the Iowa Hawkeyes yesterday.
Oh, this is your midlife crisis.
No,
John, what was
I'm
your
not
Last couple
supporting.
weeks,
I'm not
actually.
supporting them. I'm just saying.
What
The
was John's
best
take on
football game
Iowa?
you ever saw was Iowa, Wisconsin.
John is getting triggered by national media, and it's causing him to root for the Hawkeyes.
Agreed. I agree with this take.
See, but at least you're admitting it. John won't admit that that's why he's.
No, I'm
doing
not
it.
rooting for them necessarily.
I wanted
But-
Iowa to win.
What do you mean, but?
You're
There is no
rooting
but.
for 'em.
No, I'm not. I was disappointed that that play didn't count because it was a cool play.
That's not what this
That's
is.
it.
I
No,
agree.
but
That's
it goes.
different.
No, but it's just I don't know. I think a lot of the crisis about how Iowa has decided to play, people are turning it into some kind of a scandal. You want a scandal?
Michigan State.
Look up in Ann Arbor. Okay, there's a scandal. They're
Connor
cheating,
Stallions.
but you know,
I agree with you, John.
I think some people are let's just pretend for a moment,
Okay.
that Iowa was exactly the opposite of who they are. Great offense,
So they're USC.
horrible defense.
Yeah, except for without the, they have a great offense.
And they were winning, and they were somehow winning games like 53-50. I don't think the consternation over the nepotism over the defensive coordinator would be as much as it is about Brian Ferentz.
I don't know if I agree with that because we have the same type of consternation over Alex Grinch in USC, and
But Alex
say-
Grinch isn't related to.
But if he was, we would view it in it. We are viewing them and saying you are an unserious program because you're not willing to fire your bad defensive coordinator.
Right, but I don't think people would be as willing to go up in arms in it because, well, at least the games are entertaining.
See, now that's where I disagree.
I think there would still be charges of nepotism. I just don't think it would seem as aggressive, or people would be as up in arms because, hey, I'm being entertained by points.
Oh yeah, no, there's definitely that. I for one cannot wait until Kirk Ferentz takes the whole family and leaves in the truckster, and then somebody else comes and has to coach Iowa, and then it's very difficult for them.
So Kirk Ferentz is still their coach.
I think they take great pride in what they're doing and how they're doing it right now.
Oh, I do think there is an element
They're
of-
bleep you right now.
of ego
Yes.
right
100%.
now where it's
You want
like-
us to change? We're not going to change.
Yeah.
right.
We're gonna be even worse on offense.
Yeah.
I'll do it. I
Challenge
swear to God.
accepted.
Let's
Yeah.
play a 285-pound quarterback and see what happens.
That would be amazing.
That's what they do. That's they have that.
The crazy thing is Nebraska's offense isn't that far off from this offense.
No.
It's actually worse, isn't it?
Yeah, it's-
Nebraska's
In some-
offense statistically is a
statistically.
In
worse
some
offense.
metrics, not all of them.
I mean, Iowa got 2 yards in the second
yeah.
half against Minnesota.
Okay, real quick. Did they get 2 yards in the second half or 12?
No, I got 12.
Because where is this disconnect? Because sometimes
Because I don't
read
think
2
they're
yards
counting the last
before the
drive.
last drive.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because
I
I
think
keep
it was 2 yards before this. It was actually 2 yards before the second to last drive. The one where
Okay.
they punted to Minnesota.
because people every article I read, it changes. Sometimes it's 2, sometimes it's 12. And
No,
I'm
I
like,
believe the correct answer is 12.
it's
Well, the
12.
week before against Wisconsin, they had 2 yards on 6 drives.
Yeah.
What was the
Which
graphic?
is almost more.
They
amazing.
also won the game never having taken a snap inside the Wisconsin 20. I mean,
Amazing.
it's funny.
It is.
It's
very
funny. And it's very reminiscent of Tebow and the Broncos, how they were able to just, it seemed kind of fluky,
Yeah.
but they would somehow pull out these wins. And the difference is you don't have an adorable figure like Tebow that, people are like wrapping their arms around because Kirk Ferentz and Brian Ferentz aren't as
Yeah.
lovable as
Not-
Tim Tebow.
Not quite as.
Were you
cuddly.
guys Tebowing a lot?
I was laughing because it was hilarious.
It was very funny.
So I was in school when Tim Tebow was a thing, and everybody was Tebowing like in the.
Oh, you're talking about
hallways
the
and
actual
stuff.
meme?
like the actual.
Oh,
meme.
like the
Oh, yeah,
kneel
yeah,
down.
yeah, I
Yeah.
didn't do. Yeah, I
like
didn't
people would just do
no.
that in the hallways or in gym class. It
gonna
was
ask Stibbs.
annoying.
Did you ever Tebow?
Just watching people Tebow all the time.
I don't think I remember. I remember
I
that
don't
being
remember
a
anyone
thing.
Tebowing.
I don't remember Tebowing personally.
I just remember. I mean, I'm actually thankful that took place when it did, and if it wasn't taking place today, in the current climate where that kind of discourse is just so toxic. I mean, it was bad enough back then with people going open arms about him
God.
showing off. The
Defender of Christianity.
It was okay
John
when
Bishop.
It was okay when Tim Tebow would kneel.
absolutely.
It was what, Nick?
It was okay when Tim Tebow would kneel.
Oh, nice.
That would be your Nick's trying to start the conversation.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'll stop the conversation.
Yeah, those are
That way.
interesting times.
It was. They won some pretty funny games that year.
Yes, they did. Yes, they
They
did.
were so bad. It was awesome. Just like Iowa this year. They're
bad.
They're bad, but they're good.
When they beat the Steelers, that was so funny.
The
Oh, man.
playoffs?
I laughed. Yes. Very, very hard.
So great.
Very hard.
I did laugh.
That was great.
Get Tim Tebow back there. he
Rolling
throws it
motion.
in slow motion. He's one of the worst quarterbacks I've ever seen in the NFL.
He was pretty bad.
Yeah, he wasn't good.
He was pretty
He
bad.
went and, didn't he go play for the Patriots too?
He played for a lot of teams at the end of his career. He kept going and trying out for them.
Remember when Tim Tebow went and played for the Mets?
And then he played for the
I
Mets
forgot
system.
about that.
Yeah, because that was.
And he wasn't good there
Is he
either.
the most successful worst quarterback?
Most successful.
Well, what do you mean by
Like the worst quarterback to ever win a playoff game?
Yeah.
It's a great question. There has to be someone who's
Oh,
worse.
there's others.
Yeah.
There's others.
Like they were worse in the moment, not like how
Yeah.
Russell Wilson is.
Tony
progressed.
Romo won a playoff game.
Hey.
Nice.
No, there's others. There's others that won with backup quarterbacks and whatnot.
I'm trying to think of like the worst quarterbacks who
I mean, he's in the conversation
Yes, he definitely is. He definitely is.
because he wasn't going to be any kind of a long-term solution.
Blake Bortles won a playoff game once. He won 2.
People forget about Blake Bortles.
Blake Bortles did win 2, almost won 3.
Almost won 3.
AFC
They were
championship
almost in
game.
the Super Bowl.
They were controlling that
It
game.
was almost Jaguars Eagles in the Super
That would have
Bowl.
been amazing.
It was so close to happen.
And I was so bummed that it didn't happen.
Same.
Oh God,
I
I
was
hated
fired
it.
up.
Hate the Patriots.
I learned about Blake Bortles through The Good Place, and it was
Bortles.
That's also how I learned that it was a joke. Like that's how prominent,
Yeah.
or obvious it was that it was a joke.
And Otson brings up Jake Delhomme. He went to a Super Bowl.
Hey, don't talk about my boy Jake
Remember when he
Delhomme.
threw 5 interceptions in a playoff game
How
one
dare
time?
you?
He did, but I mean, he was pretty good that year.
He was. The Super Bowl year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But man, when that guy fell off a cliff, he fell off a cliff.
I mean, Jake the Snake, Jake Plummer,
Roberts.
Yeah. He went to an AFC championship game.
exactly, and he fell off a cliff. But in terms of
and then
just-
he came on our show, which continued to falling off the cliff.
Bring back Bob Bruce.
Mhm. Bring back Bob Bruce. No, Jake Plummer came on with John and I.
Yeah.
we
No, I'm
talked
saying
to
that's why it fell off a cliff.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You
Bring back
guys were on
Bob.
the show.
Yeah. I like Bob. He would always show up to work wearing a tie every day.
Nice. I love guys like that.
In radio. Like, what are you doing, bro?
I wonder what he thought of everybody else.
Oh, what does he think of Gen Z?
Yeah.
What do you think about the Johns? Gen Z Johns?
By the way,
Johns.
people keep asking, what is after Gen Z? Gen Alpha is apparently what
Yeah,
is-
that's what they're
Are we
calling
there yet?
It's a bunch of children. It's the youth.
Like
What
my
are they
little,
gonna be
my
doing?
little brother. I think he's in Gen Alpha.
So what
He's
do you
going
hate
to live
about
on
him?
the internet nonstop.
That's
he
already
is-
Gen Z.
Yeah,
It's going to be worse, though.
No, we still had some time where we weren't just on the internet.
Yeah, they're just going to be.
No, I did.
Log off, little kids. It's better for
I
you.
wasn't always online. I was just mostly online.
I don't know.
Salesperson Josh says Rex Grossman. He also
Oh,
went to a Super
Rex
Bowl.
He went to a
Grossman.
Super Bowl.
Rex
That's a good
Grossman
one.
was not
Horrible.
good.
Yeah, he sucked. He played for the Bears. They made the Super Bowl in 06
Against the Colts.
against the Colts, and they lost.
They lost to a Peyton Manning team.
They lost to a Peyton Manning team.
Crazy.
In the rain.
Yeah,
In the rain.
yeah, they were not very good.
No, all they had was a great kickoff returner.
I know.
Joe Flacco, he won a Super Bowl.
Joe Flacco is not in the same category as Tebow.
No.
That's true. That's true.
No,
And I mean, I know this
Trent
next.
Dilfer.
I know this is kind of an impossible one, but I just want to know who the worst football player to ever win a Super Bowl was. Like just being
Like
on the
a
team.
starter or on a team?
That's
yeah.
impossible.
And like I know
yeah,
that I
yeah.
said that I know that's impossible, but I'm just curious, like a starter on the team. Just
see, it's
the
so
worst,
it's
but he
so
was
it's
carrying.
so subjective.
I know.
mean, yeah,
Pro
it's-
Football Focus ratings might help you.
Yeah.
Who knows?
I don't know. Pro Football Focus ratings had Heinrich Harburg as the highest rated Nebraska player on Saturday.
Did they really, John?
What?
Yes.
I'm happy I don't ever look at those things. What the hell? The
Yeah.
highest rated?
Yes. He
Did
was
they
the
watch the
highest
game?
rated. He
He
was the
threw-
highest rated
he threw
Nebraska
2
offensive
picks
player.
Immediately.
So
Did they take into account
I
when
think that site may
receivers
have
are
jumped
open?
the shark.
Yeah, maybe.
Wow.
So
Pro Football Focus.
That's weird.
it is weird.
Yeah.
It is weird.
So you're
But
telling me that everybody else on offense was rated below Heinrich Harburg?
yes.
No wonder Rule disrespects those rankings. But he's also like, but you have a job to do.
Yeah. It is. I looked at it. I had to look at it twice. I was like, "Are you sure about this?"
My brother Luke says Peyton Manning's Broncos win is the worst quarterback performance by a Super Bowl winning quarterback.
That's actually pretty good. I mean,
he
was a
stunk.
corpse.
He got benched for Brock Osweiler.
Yeah,
that
Brock
year.
Lobster.
Yeah, because he threw a bunch of interceptions. It was his worst season by far.
I vaguely remember hearing about that.
I mean, he completely fell off a cliff.
His arm,
his neck
died.
His head was just hanging off his body.
Like when he got
to get his neck surgically repaired that year.
So he missed all of 2011. His would have been his last year with the Colts,
Mm-hmm.
and he came back and his arm strength was down, but he was still awesome. Especially in 2013, he set the record for most touchdown passes. Then 2014, he started falling off a cliff, and then 2015, he was so bad he got benched in November. But then he started in the playoffs and they won the Super Bowl. It was so weird. That was so inexplicable. I didn't see that coming at all.
Yeah.
Stibbs made, I think, a 7-minute open after they won.
He
the
did.
Who'd they replace Peyton with?
Brock Osweiler.
I bet Brock was pissed when the playoff. He got him to the playoffs, and they're like, "All right, we're
Well,
gonna
he
start."
didn't get him. I mean,
I guess he got benched right before the playoffs.
It was pretty interchangeable. They had an incredible defense.
Their defense, Nick, was ridiculous.
yeah. I'm looking right now at the Pro Football Focus grades. Heinrich Harburg 71.5. Next nearest offensive player, Emmett Johnson 66.4.
No way. Emmett Johnson was way better.
71.
Bad take.
I'm just reading.
I know.
I'm just reading on here.
And this is all out of 100, right?
I believe so.
Okay.
He was. Here's the thing, though. He must have gotten a lot of credit for the running plays because he was 13 carries for 64 yards and didn't lose any yards. He wasn't sacked.
He did not get sacked
or lost any yards on a rushing play, but he was just 2 for 7 in passes that traveled 10 plus yards. And of course, one was the touchdown. And both interceptions were his fault.
They were.
Because I rewatched the one that hit off of a certain player's hands that Josh isn't allowed to mention anymore.
I don't talk about him
And
anymore.
all conference caliber tight end would have made that catch, but an average tight
Your
end.
words.
Wow, John.
Your words, not mine.
It was a bad.
Spot the line.
It was a bad throw. I would say
Should have caught it, though.
70-30. It's 70-30 on Harburg.
Well, but he should have. Were his hands not on the ball?
Hands can be on the ball, but when you're jumping and having to lean in traffic.
Oh, yeah, I agree with John on this.
It's 70-30.
It's more quarterback.
Yes.
I'm not arguing it wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, Brock Bowers would have caught it.
Well,
Brock Bowers is going to be a first-round draft pick.
somebody isn't Brock Bowers.
Yes.
That is true.
Yes.
And that's not being disrespectful.
No, it's not. It's just
stating
okay.
current facts.
It's called commentary.
Somebody
Stating
might
current
lead
facts.
Nebraska in receiving yards this year.
Well, someone has to.
Somebody
has
specifically
to.
the somebody that we're talking
That's
about.
a good point. Somebody has
Who
to.
is leading Nebraska right now?
Great question. I'm about to look it up.
God, this is going to be really sad to see.
Happer, you're a stats guy.
Yeah.
This might be very dumb and brain rotted of me. Is there a site that breaks down
Look
each
at that.
player's, like assigns a number to each player like Madden does?
Like overall rating?
Yeah.
Like in the
Like
NFL?
all time?
Yeah.
No.
No, I mean the closest you're gonna get is like the total stats on
What are you
Football
trying to find? Are you
Reference.
trying
Pro
to find?
Football Reference. Yeah.
You trying to find a quarterback stat, Nick?
I just in general, because I might do research and see if I can find who the worst player just in the Super
Then yeah,
Bowl.
you're not going to be able to find it.
Yeah.
It was a hope.
Nick,
It was
what a
hope.
weird
Nick, there have
This is
been
a weird. This
what
is
a weird thing to want.
It's
I'm
a
just
weird
curious.
quest.
I'm
Nick,
just
Some
curious.
people have a quest for things like curing cancer.
Nick,
I want to find the worst player to ever win a Super Bowl.
I will say, okay, if you want an assignment, Nick, the better way to do it would just be the worst quarterback who won
There
a
you
Super
go.
Bowl.
You could do that.
No, that was going to be my starting point. And
Okay,
then
good,
after
because
that, I
that's
was gonna-
57 of them, right?
Yeah, that's
Mhm.
57.
Well, 57
Well,
Super Bowls.
Yeah, and some.
So you're probably looking at 45 winners somewhere in there. 45 quarterbacks, maybe 40, 45.
It was probably about 40.
So that's
probably
the
less than
much
that.
better way to attack
but
this.
I was just hoping there was just somewhere
What,
that
backup left guard.
gave
You're
it
not
an-
going to be able to find the rankings of
Yeah.
Bob Jim from 1972.
Bob
Damn it.
Jim.
Yeah,
I
you're
loved
not-
Bob
Bob
Jim.
Jim.
All right, give me Nebraska's receiving leaders.
Okay, right now Billy Kemp has 21 catches for 216 yards. So
216.
he's not moving.
Nebraska's not going to have a receiver
Tom-
get to 500.
They're not
Thomas
going to have a guy get to 400.
Thomas Fedoni is second, 15 for
No.
175.
He's third according to ESPN. Who do you have it?
Well, this is from Nebraska. in terms of catches?
Oh, catches. My bad. I thought we were looking at yards.
Okay, I'm just looking at catches.
Yeah.
Fedoni 15 for 175.
Yeah, the yards is Marcus Washington 8 for 176.
That's not going anywhere.
Yeah, that one's also
And Alex Bullock 8 for 134. Those are the only players with more than 8 catches.
Two guys have more than 10 catches.
Nebraska should do a drive for 325. One receiver gets 325 yards.
I don't know if that. I don't think that's possible.
I don't think that's happening.
Fedoni would have to average 325. He'd have to average 30 yards a game, and he would get to 326.
Oh, come on. I think
he's averaging. No, he's averaging 25 yards a game right now.
Step it up.
That's Brian Ferentz numbers. 25.
Nebraska's drive for 325. One receiver gets 325 yards receiving this entire year.
I'm going to say that does not happen.
Oh, put it on the list. Happer, I'm going to put this on the list.
Get the eggs.
Do you think it happens?
This is our first list item in a minute.
I don't, but I want it to.
This is our first list item since October 10th. All right, John says, what are you saying, John?
Nebraska will not have a 325-yard receiver.
No.
Oh.
They might not have a 300-yard receiver.
Do you want to go the extra mile?
I'm going to add that. I'm going to add. They might not. So, all right, they might not have. Happer, do you want to add on top of this?
Yeah, just count me in. Yeah, I'm in for the over 325.
Okay.
So you're over.
Yes.
Okay.
Nebraska will have a 325-yard receiver.
Okay, there we go.
Now,
It's
this
on
is
the
only
list.
regular season.
Yes.
Yeah, 12 games.
Get
Only
the
regular
eggs.
season.
This expires on Black Friday.
I love the
So
list.
it still may that be that way, even if they do get.
I cannot wait for our last show of the year when we go through the list.
That is
There
a
are so
good
many
show.
because I don't ever reread it. I don't want to know because I
That's
want to be
awesome.
surprised in December at some of
I'm
the
excited.
dumb
yeah.
things we said.
I think this is my first ever list entry.
Nice.
I thought you had one last year.
Welcome, Happer.
Thank
Welcome.
you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Will
Now-
Nebraska? Okay.
Now, do
Will
rushers.
Nebraska have a 500-yard rusher not named Heinrich Harburg?
Okay, that doesn't count.
Well, Harburg's at 424 right now.
He's going to get there.
Grant's at 302. Irvin 196, Sims 156. Jeff Sims is still the 4th leading rusher on the team. He hasn't played
He's
in
only played
a month and a half.
He's only played 7 quarters the whole year.
Emmett Johnson has 117. Josh Fleeks has 79, 74.
How many carries
on
does
one
he have?
play.
How many carries does he have now? 5?
It would have to be Emmett Johnson
Yes.
having like 4 straight 100-yard games.
Yeah.
Somehow, some way.
Yeah, there's no one's getting to 500.
What is anybody getting to 325?
Well, I
Again,
mean,
Not
Grant's
Heinrich
at 302, so I would think he could get there at least maybe next week, maybe the week after.
Yeah.
I'm going to read a text. Now, this is a text. Though, as someone did just tweet at us, Husker follower, guys, I don't think you can search your mentions on a radio show, which is pretty funny. But a text from the 402 says, I didn't see Fedoni hush the crowd after the ball slipped through his fingers and the ball was intercepted.
That was a text.
That was a text.
That was
I
a
didn't
text.
say it. It was from the 402.
Which also just happens to be the area code you're in, Josh.
That's
Interesting.
true. That's
Mhm.
true. That's true.
Drive for 325. It's on.
Gosh, these are incredible stats.
Come on, Malachi Coleman. Pop off. How many receiving yards does Malachi Coleman have right now?
I just closed the window. I'm sorry.
I'm
Because I
gonna
was
guess,
actually
like, is it
I was actually going to do a
Does he have 2
compare-contrast.
catches on the year? Does he have 2 or does he have 3?
I
think
think
he has
2.
I'm going to say 55.
2 for 46.
He has
Because I think it was 1 catch, 1 yard, and 1 for 44.
2 catches for 49 yards.
Oh, good job, Happer.
All right. So we're gonna need to start chucking it deep to Malachi. Bleep it, Malachi down there somewhere.
Now,
Nice.
okay, now, if you want to race for the bottom, here we go. Iowa,
Yeah.
their
Go
top
Hawks.
2 receivers in terms of yards are both done. Eric Gall and Luke Lachey, the tight ends are out.
That's right. Yeah.
So
folks.
their leading receiver right now, active receiver, is Deontay Vines, 10 catches, 125
Oh
yards.
my God.
And then Nico Regini
he's still there.
is 14 for 111.
Yikes.
So I like Nebraska's odds to have more
The
out
top
of their
leading
top
receiver.
leading receiver than Iowa, but man, it could be close. It could
Holy-
be close.
What is the number gonna be for that Black Friday?
I mean,
game?
AJ,
I
29 and a
can't-
half.
I think it should be lower. It should be like 22.
That would be awesome. I'll still bet the under. I think
Seriously.
all of us collectively need to bet the under on that game. It'd be fun. In solidarity.
This is our 4 milt.
Let's
for
go
this
in.
year.
Yes.
Yes.
Let's
all
go into Iowa.
One big bet, and
Yes.
we say Under
Bet
Nebraska.
the under. Brian Ferentz and the under.
All right.
Joel says, you guys can't say it, but I will. If you factor in Fidoni's drops, he would probably have 325 yards. Joel said that, not me.
That was from
Joel said that.
Joel said that.
What are you looking at now, John?
I'm
Got curious
now
all of a
I'm
sudden.
morbidly curious because this is going to be hilariously bad.
This
All
is
right.
good. Let the sicko out.
AJ Brown
Oh no.
of the Philadelphia Eagles
we
has
don't
a
have to
streak
celebrate them.
has a streak of 5 straight games
It's 125,
with
right?
125 yards receiving.
Wow.
In one game, he had 175 yards receiving against the Washington football team. And he has more yards than the leading active Iowa receiver, and he would be tied with the leading active Nebraska receiver.
And both of the college teams have played one more game.
Yes. Wow. I'm in one game.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
In
just saying,
one game
there's
against
more
Washington,
there's more
he's done
opportunity.
as much as Thomas Fidoni did at Nebraska all season, and more than Deontay Vines has done for Iowa in the season.
Well, they're professionals, John.
It's just
I know.
it's just funny.
I'm voicing the person who will inevitably say that to you.
Tell him to suck it.
You can't
Josh,
expect a
you
college
need
player
to,
to
you need
put
to
up.
really come to grips with this Eagles thing. Like
I already have. They did
you
this
don't
last
seem
year.
you don't seem very calm about it at all.
Oh, well,
Well,
I can
he
still
hates
be
him.
upset by it.
He hates him.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's looking forward to the Swift Bowl too.
It's it's frustrating. I hate it so much.
I hate it too. I
They're
hate the
so
Eagles.
annoying.
They are.
Why?
Because they're cool. That's why they're annoying. They look cool.
You're jealous.
Smith looks cool. AJ Brown looks cool. Their quarterback never shows any emotion, which is cool.
You're so jealous.
God.
Dak doesn't usually show a lot of emotion.
He looks sweaty all the time.
Well, at least he's trying.
He looks sweaty. He looks too sweaty.
Jalen Hurts doesn't do that stupid thing in warm-ups where he just twists his hips.
Yeah,
left and right and looks like a
exactly. He just
goofus.
gets up and he hops and he throws the ball to wherever.
I bet Jalen Hurts doesn't have a sleep number though.
Yeah, probably not.
Well, actually,
He's an NFC Championship ring,
The
though.
sleep number commercials claim that 80% of NFL players have a
Oh.
sleep number bet.
That's
So statistically, he might.
Well, the 20% who don't are the Eagles, and that's why they're so good.
Oh,
Damn it.
nice.
they sleep on beds of nails.
Mm-hmm. It makes him tough.
No, they sleep in nests.
Yeah, and then they run the most impossible play in the history of football.
Yeah, can't guard it.
Yeah, it's impossible.
Automatic 2 yards.
Oh,
Oh, there's that guy in the Buccaneers who.
Plus, they
figured it out.
always gain 8 yards. It's always 3rd and 2 or 4th and 2. Well, hey, let's just run the ball again. First down.
That guy from the Buccaneers should just run a class teaching people what he
Well,
did.
it's hard to run a class of just being big. That's the reason why he's good at
Not
stopping.
just
Well,
Be big.
last night, Fred Warner, he dove over the freaking goal.
And then he got hurt.
And but that was
And then he
later.
came back 5 seconds later.
Right. But he stopped it. He did the dive, he timed the snap, and he dove, and he basically did a can't remember the move in pro wrestling, but they did like where he jumps over the top and grabs him by the legs, and
It's a good move.
yeah, awesome move. But they lost.
Mm.
All right. That was good.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Nice.
Connor.
Yeah.
Bye,
thank
Hap.
you.
Happer.
Goodbye, everybody.
We'll be back and start a Grum next on 1620 The Zone.
Previously on the crossover.
Let me mow it for you. Hire me.
Hire Nick.
I don't know if I'll hire you, Nick.
I'm
Sorry.
really good at mowing.
Wow. He's offering his services.
Okay, fine. How much do you want to
How much you
how
get
much
him
you
for
gonna charge
cheap?
me?
I'm bad at this. I don't want to lowball myself.
you're
but I also don't
you're
want-
canceled.
Totally
You're
canceled.
$50, Josh. Give me 50.
For how many times? One time?
Yes.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Bellevue Berry and Pumpkin Ranch from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Windy and warm Tuesday afternoon with increasing clouds late. Expect a chance for isolated showers and non-severe storms, especially after 5 p.m. High today in Omaha of 78 degrees with southerly gusts up to 30 miles an hour. Staying breezy and mild tonight, mostly cloudy, a low of 59, a 40% chance of spotty showers and storms. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Shop Woodhouse Buick GMC first and experience the difference. They've got a large indoor showroom, 119th and I. It's convenient for you. You can shop inside during all kinds of weather conditions and check out the new and pre-owned inventory. Stylish SUVs that fit the whole family comfortably to those capable trucks to get the job done. Woodhouse Buick GMC has something for everyone. And right now, check out a great deal on the 23 Buick Enclave Avenir all-wheel drive. It's a luxury mid-size SUV. It has a suite of advanced safety and driver assistant technology to enhance your experience. Plus, you can save $3,000 off MSRP. See dealer for details. See also the new vehicles that are arriving weekly. Shop Woodhouse GMC first. Huge indoor showroom, 119th and I, or online at WoodhouseBuickGMC.com. GMC, we are professional.
Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro provide quality and caring dentistry for the entire family in a friendly, relaxed environment at the northwest corner of 144th and Dodge. New patients are always welcome. Look no further than Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro. Dentistry for the entire family.
When you give to United Way of the Midlands, your caring spirit helps our neighbors in need get back on their feet and builds a stronger tomorrow for the Omaha Council Bluffs Metro. Make your gift today at unitedwaymidlands.org.
With over 45 years in business, Thrasher Foundation Repair makes stressful home repairs super easy with precise repair and genuine care. From basement waterproofing to foundation repair, concrete restoration, and crawl space repair, you can count on Thrasher to handle it with ease and expertise. Schedule a free estimate today at gothrasher.com.
Precise repair, genuine care. Thrasher.
Meet Bruce.
Hey there.
He's a busy soccer dad who's trying hard to learn the game.
Go for the end zone.
Whoops. Luckily, other things come easy, like banking with Chase. On a tip from his banker, he set up AutoSave in the Chase mobile app. So what are you saving for, Bruce?
Father-daughter soccer camp.
Smart bankers, convenient tools, one bank with the power of both. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
AutoSave requires a Chase checking and savings account. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Nate Bargatze, the Be Funny Tour.
I mean, Chuck E. Cheese is rough. I don't know if you've been there in a while. They look like they're trying to go to business and they can't.
All new material.
They filed for bankruptcy and they're still open. They call Blockbuster and they're like, how do you get out? We want out.
Nate Bargatze, Friday, February 9th, CHI Health Center. Tickets available at Ticketmaster.com. Produced by Outback Presents. Don't miss Nate Bargatze, the Be Funny Tour.
Let's watch the game at DJ's. Nick Hanley here for my friends at DJ's Dugout. Football is in full swing. College football, pro football. Watch your favorite team at DJ's. Great food, great drinks, great service. Plus DJ's casual, comfortable atmosphere and huge TV walls are an Omaha tradition. Let's watch the game at DJ's. Omaha's hometown iconic sports bar for 30 years. Locally and Vietnam veteran owned with 7 metro area locations. Dig in at the Dugout.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh, we've got another Game 7 tonight.
Think it'll be close?
It'd be nice.
Wouldn't it be nice
Yesterday's games were not.
Yeah, game down to the wire?
It would be nice.
Uh-huh.
I gave up on that thing.
Uh-huh.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Watching baseball instead of 49ers Vikings, John?
He said he gave up on it, though, Nick. He said, I'm done with you, baseball.
No, I had both TVs going.
Oh.
Both TVs.
This game sucks.
Yeah.
It was
this
bad.
This time of year, it's 2 TV setup is working overtime.
Yep.
I mean,
If it's not 2 football games, it's a baseball game and a football game, or sometimes it could be 2 baseball games.
Or
but it won't be
tonight,
anymore.
A baseball game and an NBA game because the season begins.
Or every hockey game.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about
ESPN
this?
is doing wraparound coverage 15 minutes after
Whip
puck
around.
drop, John.
Yeah.
Whip around.
Every game.
Every
There's
drop.
16 games tonight, starting at, I think, 5 o'clock Central.
Yeah.
All the way to 10 o'clock Central.
Okay.
Just
enjoy them.
Bunch of hockey, John.
I'm asking if you will enjoy it.
No.
Wow.
No, I'll be watching baseball.
You're going to be watching your Red Wings, Josh?
Dude, the Red Wings are off to a amazing start this year.
I had no idea.
Well, now I'm telling you, they're really good.
Cool.
It's like the 90s all over again. Steve Yzerman back on the puck.
Oh, they started already?
Hockey?
Yeah.
Like 2 weeks
ago.
I think you asked us a question about it in content. You wrote the question.
It's true. I
did
forgot
write the
about that.
question.
Jiminy Christmas.
Well, let's get to the Grum Down, brought to you
Grum
by
Down.
the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. Ryan Walters is definitely not in.
No, he hates the color red.
You'll hear it for yourself.
Mm.
The Rangers have sent the Astros into outer space.
Yeah. Remember that picture? That's funny.
And NLCS Game 7 is tonight. It's very elitist of me, I know, but I don't want the Diamondbacks to win.
Wow. Grand Brand John strikes again.
No, it's not Grand Brand
Why don't you want the Diamondbacks then?
because they won 83 games or 84 games in the regular season. They don't belong.
Well, the Braves won like 88 games.
No, the Braves won 101 games.
Not this season. Was it 2000?
Yeah.
Was it
2021?
Yeah.
John was probably triggered about
But
that
I
too.
also
Nick.
want the Phillies because the Phillies are more they just got more characters.
See, and I'm out on the Diamondbacks because their mascot doesn't make any sense. Why would they not have a snake as a mascot?
What's their mascot?
Well, they do have a snake.
No, it's like a lion or something, bobcat or something.
He's talking about the thing that dresses up and
thing
does
that
like the
dresses up.
cheering.
I
Yeah.
have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't know what it is
Happer
either.
showed
I've
me
never
this
seen
morning.
this thing in my life.
Yeah.
Happer
I mean,
showed
Nick,
me
it's a
Diamondback.
Diamondback. It's a
No, it's a snake.
John, he's talking about the thing that dresses up at the stadium and
Well,
tries to get
the
the
Philly
fans.
fanatic is just a big thing. It's not like some kind of a guy from Pennsylvania.
I stand
It
with Nick
might
on this
be a
one.
guy from Pennsylvania. I've never seen a guy from
Well,
Pennsylvania.
you know what
That's
I mean.
actually what all people from Philadelphia look
Yeah,
like.
that's just what I assume.
You mean they're funny and very entertaining?
No.
But it can't be that
and
hard to
attack
find.
umpires. They
Yeah.
do sound like Philly fans.
It can't be that hard to find a snake mask.
To
a
be
snake
fair,
costume.
Nick, in fairness to a mascot, that costume would be large and weird if you were a snake, because snakes slither.
Yeah.
So would the snake have feet? And so it'd be a whole thing. It'd be a
Then
whole
it'd be a
to-do.
lizard, I guess.
Yeah. So yeah, that'd be a problem because then we'd be like, why do they have a lizard as a mascot instead of a snake?
Yeah.
Get like one of those.
I mean,
remote control
Nebraska's got a
snakes.
mascot. It's a child in bib overalls.
Yeah, that's
what does
true.
that have to do with shucking
You're right,
corn?
Go back to that weird corn thing. From
Yeah,
the
go back to the
1800s.
weird corn thing.
You know, sometimes you got to market the mascots because the mascots aren't for you; they're for the little kids.
Yeah, Nick.
You don't
the
want some
alpha, Gen
snake-
Alpha.
You don't want some snake coming up to your kid and doing balloon animals.
So Purdue Pete is for Gen Alpha.
Definitely.
Purdue Pete's just freaky.
Yeah.
Did the Cleveland Browns break Frisco?
Oh.
I mean, the Vikings won last night. I get that. I'm not
Yeah.
disrespecting the Vikings, but
We don't disrespect anybody.
Skull.
But the Browns.
Also, why did Brock Purdy wait until after I said, you know what, fine, you're awesome, to start being bad? He couldn't have done it 2 weeks prior.
It is
Then
a
I
tough
would have
look
been
for you.
right. Yeah, because then I finally changed my tune and now he sucks.
Wait,
rescind my compliment,
say-
Brock. You're bad, like I said you were.
Compliment the Eagles more.
They're the best team in the NFL. God, I hate them.
Wow, disrespecting the Chiefs. Creighton picks second in the Big East. Michael Brunts will be along from Husker 24/7.
Hell yeah.
So will Stephen M. Sipple, maybe.
Yeah.
Husker Online. And Scott Docterman of The Athletic on the Iowa offense and how bad it is.
It's very bad.
What it would be a fair punishment for the cheat Marines? We have video.
This is
of the offending party.
I think this is a great question because we have not really
We have
taken
not
it.
tackled it, but others have and have some pretty strong takes.
All right. Are these Ohio State message boards?
No.
Okay.
They are
Because I've
not.
only seen the
They're
takes from.
They're the national lame stream media.
Okay. Because I've seen a take from. There's an Ohio State fan who listens to our show, and we appreciate Ross. Thank you, Ross, for your service. But all of his takes are Ohio State message board pilled. So he's like, they're getting wins taken away, and they're going to get a 2-year bowl ban. And I'm like, that's not going to happen.
Well, wait till you hear what some of the lame stream media have to say.
Okay. I'm looking forward to this.
And we got a football hot take market.
Okay.
402-951-1620. It's the number to get in touch with us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline by your mom's house.
D. Baxter the Bobcat, by the way.
The Bobcat, that's what the mascot is?
D. Baxter the Bobcat.
Dumb.
Be a snake.
Be a snake. Dion says Nebraska has a white supremacist farmer. Whoa. Herbie?
No, he's not.
That's what Dion said.
We described what Herb was.
That's what Dion said.
Well, Dion is I don't know if you know this, Dion's kind of sick in the head.
Sick in the head?
Wow.
He's a friend of the Grum.
We
that
appreciate
explains
you,
why
Dion.
he'd be sick in the head.
Exactly. Yeah, he's a little off.
A little off?
A little off.
Hmm.
I mean, do you think if Herb were white supremacist, do you think we would?
What? What's the question?
Finish the sentence,
Well,
John.
I would say that our football team would look a lot like some SEC teams from the 1950s.
Hey-o!
Hey.
Nice.
Don't tell Jera about it.
Time traveling Jarrah would have approved. But thankfully, Herb is not that way. Herb's a decent guy.
He's just a hardworking farmer.
He's a hardworking guy who calls his wife Ma.
I don't like that. That's weird.
That is weird.
That's what he does. That's
Yeah.
a farmer thing. That's what farmers do. He does the one finger wave,
My
and it's the right
grandfather
finger.
has never once ever called my grandmother mother or mom.
That stuff's weird to me, man. That's some Freudian stuff.
He called her
Why is
dear.
that Freudian?
Because Freudian was in love with his mom. He probably called his mom Ma.
Had nothing to do with it.
And then he was like, Ma, can we...
the term of endearment.
Hmm.
You can also tweet at us at USC 1620, JTech Construction's own Twitter feed, or email John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. Equitable Bank inbox.
Mustache Adam says, after we just made fun of Michigan State for their Mr. H mishap, by the way, let's not talk about having a white supremacist farmer.
Designated Hitler.
By the way, did you read the story that I sent you today about Michigan State?
No.
Sad. First of all, Defector did a deep dive into exactly how that happened on the big screen.
I read a different story about that.
Okay, do you know what happened? It was a YouTube video.
Yeah, they stole it.
That had like 60 questions.
Yeah.
And in the midst of those, that was the question.
Yeah.
And the person who put this video together, let me find their comment
So they were
that
just
they had.
projecting it on. They just plugged
Yeah,
their laptop into the screen.
They just literally pulled up someone else's YouTube video and put it up on the screen instead of other games from across the country like Nebraska does on their big screen 90 minutes before
So
kickoff.
this is from something called the Quiz Channel. And the Quiz Channel wrote, to be clear, I was unaware Michigan State University is using my content for stadium entertainment, and this was unsolicited and unauthorized use. A random history trivia question in an inappropriate setting. Yeah, so they just stole it from somebody.
Yeah.
They said it was AI generated. No, it wasn't. You borrowed it from YouTube.
No, they stole it off your guys'
Also,
YouTube.
I watched the video. It has like this fun music behind it. It's like,
Well, they show
Hitler.
Mr. H.
Seriously. It's so weird. So yeah, there you
That
go.
does seem like a weird question to include in general in a trivia video. though.
Yeah.
Not necessarily. I mean, it's trivia.
How many people are clamoring to know where Hitler was born?
Again, we talked about it yesterday.
Well, how many people are clamoring to know things that are asked on Jeopardy?
So here we go. You ready for this?
It's just a question.
The preceding question asked what color Spock's blood is. Do you know what it is?
Blue, right?
Green.
John gets it. The other one was asked about Bruce Springsteen's usual backing band. We all know this one.
E Street.
Yes, and they work so hard.
Yeah, and then of course there was the Mr. H question in
Yeah.
between. So there you go.
Oh, I'm glad.
They put Mr. H between Spock and Bruce Springsteen.
There you go.
What?
Yeah.
It's very logical.
Yep, that's the beginning of a joke. I walk into a bar with
Mr.
Hitler.
Spock, Hitler, and Bruce Springsteen.
and then a bunch of media people followed me behind. Oh my gosh, you try so hard.
Oh, that'll be a fun trivia question. What do Spock, Bruce Springsteen, and Adolf Hitler have in
Oh,
common?
Nick, great trivia
They
question.
all showed up on the Spartan Stadium message board.
Indeed.
All right, the show. Great to have you here on this Tuesday, and we'll be back with more in a minute on 1620 The Zone.
Remember, no matter how you listen, it's still AM radio. 1620 The Zone.
Drive away with a 2024 Mazda CX-5 from Woodhouse Mazda today. Combined with standard iActive all-wheel drive and available turbo engine, this CUV provides an elevated driving experience. And right now, you can get into a Mazda CX-5 turbo model and choose 0.9% APR for 36 months, 2.9% APR for 60 months, or 3.9% APR for 72 months. Woodhouse Mazda, a drive worth experiencing. With approved credit, tax, title, and license extra when financed with Mazda Financial Services, $299 doc fee due at signing. Offer expires 10/31/23. See dealer for details.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call in the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Hey, if you're thinking about getting the latest iPhone, check this out. With Boost Infinite, you get the latest iPhone every year and unlimited wireless for just $60 a month. Yeah, you get the new iPhone 15 Pro with titanium. Then again, next year, you get the latest iPhone. Every year. Boost Infinite. Infinitely better. To learn more, pick up your phone, dial pound 250 and say Boost Infinite. That's pound 250 and say Boost Infinite. Terms apply. After 30 gigabytes, service may be slowed. Receive a comparable iPhone model each year with an acceptable trade-in every year. Requires credit qualification and 36-month phone financing agreement. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto-dial text message from this station's network.
Don't miss this week's Zone Deal.
This week's half-off deal is $50 worth of vouchers to Le Voltaire French Restaurant for only $25. Le Voltaire Pepperwood Village is a locally owned, unpretentious French restaurant serving down-home cooking with an extensive wine list and great handcrafted cocktails for decades. Whether dining with friends, clients, or that special someone, Le Voltaire will make you feel right at home.
Zone Deals go fast. 9 a.m. Friday, 1620thezone.com.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill is always looking to make your game day bigger and better. Cheer on your favorite team this season in front of a 22-foot LED video wall showing up to 8 games at once. TVs are everywhere else you can look with a state-of-the-art audio and video system. Enjoy a big old pizza or award-winning char-buffed wings. There's just no better way to do your game day. Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill, 173rd and West Center Road. And for takeout at 162nd and Maple.
This is unsportsmanlike conduct. We had dueling polls on 1620 The Zone.
Well, I know this will make Josh's day. This was Big East Media Day in New York.
I did see the picture of the MSG video board on the court, which always reminds me.
Always lower it.
Sorry, video board. I just get scared.
No, they always lower the big screen. And
it looks weird. I'm always reminded of how weird it looks.
It does. It's a little freaky, but
yeah,
it counts.
Yeah, but it is basketball season. I started working on my charts.
Chart boy.
Started working on my charts. And John, I know you would agree with this. It's nice when there's a lot of returning players.
Yes, it is.
Then I can just do a little copy and paste.
There are some teams that are returning a lot of players. There are other teams that are not returning a lot of players. And there's teams that are moving players from within the same team. That was nice, too, to copy and paste from other teams.
There you go. There you go.
One player that's not moving along is Trey Alexander, who was at Madison Square Garden today.
Yes. What were some of the things that you can take from that bite at...
I thought you did. Sorry.
What were some of the things that you can take from that bite at the end of the season and apply it to this year?
I think that it's that you have to apply pressure at all times. I think that last year we kind of had a couple stints where we got a little complacent, and I feel like that was the reason that we lost a couple games last year. And I think that a year of growth for us was very big. I think that us having, me, Baylor, Kalk, Steven, who's been a guy that's been able to have played against a lot of great competition and being able to play at the high level that he's played at. To have that year for us and just another year of maturity is big for us.
You wondered that, the schedule certainly is not as difficult as last year in November and December.
When they started 6-6, after starting 6-0.
After starting 6-0, you're not going to be facing Arizona or Texas Tech or Texas. So that'll help. But I think having that extra year of just kind of going through what you went through, because there was a lot of doubt after the 6-game losing streak.
That's a lot of, dude. I remember talking to people that are super tied into the program saying they're not making the tournament. There's no way that this group is going to be able to make the tournament. And they righted the ship fairly quickly.
Yeah. And then after that, I think they won something like 8 out of their last 9 or 7 of their next 9 and beat UConn in that stretch. And while they came up short winning the Big East, obviously they put it together in the tournament. Basketball is the kind of sport where
people say it's about matchups sometimes.
You're always going to be defined by what you do in March.
Of course, yeah.
I mean, and
that's why it was funny, because that was not the most successful regular season Creighton team we have ever watched.
No.
But it is considered now the most successful Creighton team that there has ever been. Because
of how far they
made to the Elite Eight, and they were, a late foul call away from a potential trip to the Final Four. And the program has reached that spot. And it makes me wonder, how Creighton fans, I think, in general, start approaching the regular season when there will be ups and downs within that, and it will always be seen through the lens of the postseason.
Yeah.
Because we see that with a lot of teams in a lot of sports, where sometimes it's because they have had the success. The Chiefs, for example, I think are the best example currently of call me in January, because that's where they are going to be judged by. And then you have that kind of other group, let's say the Bills or the Cowboys, who call me in January. I don't care what you're doing in the regular season. I need to see you do it in January. Creighton is, I would say, they're certainly not the Chiefs, but they're kind of in the in-between of, you want to see regular season success. And I think people around here would like to see the regular season success. I think that they would like to see kind of everything get put together, because we have seen the regular season success and we have seen the postseason success. Very rarely have they been able to kind of put everything together. And part of that, too, of course, is that they didn't make the Sweet 16 until 2 years ago. They make the Elite Eight last year. So a lot of the really good regular seasons were never followed by a nice, deep postseason run. And I would say the best combination of the two probably was the Sweet 16 team, but that was COVID year, and the regular season was, it was so hard to kind of get into at times.
Jays were picked to finish second in the preseason poll of coaches. Marquette, who's the defending league and tournament champion, had 7 of the 11 first-place votes. Creighton got the other 4. So, yes, the defending national champs were picked third. But keep in mind, UConn's changing out a lot of guys. They're not going to have, they're missing some players. They're also getting back some really good players, including Donovan Clingan and Alex Caravan. But I'm sure the folks at UConn are taking this news very, very sanely and respectfully today.
What are their message boards saying?
Oh, I'm sure.
Nick, before you dive into the worst NFL player to ever win a Super Bowl,
okay,
give us some message board takes from the UConn fans.
UConn message board takes?
Yes, thank you.
I'll go to their Reddit.
All right, perfect.
And Villanova was picked 4th. Alexander and Kalkbrenner were on the preseason first team, and Shireman made the preseason second team.
Okay.
Big East.
Adam writes in, says it's a sign of the change in expectations of CU and their fans. It had to try to win the MVC and make the NCAA tournament. Now it's more along the lines of expect regular season success and only focus on how far in the NCAA tournament they can go. It's a new world for CU.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just like with everything else. When Nebraska started winning conference championships, that was the expectation. When they started winning national championships, that was the expectation. Every time you raise your own bar, everyone else follows, and that becomes the new platform from which you have to.
Oh, I loved that movie.
I have one singular take from r/UConn basketball.
Okay.
On one hand, Marquette and Creighton do appear to have pretty solid teams this season. On the other hand, a third-place prediction probably is the sort of thing that'll butt a chip on UConn's shoulders.
A chip on UConn's shoulders. Interesting. That's a very good message board post. A little taken aback. They don't like the news and a misspelled word.
you could anoint them the gods of basketball and they'll find a reason to put a chip on their shoulder. That's just how that program is. And that's their way to motivate. Hey, Tom Brady kept going back to pick 199 for 25 years. Worked for him.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to fault them for using it as motivation. At least it's not fake motivation.
I feel like my takes of always hating UConn going back to like 2004 have aged very well. I hope that there's a handshake meme between Creighton fans and me on that. I've never liked UConn. I didn't like the Emeka Okafor teams. I didn't like the team that won it all in 11. I didn't like the team that won it all in 14. I've always hated UConn. So we're brothers.
Brothers in arms.
Indeed.
Well, coming up, why does Ryan Walters hate the red end? Maybe this will be the motivation Nebraska needs this week. Also, a little bit more from Matt Rule. Michael Bruntz will be joining us as well.
Nice.
As we try to figure out how Nebraska is going to muddle through with so many more injuries.
Indeed.
But Josh, as you mentioned earlier, it is opening night of the NBA.
It is, and John and Josh here for the FanDuel Sportsbook. I know John will be tuned in tonight. Lakers Nuggets in the early window, John. Suns Warriors in the late window. Of course, the Nuggets picking up their championship rings after winning their first NBA Finals a year ago. And right now, John, if you log on to FanDuel.com/1620, it will be like you are winning a championship because they have incredible offers. First of all, new customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. That is a 40-1 ROI. That's pretty darn good, John. Not to mention, all customers and get 3 months of League Pass, NBA League Pass, courtesy of FanDuel when they place that $5 bet. So then after tonight, if your favorite team is maybe not on one of the big-time networks, no problem at all. You can still watch them. Thank you to FanDuel.
All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/1620. And right now, $200 in bonus bets plus 3 months of NBA League Pass by betting that first $5 on an NBA game. Again, go to FanDuel.com/1620 and tip off this season the right way with FanDuel. 21 plus and present in Iowa. New customer offer. First line, real money wager only. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. All customer offer, $5 NBA wager required. Limit 1 pass per customer across both offers. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See full terms for both offers at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF. NBA League Pass. Local blackout restrictions apply.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Hi, this is Kathy Kenoyer. 'Tis the season at Glasshouse Market within Kenoyer Garden Center. We'd like to invite you to come shop our stunning holiday market, where you'll find a perfect gift for that special someone or the Christmas decor you've been wanting. Join our family for this year's open house, November 4th and 5th, to help us celebrate the holiday season. Glasshouse Market, located within Kenoyer Garden Center on 66th Street, between Cornhusker and Highway 370 in Papillion. Open daily 10 to 6.
At Kenoyer Garden Center, everybody's got a green thumb.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
It started in Lincoln. Now it's in Omaha. It's Muchachos. At the heart of Muchachos is family. Muchachos uses new Mexican flavors with smoked barbecue passed down from generations. This flavor sensation is called New Mexican Barbecue Fusion. Come get your eat on and nosh on slow smoked pork brisket, chicken, queso, and mac. Try the fan favorite Hatch Mac Burrito with a craft beer or margarita. Muchachos is south of the Old Market at 1285 South 13th Street, or check them out at yomuchacho.com.
Sports fans, Let It Fly Sports Bar is your elevated sports bar experience. Located in the Capital District in downtown Omaha, experience Let It Fly's unique brand of hospitality with 2 floors, 2 bars, 2 expansive outdoor patios, and an in-house podcast studio with live broadcast of the Let It Fly show. Hosted by me, Michael Severe, and Josh Jones. Host your next college game day watch party, private event, weekend brunch getaway, or a date night right here at the Let It Fly Sports Bar. Try our delicious brunch menu and reserve your seat for the game.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house. Listen to 1620 The Zone, weekdays for the Big Red Practice Report, presented by Tickets for Less. Visit ticketsforless.com and use promo code The Zone to score incredible savings for your favorite team. It's the Big Red Practice Report, brought to you by Tickets for Less.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas? ¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres? In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, he just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're going to have a lot of fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. And now try Babbel for free by texting TRAVEL to 64,000. Text TRAVEL to 64,000. That's TRAVEL to 64,000.
Let It Fly, your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Jed tweets in, talking about last segment, which was about Creighton basketball.
Oh, I can't wait to hear this.
He says, when referencing the foul call, make sure you preface it by saying it was the correct call. I'll be sure to do that more often throughout the season to remind you, John.
I'll remind Jed that his favorite team has still never won a Super Bowl.
That's true. And then they're trading good players to the Eagles. Jed,
exactly.
Stop it.
It's a clearance sale.
Stop it,
It
Jed.
is a clearance sale. They want to get out of those ugly-ass Titans uniforms and get into the cool Kelly Green Eagles uniforms.
Well, do you see that they're wearing their cool Houston Oilers uniforms this weekend?
Yeah, and here's the funny part. They're not in Houston, nor are they the Oilers.
Yeah, there's no oil in Tennessee.
There might
They
be
moved
oil in Tennessee.
to Los Angeles where there are no lakes.
There's just one big giant lake.
Uh-huh.
It just keeps going forever and ever when there's no end to it. Where's the other end of this lake? I can't find it. Well, Nebraska's got Purdue this week, and maybe there's a reason for angst. Here was Ryan Walters, the head coach of the Boilermakers, yesterday at his press conference.
Yeah, I mean, 90,000 plus that are Sea Red, right? My history with Nebraska started at a very young age. I obviously grew up a fan of Colorado. My dad playing there, and that was like the hated rivalry, right? And so you remove yourself from that as a coach, and the first time I got to play against Nebraska again was in 2021. My first season in Illinois, and I just remember them running out of the tunnel at in Champaign, and the feelings come back, right? It's like, man, I really can't stand that color. Don't like that end on the helmet. And so definitely this has been a big week, and we've explained to the guys just how crazy it gets out there. They are diehard fans, win, lose, or draw. And so we're looking forward to a great venue to play a competitive and tough football game.
Appreciate the fact that he answered that honestly.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times coaches are afraid of putting any bulletin board material out there, and I'm not saying Matt Rule will necessarily use this as bulletin board.
He doesn't like our color.
But, he was a kid growing up. His dad played for him, and he just got used to not liking that team.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't have to be disrespectful. It's just being honest.
Yeah,
being truthful.
I thought it's a very normal thing to say.
I did too.
Very normal.
And, if it does add a little bit of spice, this game could probably use a little.
Yeah, it's forgettable's not the right word, but I don't really think certainly that there is interest in this one outside of West Lafayette and in Lincoln.
Oh, I guarantee you there's no interest outside of West Lafayette
Well,
Nebraska.
There might not be interest in West Lafayette, given that it's about to be basketball season.
Good point.
This is a team in Purdue that's definitely taken a big step back this year. They're 2-5. They have some real rough losses on their ledger. They went 1-2 in the non-conference. Their only win in conference play, oddly, came against Illinois in a game they dominated, absolutely dominated. And I think in hindsight, it's fair to wonder, was that more about Walters and a lot of his staff being on that coaching staff prior to this year? And, of course, Illinois taking a bit of a step back. But speaking of step backs, Purdue has also taken a bit of a step back this year. The weather is, looking like it might not be very great on Saturday. I wonder what type of environment it's going to be. Forget about like this type of quote and if people will get fired up. Like, so again, it's a big moment for this program, and one more win would really put them in just a tremendous spot, because then you're going into,
then you only have to win 1 out of your last 4.
Dude, can you imagine that? 1 out of your last 4. They were at one point 0-2. And you could be saying that all you got to do is go 1-3 in your final 4 games, and you're able to make it to the playoff. It would be a really nice middle chunk. Bowl. Yeah, not playoff.
They're not going to playoff.
No, they're not doing that. But no, yeah, you're right, man. And so that's kind of what's on the line. So it makes me wonder what type of atmosphere, what type of environment we're going to see on Saturday afternoon.
The thing that is going to be a challenge beyond, not that Nebraska doesn't have enough challenges, is Purdue's had a week off.
Yes,
they've had a chance to, maybe reset some things, get a little healthier, whereas Nebraska actually got less healthy by playing last week.
Yeah.
Being down now 3 first-team offensive linemen. And Matt Rule talked about playing Purdue off of an idle week.
This Purdue team that we're facing, they're going to put pressure on you. They're going to come after you. Coach Walters is a defensive mastermind. They've had a bye week. When you come off of a bye week, all of a sudden we go out against Northwestern and they're in tackle over. And they're doing all these different things on offense. They're doing different things on defense. We're facing another team coming off a bye week. When you have a young team, they have to be able to adjust quickly. We have a lot in front of us, so we cannot put the ball on the ground. We have to protect the football and, battle it out to the very last play of the game.
If Purdue does throw some wrinkles out there, you wonder how Nebraska is going to approach this now with even more players down. I mean, you literally have no more first-team wide receivers left. Everyone that you're starting at wide receiver is a backup.
Yep.
3 out of the 5 offensive linemen gone.
Yeah.
The tendency has been about this team. It is, as Matt Rule has said many times, it's a defensive team, which means it's about ball control, risk aversion.
And you know what it's also about, John?
Keeping just not losing possession of the ball.
And it's about overcoming bad plays if you're on defense. And there were multiple plays, right, where Northwestern's offense was able to gouge them for some large gains. They had a 66-yard play. They had a 39-yard play. They had a 32-yard play. Yet, no touchdowns.
None.
I know this is a play we didn't talk about yesterday, and it was one of the first things that I wrote down when I was watching the game on Sunday morning. That Gifford play on the screen to begin the second half, and Matt Rule talked about it in the postgame, was incredible, because you watch the replay and you see how many guys that were wearing white jerseys were setting up the screen. You see how much green is there, and somehow Gifford slips through and is able to make the tackle.
It may have been bigger than any of those other plays.
Seriously.
It only went for 5 or 6 yards. And I mean, I saw it developing up there from the press box, and it was like, oh, crap. And then Gifford blew it up.
Yeah, and how many times do you see a screen like that where they get huge chunks of yards, and he made a huge play? And I think you're right. Like the touchdown saving tackle was really big as well on the largest play of the game. Like that, I'm not trying to say that play also wasn't as significant, but this one was massive, especially given where it fell in the football game. And so that's the other part about it, is that there is the pressure on the defense. And I will say this, man, I think they kind of like it. They're certainly embracing it. I think that is inarguable.
They're definitely embracing it because they realize this is who we are.
Correct.
We can't be something that we're not. But the question I have is the tendency is you go into a shell, you play even more conservative. But could there be an argument that a game like this is something where you need to open the playbook even more and try to find ways to be more creative to move the ball? Because more creative doesn't have to equal more daring or more risky. It can just mean different plays, different wrinkles. You know, Jack, we talked about it with Jack yesterday. I think one of the things Nebraska doesn't do enough of is high percentage throws, you know, screens, shorter passes, things that, you know, get the ball to a guy in space and see what happens.
Yeah.
Versus, you know, trying to, you know, force things, you know, in more of a medium passing game.
Well, and this has been a graphic that I know has been making the rounds a little bit within the Husker internet sphere over the last couple of days. But if you look at Heinrich Harburg right now, beyond 20 yards, he only has, and this is in the air, these are air yards, only 2 completions on the entire season. Now, one of them was the touchdown that he had the other day, but he is 2 for 13. If you look at the 10 to 20 yard category, to the left, he's 2 for 4. To the middle, he's 4 for 12. To the right, he's 2 for 8. Obviously, really bad completion percentages. Even in that short line of scrimmage to 10-yard category, 8 for 12, 10 for 19, 14 for 23. You know, you asked the question about the screens. It does make me wonder if maybe they don't even trust those types of passes right now.
Well, those are passes you should be able to complete. It's then up to your guys to be able to be out in front and block it. And your receiver or your running back, who usually is the receiver on those plays, to make guys miss.
Adam says, and I agree with him, I don't think there is such a thing as a high percentage throw with Heinrich Harburg.
Well, there might not be. But, I mean, in the playbook, if there's higher percentage throws. Because here's the thing, and we've seen it here in the last couple of games. While Harburg does have some good running totals, it's becoming harder and harder for him to gain those yards. Teams are getting wise to the option game and to the zone read game because they know in some circumstances he's either not going to pitch it or they know he's going to be the one carrying the ball.
Yeah, it's become a very predictable play, even though they've still had success on it. If he is unwilling to pitch it, that is the definition of a predictable play. You know, where, he starts running the option. It's not really an option. He is going to keep it.
Right.
Just go defend him. You know, and until he starts pitching it and really making you think about the running back, I feel like that play is going to get easier to diagnose.
Speaking of Harburg and missing some plays, here was Matt Rule on that yesterday.
I think that showed up a lot during the game. I mean, we left a lot of things out there, way too much out there to win a Big Ten game. So I think as the game settled on, you know, we hit that one. I mean, again, Malachi's first progression, we just played the play and hit it. But there were some plays that were there that I think we absolutely should hit, have to hit. And, you know, I think we're at the point for me as a coach where it's like, hey, we're going to be more aggressive. We're going to have to push the ball down the field a little bit. Now, you know, obviously this week's a new week. You know, we have some guys down. We have to see who's healthy and who's ready to go. But that was the thought process last week. I just think Heinrich, you know, he can make those plays. He just has to slow down. But that is what happens. They play off instinct. Then they start coming in and watching tape and starting to see the coverages. And whereas early on they were just going 1, 2, 3. Now they're like, well, I see the mic. And they start trying to be more. And then all of a sudden they finally hit a point where they relax and they just play. And so Heinrich, you know, this is a good week to try to do that.
So in other words, they're overthinking it sometimes.
Yeah. Which makes sense, right? I think the game is still moving very, very fast for him.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Which is why, you know, easy, simple throws where you're not having to make a bunch of reads. It's just like, here's my guy, go. And see what happens, because that can help build confidence as well. They have to find ways to move the ball because they can't just they can't go full Iowa. The offense has to do something.
Yeah, because
or they will not get to 6 wins.
No, they will not. At a certain point, the last 2 games and the way they performed, and I think I said this on the show yesterday, I thought that this weekend was worse than the Illinois game, because at least the Illinois game did have some nice drives that just ended poorly. This one barely even had the nice drives. You know, it had the 1-play touchdown near the end of the game, and it had the long drive for the first touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, it was real tough sledding. And I think that, I mean, we feel comfortable in saying that the two worst teams in the division are the two teams that they just played, right? Illinois,
yeah,
Northwestern.
but be careful what you say about Illinois. Now, they beat Maryland.
They beat Maryland.
They did blow the win against Wisconsin.
And that's not to say that they're better or worse than Maryland. I'm just saying the two worst teams in the West are now in the rear view.
Yes.
Okay. So
yes.
the point
yes.
is the schedule's going to get harder,
Yes.
compared to what they just saw.
Yes.
Now, that's not to say that Purdue, I guess you could make an argument Purdue is also.
Honestly, you could make the argument that all 7 teams are just.
Yeah, depending on the day, one team is better than the other.
They're all slices in the same bland bag of moldy Wonder Bread.
Ugh. Hard to argue.
You got to put it in the fridge.
It's a little too late for that.
Yeah, it's moldy already, Nick.
Before it gets moldy.
Coming up, Michael Bruns. More on the game this week and the injuries and how to overcome them on 1620 The Zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
Kudos to him. He has brought people into, whether they know what the hell they're watching or not, he has brought more people into the college football game this year than I can ever recall. Yeah. And he's probably gotten people that are diehard NFL fans that don't live in an area where college football is big. They're paying attention to one team in college football, or actually one individual in college football. Yeah. We've never seen it before. The impact of a team that is not that good doing ratings like they are. It fits for one guy.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10. On 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Bellevue Berry and Pumpkin Ranch from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Windy and warm Tuesday afternoon with increasing clouds late. Expect a chance for isolated showers and non-severe storms, especially after 5 p.m. High today in Omaha of 78 degrees with southerly gusts up to 30 miles an hour. Staying breezy and mild tonight, mostly cloudy, a low of 59, a 40% chance of spotty showers and storms. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
Visit Sid Dillon Chevrolet, Nebraska's #1 volume Chevy dealer, to find the perfect vehicle for wherever your plans take you. Shop SidDillonChevy.com. Chevy, find new roads.
You are what drives us, Sid Dillon. Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Put your coffee department in good hands with Host Coffee Service, providing direct delivery and loaned coffee equipment with service programs. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
If you haven't updated your windows, you could be throwing money out the window. Don't let the cool air out. Upgrade today with J-Tech Construction. For a limited time, get 60 months with 0% interest. Plus, as an added bonus, every window gets a special rated UV upgrade for free. Save money, keep the cool air in, and be happier when you upgrade your windows with the official exterior experts of Nebraska Athletics. For more info, go to yourexteriorexperts.com. Subject to credit approval.
It's Halloween at Genesis Health Club. Join with no enrollment fee, no contract, and save 31% per month every month. It may be the spookiest time of the year, but starting a new fitness routine doesn't have to be scary. Genesis Health Club has top-of-the-line equipment and the absolute best personal trainers, tennis professionals, and group fitness instructors to help keep you motivated and headed towards your fitness goals. Plus, relax in luxury afterwards with saunas, steam rooms, and fluffy towel service. Whatever your fitness needs, Genesis is here to help every step of the way, and there's nothing scary about that. This Halloween, join Genesis Health Club with no enrollment fee, no contract, and save 31% per month every single month. But hurry, this offer will end before you have a chance to count your Halloween candy. It ends on Halloween and won't extend. Come to Genesis and get in the best shape of your life so you can handle anything those zombies, werewolves, and vampires throw at you. Plus, get your New Year's resolutions checked off with time to spare. Join Genesis Health Clubs with no enrollment fee, no contract, and save 31% per month every single month.
From sports medicine to spine, bone, and joint problems, Nebraska Medicine is your home for the region's most comprehensive orthopedic care. Our specialists have the unmatched expertise to diagnose and treat common and complex problems, with surgery being a last resort. With multiple locations, our leading care is miles ahead, yet close to home. For orthopedic advances, this is where you begin. Visit nebraskamed.com/ortho.
Home is with you wherever that may be.
Email us on the Equitable Bank inbox with whatever is on your mind. Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can get me, Gary, at 1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone Inbox.
No matter how dark it gets, there's always a sunrise, a warm bed, a warm meal, and hope. Sienna Francis House serves hope to those experiencing homelessness and addiction. Every day, we provide more than 1,000 meals and serve nearly 500 guests in our emergency shelter, Miracles Recovery Program, and supportive housing apartments, and help our guests navigate a path to permanent housing. Learn more at siennafrancis.org.
Unsportsmanlike conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
I'll kick that 3-year-old's ass.
On 1620 The Zone.
Here's a story of a man named Brunsey who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Brunsey called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Brunts. It's Michael Brunts. Michael Brunts. Now we get to talk to Michael Brunts.
On the 42 Degrees The Source Hotline. Hello, Michael Brunts.
Hello.
We have this little tradition on the show after every NFL week that, we do a roll call. Did your team win this week? And nobody in this studio was able to raise their hands. But if you were involved, you would have been the only hand in the air.
Yeah. 6 and 7. Oh, yeah.
Though I did see quite a few people angry that it's like, how are we supposed to tank and get a better quarterback if we're going to win games?
They can't even tank right. These guys are idiots. No, they, I was pointing out to my colleagues here at the old office that both of Denver's wins are against the NFC North so far this year. So I don't know what kind of division they're playing with, but they won. It was an ugly game, and now Denver's probably going to end up drafting like a guard or something like that with about the 7th overall pick. Like they're gonna win like 6 games now.
Well, yeah, because they'll get 2 more against the NFC North.
Yeah, well, yeah, they've got that, and then they've got I think they got the Raiders one more time.
Oh,
so
that'll
maybe that
help.
one.
That'll help. Yeah.
But yeah, it's just going to be just a crap burger of a season, and they're not going to get anything for it in the draft.
Well, and how about two Brunts that they overcame that wild catch that the Packers had for the touchdown that gave them the lead, and they rebounded. Maybe this is the beginning of the Broncos turning the corner.
This is you cue the 80s montage, workout montage. This is where it all turns around. So
nice.
That's where it's going.
Nice.
John, I saw your wish was granted.
Which one?
Your kicker was cut.
Oh, yes, it was.
Oh,
yes.
did they cut him?
Yeah, Brett Maher is gone.
Oh, I told you that was a bad signing when it happened.
Well, I remember
the playoffs, John?
I wasn't celebrating it, though.
Yeah.
I mean, he started okay, but then proceeded to clank 3 field goal or 3 kicks on Sunday, and I was like, all right, this is it.
You're signing,
and I feel bad for him. I mean, he was a good guy. He was a great kicker at Nebraska, but
so is Alex Henry.
But when once you get the yips,
oh yeah, it's all mental with him now. He's toast.
Yeah, it's tough. But
butter him up because he's toast, John. Wow. Yeah, sorry. Bruns didn't like that joke. I apologize.
Well, speaking of toast,
of toast,
3/5 of Nebraska offensive line starters have
that's
been toasted
mean.
Thanks to injuries.
Yeah.
Which lineman do you think has the most pressure on them this week, replacing a starter?
Oh, probably Teddy Prohaska. I mean, I think Teddy's always been a guy that's been pretty self-aware of things. Like I think through his whole career. I mean, when he wasn't ready to come back from the last season ender that he had, I mean, I think he was kind of in his head about it. He wasn't 100% against Michigan. I mean, that's really kind of the most we've seen him so far. And I think there's a little bit of pressure there. There's also opportunity. I mean, I think he's probably been in a position where he's felt 100% for a couple weeks now, and now he's going to get a chance to go out and show what he can do at that left tackle spot. So I don't know if he feels it, but I mean, I think there's been some clamoring for Teddy for a good portion of the season from some of the fan base to get in there at left tackle. So I think it's probably him. I mean, it's a big opportunity for him, and that comes with some pressure too. I was impressed with Justin Evans-Jenkins, and he was a guy that when he signed with Nebraska, I really didn't know what to make of that. And to play left guard, to play center in the same game, in the same half, and to play it as well as he did, I mean, I thought that was pretty impressive. So I think he'll be okay there. Lutovsky's played a lot, but I think a lot of eyes are going to be on Prohaska and what he's able to do on the left side there.
Russ, this is a weird question I'm about to ask you, but like, what does all this stuff mean for the offense right now? Because it's not like it was great. I think the run game was certainly disappointing. I'm just trying to figure out like what changes, if anything, with things moving forward.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if they know.
Yeah.
There's got to be some gallows humor going on. Over in the coach's office in the locker room. I mean, it really kind of has been who's next with that group and the injuries and everything. So, I don't know. You got to find some things that you can do. They tried to go through Billy Kemp last week. You saw what happened there. I think there's some throws to be had. There were throws to be had last week for Harburg and some of the freshman wideouts, and certainly Thomas Fedoni. You got to hit on those. I mean, I just think you got to do something that you can do with a lot of efficiency, and I just don't know what that is for Nebraska's offense right now. And that's my best answer. I mean, with what they're missing on the offensive line, with what Purdue I think is going to try to do with pressures, and I mean they'll get exotic a little bit, and it's kind of a tough matchup. Even though the numbers aren't great for Purdue's defense, I mean they do have the ability to confuse offenses, and when you have three new offensive linemen, that's a challenge. So we'll see how they do that, but I don't know what the answer is for Nebraska's offense with everything they've had. I mean, you're going to have to get Jaden Doss up to speed in place of Kemp, and I think a lot of it's probably just going to have to go through Heinrich Harburg, whether that's him making plays and completing passes or just doing it with his legs.
Emmett Johnson may be the first guy out there, but we saw three different running backs, including Fleeks, get carries. Quentin Ives saw a play or two, even though he didn't necessarily touch the ball. It almost feels like part of this is to get back to the running back rotation they had at the beginning of the season, where they very liberally and freely rotated guys throughout the course of the game. And in many cases, multiple guys in the same drive. So does it really necessarily matter who the starter is at this point? Or do you think Emmett Johnson will see a higher percentage of carries as we move on?
Yeah, I don't think it does. I mean, I think it's going to be, about equal or so between Emmett Johnson and Anthony Grant, and with a little bit of Fleeks and maybe some Ives sprinkled in there too. I mean, I think that's kind of the way they're headed. I mean, I think that Emmett Johnson can do most of the things that they want to do offensively. I think he's, from what we've heard, he's improved as a pass blocker, which I think was one thing that kind of held him back a little bit. But I mean, I don't know about you guys, but he's run with intent when he's been in there, which I think was a little bit of a surprise from him, and kind of imagining what kind of a back he is versus maybe what he is. And so I don't think it's going to be a featured back situation the rest of the way. I mean, I think it's going to be a little bit of a hot hand, but I think they're going to rotate too, just based on what they have there. So even though Emmett Johnson is number one on the depth chart, and I don't think he had an or next to his name, I need to look, but I think it's going to be a heavy dose of both of those, both Johnson and Grant.
Bruns, do you have any concerns that the defense can't keep doing this? Like, can they keep holding up under like the pressure? Like they need to perform very well. Do you think that they can handle that pressure for 5 more games? Or I guess let's just say 2 more games where they can find some dubs?
Yeah. I mean, I think they can. This week is going to be a little bit of a different challenge from what they've had. I think the thing that gives me a small amount of confidence that they're able to that they'll be able to keep it up is just the fact that they have played so many guys back there. And, let's say they do have an injury or two, over the last 5 games. I don't know that there's really a position right now where you'd say that there's not somebody that could step up and play pretty capably behind that person. So I think they can do that. I think the offenses that they're going to face over the last 5, outside of maybe Maryland, don't trouble you a ton. And, I think as long as the defensive line continues to play at the level that it is, I think that gives you a lot of confidence that they can be disruptive and get after the quarterback a little bit. I mean, the occasional big plays that they've given up, yeah, those are a concern, but that's a group that, has been playing with expectation for a few weeks now. It's certainly gotten louder as the injuries have piled up and the offenses continue to struggle, but I think they can hold up their end of the bargain. And, it's a nice mix of veterans that have been through it and understand how things work, and some young guys that frankly don't know any better. And I think they've got the right coordinator to, kind of keep them from reading the press clippings and all that other stuff, or whatever cliche you want to use. I do think this is a defense that can keep Nebraska on track the last 5 games.
Rule was very proud of the fact that an NFL scout said they were the second hardest practicing team in the country behind Georgia. I wonder, though, how much of those hard practices are going to continue given the injury situation.
You got to be careful. I was kind of thinking, I'm like, okay, well, who's left on the scout team, the offensive scout team that they could, run out there? And it's getting a little thin. It definitely is. So I don't think they're going to back off too much. I think they may have to, just based on, as the season gets a little bit deeper into November, guys get beat up even more than they already are. But yeah, I mean, I tweeted out the opening week depth chart from the Minnesota game, and when you visibly see 8 guys removed from that depth chart that aren't available this week, I mean, it really kind of highlights just how far down the depth chart they are, and playing guys that they really wouldn't have expected to at the start of the season. I mean, when you start talking about which freshman offensive lineman might need to go in there, that just kind of gives you an idea of where things are really at right now.
Michael Bruns, Husker 24/7. Brunsy, thank you very much. Enjoy the last waning days of this late or early fall summer, because the real fall is coming.
Yeah, no, it is. I'm eyeing the tree outside my window, just waiting for the leaves to start falling. I've got a long couple weeks ahead of me here.
Oh, I hear you there. See you, Bruns.
Thanks, guys.
Michael
Bye,
Bruns,
Bruns.
Husker 24/7.
Brunt saying all the leaves are brown.
And the
No, they're
sky
not.
is gray.
Most of it. We still got a lot of green and yellow out there.
California.
I saw some red. I think red. I don't know. I'm colorblind. I saw red. Is
Yeah,
that
no, there's some red.
Yeah,
I
we
saw
have-
this tree today. It was gorgeous.
We have a tree out front that has some burgundy leaves.
Right on Capitol. Really good. It's like just a colorful tunnel.
Yeah,
of leaves
that
and
area
trees.
is very fun. Very fun.
It's a pretty area. I like Dundee.
Enjoy it for now, because of course, it's windy today. I'm surprised a lot more of them haven't fallen, but something tells me by the early next week, most of the trees will be bare.
Yeah.
Sad.
Yeah.
We get to enjoy like 2 weeks of the beautiful leaves color, and then it's all gone.
At least we always have the
And then
evergreens.
the grass is going to turn brown.
I didn't even have to wear my sunglasses yesterday. The sun is that far down now on the drive home. I didn't even need my sunglasses.
Wow.
You're the one that wished this on us.
No, that's not true.
I really want to get rid of summer so we can watch more football.
I just wanted September 1st. I didn't want November.
Well, you got it.
No, I didn't.
You got your wish.
Well, now I'm waiting for the days to get longer again.
Well, you'll be waiting.
Yeah, in 2
When
weeks.
is the stupid time change, by the way?
In 12 days, I believe.
So a week from Sunday.
Yes, I believe
Is
it's
stupid time change.
It is November the 5th. Fall back.
Remember the 5th of November.
Indeed. It's almost here, John.
Yay.
Can't wait for Banks to be triggered when we're not feeding him dinner at his normal dinner time.
See, and that's why we should just get rid of this. Animals.
Good take, Nick.
No animal.
Get rid of animals?
No.
Jeez, who is he? Happer?
God.
Daylight savings, unsavings, whatever one we're in now.
No, we like this one.
We like this one.
We like this
Get
one.
rid of the other one.
Just stop. Just leave it. We're good right now.
We're fine.
We voted on this.
Stop.
They voted on it in the House. John loves Congress. They were like, let's do this.
Congress doesn't love Congress.
And you do, though.
I don't love Congress.
You love politics.
No, I don't.
Congress John, that's what we call you all the time.
What we call
I
you.
don't like
John.
any of it.
Yeah. But you know what you do like?
I like a great deal. That's what I like.
A great deal.
A great
know anyone
deal.
that has any great deals?
I know two places that have great deals, and they're located here in the metro. One north of the metro in beautiful Missouri Valley, and the other one west 112th and Dodge. My friends at Woodhouse Chevy. And the Chevy Silverado is the truck that can tell a story and make yours a strong one. The Silverado has up to 13,300 pounds of available towing. Also, the 6-function multi-flex tailgate. There's other great, powerful diesel and gas engine options that deliver just how much horsepower and torque you need to get the job done. And right now, Woodhouse is getting the job done with a Silverado that is affordable. Lease a Silverado 1500 LT for just $419 a month for 36 months, or find a little more room with the Silverado 1500 Custom Double Cab. Lease it for just $439 a month for 36 months. Each offer at 10,000 miles per year. Just have $2,000 down payment and $299 doc fee at signing. See these and all of Woodhouse's huge selection of Silverados at woodhouse.com and find new roads to Woodhouse Chevy. Exit 75 off I-29 Missouri Valley or 112th and Dodge in Omaha. Must have current GM or competitive make lease at garaging address with approved credit. Offers expire 10/31/23.
The best way to catch all the action is on 1620 The Zone. And no line for the bathroom.
Drive away with a 2024 Mazda CX-5 from Woodhouse Mazda today. Combined with standard iActive all-wheel drive and available turbo engine, this CUV provides an elevated driving experience. And right now, you can get into a Mazda CX-5 turbo model and choose 0.9% APR for 36 months, 2.9% APR for 60 months, or 3.9% APR for 72 months. Woodhouse Mazda, a drive worth experiencing. With approved credit, tax, title, and license extra when financed with Mazda Financial Services, $299 doc fee due at signing. Offer expires 10/31/23. See dealer for details.
Our Cox mobile plans are like a band. The more people you add, the better it sounds. So, add more lines to save more. Pay as low as $30 per line when you add 4 or more gig unlimited lines. It's easy. I like the sound of that. Visit cox.com/mobile. 4 lines required for $30 per line. Price max of 5 lines. Prices exclude taxes, device activation, and other fees and charges, which are subject to change. Cox postpaid internet required. Other restrictions apply.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
You know, if we know anything, it's that local matters. Local shops, local restaurants, even locally brewed beers. October is Drink Local Month. So the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild is challenging beer, seltzer, and cider drinkers like you to put your palate through its paces and drink local brews. Because seriously, Nebraska is really on the cutting edge when it comes to brewers who think outside the box. And besides, you really want to be drinking what they drink over in Iowa? Didn't think so. Click Nebraska.beer to find brews near you.
Here's today's Husker Max Practice Report, brought to you by Tickets for Less on 1180 and 1620 The Zone.
Offensive coordinator Marcus Satterfield has put the offense's fumbling issues fully on his shoulders.
I have to do a better job of making sure we have good ball security. Like in our ball security drills that we do daily, like I've got to make sure that they are being operated and executed at a high level, and I've got to make sure that's happening consistently. It's terrible, the ball security and the amount of times the ball is on the ground right now. Like, it's unsatisfactory. It's embarrassing.
Defensive coordinator Tony White says that the D-line's chemistry has propelled them to play at such a high level.
You see those guys rooting for each other. You see them happy to be playing ball, and that's the key to it all. You know, when those guys love being here and they love being around and they love playing for each other, and they can just turn it loose and not worry about us jumping them for making mistakes.
For The Zone, I'm Matt McMaster.
The Husker Max Practice Report, brought to you by Tickets for Less on 1180 and 1620 The Zone.
Attention all Nebraska Huskers football fans. Get ready for an electrifying season of college football with Tickets for Less. Experience the thrill of the game and witness the power of a new era under our exciting new head coach. And here's the best part. Use promo code THEZONE to score incredible savings on your Husker tickets from Tickets for Less. Whether you're cheering from the stands at Memorial or plan to catch a game on the road, Tickets for Less has the seats you need. Don't miss out on this opportunity to be part of the Huskers journey. Visit ticketsforless.com and use promo code THEZONE today.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
Husker fans, this year marks the 100th season of Memorial Stadium. You can preserve memories from this iconic stadium with a limited edition, fully licensed football for $119. The ball also features championship and stadium history, as well as a full panel panoramic color photo of Memorial Stadium. Only 5,000 footballs will be produced. To order, call 1-800-345-2868. That's 1-800-345-2868. Or visit NICOsports.com. That's NIKCO Sports.com.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Did you see this? Or did you hear about this? The volleyball match between Nebraska and Wisconsin
I did.
was the most watched regular season volleyball broadcast across any network in cable history.
So that means it beat national championship.
No, regular season.
Regular season. Okay,
Most
I was
watched
going to say
regular season volleyball broadcast.
Okay.
The previous record was also a Nebraska-Wisconsin match last November, 587,000 viewers. This year, 612,000 viewers, which also was, according to the Nielsen folks, a greater audience than that watched Northwestern Nebraska football earlier in the day.
One was a sickos matchup, and one was 1 versus 2, undefeated, that late in the season for the first time since the 90s.
Take that for what it's worth.
Mm-hmm.
But it drew the eyeballs, that's for sure.
Michigan.
The Cheat Marines. Our good friend, Mr. Stallions.
Good friend.
Yes.
Friend of the Grum. Hey, everybody. I got a large pizza to deliver.
So,
sausage.
There's a video going around from WBNS TV in Columbus. This is from last year's Ohio State-Michigan game.
And this is the first drive of the game, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And it clearly shows, you see Connor Stallions standing next to the Michigan sideline, standing on the Michigan sideline. He's actually next to the defensive coordinator. And Ohio State stops, looks over at the sideline. They're looking for a signal. And then all of a sudden they get the signal, and instantly, like 3 or 4 arms on the Michigan sideline start pointing up.
Mm-hmm.
And then we got a zoom in look of the same thing. And there's old Connor Stallions. And they wait. They look across. You can see him leaning over, looking, okay, what sign? What are we looking for? And they get the sign. Ohio State has it, and instantly, up. Now, the ironic thing about this particular play ended up being a touchdown for Ohio State.
Because this was the first drive of the game.
Right.
First drive of the game. But, when we talk about sign stealing and why our initial blush reaction is this isn't a big deal, it's because eventually that's going to happen over the course of a game, right? Like you are seeing something and then you're going off of that. But did you see this as well? This was first from Tom Orr, who, let's see, he does something with a handle called Buckeye Huddle. Podcast, maybe, a website. Okay. He put out some pictures where you saw Connor Stallions right next to a lot of the other. So there's Mr. Stallions with his mouth open, yada, yada, yada. Now, someone zoomed in on one part of this picture, and one of the coaches is holding a
laminated card.
Yes, and those are the signals that I would assume Ohio State is making on the sideline as a way to, hey, if they make this, my guess is that this tells you what kind of play is coming or what these could potentially mean. And again, you wouldn't have a laminated photo of signals that are being done on the sidelines at the start of a game.
No.
So again, they were going in with a lot of information. And that's why the Jim Harbaugh defense of, I didn't know
Oh yeah, that's all BS.
It's all BS, and it always was all BS. It's a college coach. Of course he knows what's going on. But they had stuff on the sidelines. Like, come on, you can't feign ignorance on that.
Now, of course, yesterday it was reported that Stallions purchased more than 30 tickets to 11 different Big Ten venues in the last 3 years. There were video evidence of electronics being used to steal signs. There were video evidence from in-stadium security cameras that were able to spot whoever Connor Stallions' moles were videoing the entire game.
Yeah.
On their cameras, on their cell phone cameras. And it was interesting to see some of the reaction. ESPN surveyed coaches in the aftermath of the news. Some were very upset. Some were kind of shrugged their shoulders. One Big Ten coach said, quote, if they were sending people to live scout and film, that's BS. Then they should catch hell. But then there was another coach with both Big Ten and SEC experience that said, between what you get on the TV broadcast, the coach's tape, and what fans film with their phones and post online, the coach says there's more than enough footage that's accessible without ever having to leave the office. Quote, anything that happens in the public eye hasn't gone too far, the coach said. To be honest, I can watch a TV copy of 2 to 3 games and get everything I need.
Interesting.
So what they're saying is we can get everything we need from stuff that's available to us that we don't have to buy tickets and send spies to other teams' games to do. And that ultimately is what is at question here. It's not the actual stealing of the signs themselves.
It's the way in which they did it.
It's the fact that
they went out of their way to go
They
do it.
literally sent spies to the games to video the entire game so that they could get all of the tendencies, which makes it a lot easier. I mean, this last coach that we quoted, you got to piece a lot of different things together.
So there's more work that would go into it.
There's more work to it. This is much easier in terms of
the game.
You just, hey, this is what they got. All right, take your notes, figure it out.
Yeah.
Decipher it.
It takes out a lot
print
of
out your laminated card and you're done.
There is like literal legwork of traveling, but there's a lot less legwork in terms of, I think, what you just said, piecing it together, which of course makes it a whole lot more difficult. Going back to that second quote too, and like that's kind of been my reaction as well throughout a lot of this is the hubris that you would have to do the same signals every single week. I think that's pretty ballsy to do that. To not, make some changes. That if they could recognize something at the beginning of a football game, and I know it's a way different comparison, but remember the Super Bowl when the Bucs played the Raiders and they were like, yeah, they were doing the same stuff.
Right.
Bill Callahan, they did the same stuff that the Gruden staff did the year before. So
Matt Rule was asked about it yesterday. Here's what he said.
Yeah, sign stealing happens every game. There's nothing wrong with teams over there looking over trying to steal our signs. There's nothing wrong with us trying to look at their signs. It's why you should have mics in the helmets, right? Like all these coaches that vote against it every year is because they don't want to teach their quarterback. In the NFL, each quarterback goes out there with 3 play calls because if I see the free safety's foot like that, it might be one high. I'm going to check to this play. But you get to college and you're watching a game on a Tuesday night, and they got the signal and they're just calling a play. So that's what makes college football, to me. That's why they score maybe more points, but it's also why the kids are less prepared. So that's why there should be 100% should be. We could get rid of all the stupid signs on the sidelines, and we could get pictures of rock stars and all that stuff, and we could just play football the way it was meant to be. You go to a high school game, there's technology on the sideline. You go to an NFL game, there's technology on the sideline. You go to the college, there's nothing. Like if you don't think, so that it should be that.
He went on to say that, and he didn't mention Michigan by name, but that, as far as sending people out, yeah, that's a rule that was broken.
He did a very good job.
Consequences have to be dealt with.
Did a very good job at not casting aspersions onto Michigan, while also giving his again, as always with these things, he did a good job of kind of dancing,
pretty careful with
dancing through raindrops, as people would say.
Yes. Before we take a break, and we're going to talk more about what punishment should be levied, assuming that all of this is true. I mean, there's enough smoking guns out there right now that you would think.
It's definitely true.
Here's Drew. Hi, Drew. Thanks for waiting. You're in the zone.
Yeah, that one coach who said he could get as much from a coach's tape or TV, he was just talking out his headset. Michigan wouldn't be doing it if they didn't see value or they weren't garnering something.
Sure.
So it's just, when you hear someone say, oh, I could have got that, that's no problem. I don't even know why I called to say that because I'm sitting in traffic. But I thought, I'm going to let that coach, who I don't even know who it is, have it. All right. Thanks, guys.
You bet, Drew. No, but I mean, right. Why would you go through all this effort, spend the money? What I'd really like to know just how does he have a network of people? Is he always sending one person? And
Did you see that
last week they had tickets purchased for the Ohio State-Penn State game? Were they going to send two people and have someone on one side of the field, someone on the other, so they could shoot both teams at the same time?
My guess. So I don't know if you saw this too, and Steve points it out. He says people have been going through Stallion's Venmo history, and he was paying people the day before Georgia and Ohio State last year, and a comment said GA. And sure enough, so people are finding all these payments that he was making around the time of all these games.
This dude is so stupid.
That's the
if you're trying to, why? If you know that it's illegal, you have to know that it's illegal.
Yeah,
that you can't do it.
Yeah. Well, I thought,
why would he be the one doing it? Why wouldn't you be going through clandestine accounts and at least try to cover some of your tracks?
Yeah, Ben Koo, who writes for Awful Announcing but is an Ohio State fan, he tweeted a few minutes ago, eating up the slow drip of reporting and evidence coming in and watching the Michigan responses, retreating to more absurd explanations. It's okay, you cheated. It's very, very obvious. Life goes on. You'll be okay. Laugh at how stupid the whole thing was with the rest of us. And that continues to be my takeaway, is how brazen they have been, or how brazen he was, in not trying to hide any of this throughout the entire process.
All right, well, more on this. Stick a pin in it. We'll be back with it in a second, but another scandal. Iowa's offense. One. Scott Docterman from The Athletic joins us next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. Caller 4 right now, 402-951-1620. Qualifies for 1620 The Zone's 4-quarter pick'em. It's your chance to pick 4 football games correctly against the spread to win $1,620. Call 402-951-1620. Call now to qualify with 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center. Currently no major wrecks to avoid as you make your way across the metro. If you're east on L Street, you can see a slight delay from I-80 to about 96th. Also delays on eastbound L Street between 36th and 24th. If you're west on 370, delays from 144th to I-80. And then it looks like some delays on Industrial Road for both directions around 144th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Nanfito Heating and Cooling.
Don't get caught in the cold. Call Nanfito Heating and Cooling, your Rude Pro partner today. Now is the time to have Nanfito Heating and Cooling get your furnace in top shape. Nanfito services all brands of furnaces. Call today, 402-515-5050.
Get a full breakdown of what went right and what went wrong immediately after every Nebraska game with Big Red Overreaction, presented by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. And by Coors Light, keeping Nebraska chill. Also brought to you by Chase Senate Contracting, Dingman's Collision Center and Mechanical Repair, and Rotella's Italian Bakery. Immediately after the game, join the show and sound off with the good, the bad, and the ugly. Big Red Overreaction with the Keg and 1620 The Zone.
If you're the kind of person who has the attitude that when you do a job, you do it right, not just one time, every single time, congratulations. You're a rare individual, the kind of individual the Langfeld family wants to pay very well to join the awesome crew at Langfeld Overhead Door. That's because the Langfeld family believes strongly in treating their employees right. You know, doing what's right, like you do on the job. Opportunities are available now. Click LangfeldDoors.com. That's LangfeldDoors.com. Equal opportunity employer.
Hey, it's Tapper for the FanDuel Sportsbook. Jump into NBA action this season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. You know about that deal. Plus, there's more. All customers get 3 months of NBA League Pass, courtesy of FanDuel, when they place a $5 bet on the NBA. That way, you can watch all the action as you bet on everything from point spreads to player props. Best of all, you'll get your winnings paid out instantly on the lovely FanDuel Sportsbook app. Don't miss your chance to get $200 in bonus bets plus 3 months of NBA League Pass only with FanDuel. Visit FanDuel.com/Happer and tip off the NBA season the right way. FanDuel, official partner of the NBA. 21 and over, present in Iowa. New customer offer. First online real money wager only. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. All customer offer. $5 NBA wager required. Limit 1 pass per customer across both offers. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See full terms for both offers at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF. NBA League Pass. Local blackout restrictions apply. apply. The Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. Email me, Connor Happer, with the Connor Happer Show at Connor, CONNOR, at 1620thezone.com. Send me your love, your hate, and maybe a few hot takes. The Zone Inbox, presented by Equitable Bank.
October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Breast cancer is among the most common types of cancers in the United States and accounts for 1 of 3 new female cancers every year. Get familiar with your own breasts with self-exams, and if something doesn't feel right, get it checked out. Find out more at cancer.org.
The 13th ranked Ohio State Buckeyes are coming to town to take on your undefeated and 22nd ranked Omaha Mavericks hockey team on October 27th and 28th at Baxter Arena. You do not want to miss this top 25 matchup. Get your tickets now by calling the box office at 402-554-MAVS or by going to omavs.com/ticks. And basketball season is upon us. Get your men's and women's season tickets by calling 402-554-MAVS.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Welcome back. Happy to be joined on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Scott Docterman, who covers the Iowa Hawkeyes and Big Ten football for The Athletic. Jumping in on the Grum today. Scott, how are things? Have things cooled down since the Cooper DeJean unfair catch controversy?
No. If anything, they've heated up.
Oh.
It's not just about that. It's about that plus 12 yards of offense in the second half. So when you mix those two together, it's still a smoldering fire despite the bye week.
Yeah, I'll be honest, Scott. Sometimes I watch from afar at the quote tweets that you deliver to the world, and I think of, I laugh a little bit because I think we've all been there where if you mention, the punt return controversy, then people will say, but it was the offense. And then if you mention the offense, it's, but what about the punt return? You're in a no-win situation, I feel like, right now.
I felt that way for a couple of years. No matter what you bring up, it's the other side of the fence here, and and part of it is, and you look at the team, and on one side 6-2, that's a pretty good record no matter who you play.
Yep.
Offense the worst in the country and the worst in the Big Ten this century. Yeah, but they're 6-2, but they have the worst offense, and they're not going to compete in Indianapolis. Well, why wait until Indianapolis? Enjoy what you got now. But then there's the punt return. It's just this back and forth that you just can't. So some days I just take a big, deep breath. I try to be a little bit sarcastic on Twitter because I can't be serious, because otherwise bad words will flow from my fingertips and I'll get fired.
Well, before we get to the offense, there's so many different layers to the whole punt return, whether or not, it was the correct call, the extent of how far replay can go. I thought of something today, and that is if Cooper DeJean had run out of bounds at the 2-yard line and Iowa just sat on the ball and kicked the field goal and won the game, there wouldn't have been, there might not have been certainly an automatic trigger to review that play. They may still have tried to review it because he was close to the sideline, but because he scored, it usually triggers that mechanism, whereas, they're going to look at it. And as we find out today, once you review a play, you can look at all different aspects. And I think that's where they found the invalid fair catch signal. Am I not correct?
Oh, you're correct, because on the field, it was really never notified. And after rewatching the play about 100 times and seeing, what was legislated, and none of the Gophers thought that it was a fair catch. He got hit, or at least lunged at, within a fraction of a second after catching the ball on the sideline. And then there were 5 other Gophers near him, and how he got through that, I'll never know. It was just a remarkable play. individually. And then you look at, but I'm there with you. I mean, I'm the pool reporter, so we couldn't really go into too many hypotheticals. I was allowed to ask 2 questions only, but I think by and large that if he would have fallen down at the 1 yard line or the 30 or whatever, then it would have just been what it was. But the fact that it went in the end zone allowed for there to be a review, which enabled an invalid fair catch signal to be part of the review, which is ridiculous. And I think, I've tried to be pretty straight and down the line on this, but when you look at what he did and the way he waved his arms, can you really constitute that as a fair catch? I just don't really buy it. I think if your hand's above your shoulder, we all know it's a fair catch. If it's not, then it's not. So, but either way, it doesn't really matter. I mean, it still goes down as a loss, and Floyd of Rosedale is living in Minneapolis for a year.
You said something there at the beginning. So as the pool reporter who can goes in and can talk to the referee after the game, by rule, you're only allowed to ask 2 questions?
That's what it was the other day. I had to have the questions approved by the Big Ten. Then the exact word-for-word questions had to be asked, and the official was provided those questions in advance. Wow. So, and then it took another 10 minutes or so before he let me in to talk to him, when there was about 25 police officers surrounding him, and so it was quite the experience.
One more thing on this, and we'll get to the other issue. Do you think that something like this, which is called more into question just the entire mechanism of instant replay in college football, which I believe is one of the worst in all of sports, because I don't think it has a lot of structure to it. It's certainly not as structured as the NFL's. Do you think this type of a play might be impetus for change, to come up with a better system, or maybe to do something a little more structured like the NFL, where it's challenge only and you look at specific aspects of the play instead of just everything?
I think so. I think that there needs to be some sort of a point. I mean, there were 6 replays the other day. Whether it was a catch, non-catch, there were some close bang calls. And at some point, it's kind of like balls and strikes. Okay, maybe it was a little outside the box that you see on the screen, but let's just keep the game going. And I think that a challenge system is probably the right way to go. I mean, when you talk scoring plays, it shouldn't be the entire scoring play. It should be whether or not the play was a touchdown or not a touchdown when the ball crosses the goal line. That I can completely understand. Whether it was a catch or it was a juggle, or if the ball crossed the plane. I mean, those are things that are legitimate and to me, obviously should be replayed. But when you're talking about the entire play, and then you're looking at an aspect that took place 3 to 4 seconds before the fielding of the ball, and it wasn't called on the field, and nobody else recognized it, yet through replay, only because it crossed the goal line, that you're able to look at it, and then they said, well, that's an invalid fair catch signal. I think you're digging yourself into a hole that you can't back out of. I mean, they spent yesterday, there was a half an hour conversation between the head of the Big Ten and NCAA officials, with Chad Leistico from the Des Moines Register and Andy Grader from the St. Paul Pioneer Press, going over all of that, the aspects of that, and kind of a CYA operation. But overall, I'm still kind of stunned that play got called back, because ultimately you just took away one of the most exciting plays of the college football season on a technicality.
Scott, looking at the offense now, I wonder how much leeway you have been willing to give the performance this year because of the injuries, and how much then leeway you are then walking back because of who the offensive coordinator is and the problems that they've had on the field the last few years.
Yeah, they don't have any benefit of doubt going into this year. There's, legitimately you could say, yeah, their quarterbacks that they, handpicked in free agency, and then two NFL tight ends are both down. That normally you would go, yeah, these guys need to be, that this is not going to be as good of an offense. But when you're looking at the totality of this and what Iowa has not done, whatever you want to say, for the last couple of years, then there is no benefit of the doubt to give the offensive coordinator or the staff. And frankly, the lack of I would say kind of the lack of creativity in light of that, it just adds to the aggravation. I mean, this is an offense that can't move. When your backup quarterback completes 38%, he's what now, 37 and 98 passing, and you're like, oh no, he's our quarterback, and you gain 12 yards in the second half. It's a team that's good but not great defensively. I think you're just adding fuel to the fire with these fans, and you're really testing their patience right now.
There's a growing backlash nationally to how Iowa has been winning its games. Do you think we're getting to the point, or has it gone past the point, that it's actually emboldening Kirk Ferentz to stay the course, because now it feels like it's us against the world? Everyone hates how we win, so we're just going to go that much further in this direction, which sounds almost silly and childish, but I can kind of understand it just based on the backlash that's coming. Because if you're Kirk Ferentz, to your point earlier, you can point and say, but we're 6-2.
Well, exactly. And I think, he is stubborn. And I think part of that is why he's been so successful. You look at his career and what he's been able to accomplish, and you cannot deny his success, but it's not in the way that people want to see him have success, or they frankly want to watch football for the entertainment value, which is scoring points. And Iowa is the antithesis of that. It's about just simply winning games and finding ways to win. And in some ways that's admirable. I mean, because you're talking about talent wise, they're not in the same level as an Ohio State or a Clemson, but when you look at what they've been able to put up and do, and then it's like, well, yeah, but this team still continues to find ways to win, and it wins in fundamental fashion. But I think overall, it's what is preventing him from getting any kind of an embrace on the other side is, but what are you trying to do to win on offense? And it's like, nothing. Just don't fumble the ball. Just don't throw interceptions. We're okay taking 3 knees and punting if we need to. Just don't do, and that's just, it's really hard to accept. And I think right now, when you look at the West and you look at where Iowa's situated, if Iowa even had a bad offense and not one of the worst in Big Ten history, then I think you'd say they probably would walk to Indianapolis.
Scott, your colleague at The Athletic, Ari Wasserman, penned a column today that was titled "Kirk Ferentz and Iowa football's blatant case of nepotism is insulting to the fans." How does that opinion land in Iowa City with the fans right now?
The majority of them don't really care for it. I mean, there are some that are, it's one of those things where I think I could write that, get away with it, to some extent.
Because you're in, yeah. It's like if you're outside the family, don't make fun of the family, but if you're inside, it's okay.
Yeah, and so there are some fans who are all right with it, but then there are a lot of fans who really aren't, because Kirk is a well-liked coach. He has done a million things well in this community, and has won games and won a lot of games, and people are really frustrated with this, and they want Brian Ferentz gone. But, Ari's column was Ari's opinion, and Ari, has opinions like that. So I think, we don't see eye to eye on this issue. He's a good friend of mine, but it didn't go over that well here. Let's put it that way.
Scott, where do you think that this is all heading? Because that's obviously the question that's hanging over everything. It has been since the whole Drive for 325 thing first popped up at some point during the offseason. 5 games left in the regular season. Where is this ultimately, or 4 games left in the regular season? Where is this ultimately leading to, in your opinion?
I think at this point, you just cannot. I thought it was this way last year, but it's even worse this year. I just don't know that you can bring Brian Ferentz back. I don't know that he'd want to come back anyway. I mean, I do know that he's kind of been wanting to leave on his own terms, but I don't think that there's any rationality for him coming back. I think the other part of it is, as good as Kirk is in so many areas, he does micromanage the offense, and he has a risk-averse strategy that really doesn't quite play very well anymore. And now, if they were able to run the football with more effectiveness, they'd be okay. But even the other day, the line had everybody blocked. The line was doing a pretty good job, but Minnesota was overwhelming them with numbers. The problem was that they didn't have that counter punch, because the quarterback couldn't complete any passes. He was 10 of 28, and they don't have any kind of RPO option where once the safeties and the linebackers free flow to the football, they could just pop it over their head for a big gain, because they could have done that several times. So to me, I think Kirk needs to relinquish control of his offense. He can maybe be involved in fourth down calls or, hey, it's third and short. What do we want to do here? Do we want to sneak it? Do we want to run it or what? Be involved in that aspect. But by and large, he's got to get out of the way, or otherwise, we know what's coming in next year, and Iowa may be able to hang defensively, no question, but they're not going to be able to hang offensively, and that's going to be really tough to watch.
There's still a handful of games left in this season and a division title that is still very much up for grabs. This is the idle week for Iowa. Cooper DeJean was a zone read quarterback in high school. He's obviously magical when he's got the ball in his hands, even fair catch, no fair catch. It doesn't matter. Kentucky, as recently as 2019, had a situation where they had 3 quarterbacks go down, and they kind of changed on the fly and put in an athlete at quarterback who was in a different position and somehow managed to make it work. Could something as radical as more offensive snaps for Cooper DeJean be an answer here?
If by chance he was put in at quarterback for even one play, the explosion of cheers at Kinnick Stadium would be audible in Omaha Link.
Yes, it would.
Because, I remember, this is going back now a ways, but 2015, when Marshall Kane had a fake field goal, he was the kicker, and was short of the first down, people gave him a standing ovation because it was something different. And I think that would be the case here, that if he would line up. Yes, I wrote about him, and I wrote about Kentucky with Lynn Bowden, and even Iowa State with Joel Lanning, who was running both linebacker and quarterback at a given time back in 2017, that there is a pathway to that. And he is, as good of a dual threat quarterback as the state of Iowa has ever had, was going to go to South Dakota State to do that. And it gives Iowa options. It allows, because right now with Deacon Hill, and I don't like blasting at all young, athletes, especially college ones, but he's a 38% passer who is 260 pounds, so he can't really run the football either.
Right.
And so what is he giving you? He's making mistakes too. He's fumbling, after getting, flicked in the pocket. So I think right now you've got to think differently, or you're going to lose another game that you really should win, which is the same case as Saturday. And this season is going to really go down as a colossal failure, even though you didn't get to, especially if you don't get to Indianapolis. And that's a real shame, because they have an opportunity. As you said, the West Division, is bad, and it's more wide open than it ever has been. And Iowa should be at the top of the list right now.
Scott Docterman of The Athletic. Scott, enjoy this idle week as much as you can. I'm sure there's still more heat to come.
I'm hoping too. I'm hoping for at the end of the week, no news, and leave my cell phone in the house while I go.
Good idea. Scott, thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
Thanks so much.
Scott Docterman of The Athletic. A little bit later on, we've got our college football hot take market. I'll have more on this, but what he just said, going back,
I thought for a second I saw the literal soapbox.
Oh my God,
over
I
there.
was about to
around
blow
the
up.
corner.
So, this is like getting a meeting with the Pope. These are referees. Again, this has been one of my biggest things about officiating. It is the only public entity that is not accountable to the public. He had to apply to get the questions. He got 2 questions only. They had to be pre-screened. Then he had to go through armed guard. And I understand why the guards were there.
Yes.
Because
it wasn't because of Scott.
But good Lord. Are these people children? Do they have to be dealt with like little kids? They're adults. Why can't somebody ask somebody about making a call? And here's the thing. The in-game officials weren't really the ones to talk to anyway, because it was the replay guys that made the change. The in-game officials, yeah, they may have missed it, but come on. This is why I don't feel sorry for officials. Sorry. I'm not sorry. This is why I don't feel sorry for them when people assail them in the press or by fans.
When they attack them?
Like verbally.
Oh, okay. Does anyone
You
feel sorry?
reap what you sow. If you can't be accountable to your own job,
Some
then
refs could be more accountable.
We hold everybody else accountable who works in the public eye.
You saw the face masks that happened.
I'm not arguing with John. I'm just wondering who is nice to officials. I don't think anyone's nice to officials.
No
one feels bad for it. Who feels bad for officials?
Officials.
Well,
no, but it's when people go, "Well, you're being hard on the officials."
Oh, I just don't like
because
complaining
nobody else will, because they're never, ever, 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 ever held accountable.
John Bishop, the lone voice to talk about officials.
John would
No,
love
I'm
the
not the
Dolphins
lone
subreddit
voice
right now.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just defending those of us who do go after them when they do stupid things like spot a ball a yard ahead when the quarterback obviously was down on his
so it's
ass
about the
a yard behind the
Rams.
line of scrimmage.
John
By
sounds
the
like
way,
an honorary Dolphins
apparently
fan
there
right
was
now.
a similar play, a similar spotting issue in the Houston-Texas game. Houston was almost upset Texas. And apparently they got hosed on a spot.
I heard about this. I didn't see it, but I heard about
Texas
this.
is leaving the Big 12. You would think they would be the
I
ones
know,
getting
to be going
hosed.
against them.
Even Texas still gets the calls, even when they're leaving the conference.
Because Texas is back, John.
No, they're not. Now they're even in more trouble because Quinn Ewers is going to be out for a
He
while.
hurt his shoulder. Everyone hurt your shoulder.
No! But coming up, back to the cheat Marines. What should be done about them? And there are some strong takes out there by the national press.
Not from Ohio State message boards.
No, not from Ohio State message boards. But I guarantee you there'd be people on the Ohio State message boards
would say, "Sign me
be
up."
like, yes, they would.
Thumbs up from me. Interesting.
Also, I'm trying to find out if this is true, but we might have a Nebraska scheduling update.
Yes. I think we do.
But I'm gonna double check because I saw another headline that looked very suspicious. So I'll double check on that. We'll be back. We'll have more on that. All to come.
All right.
All to come. Oh yeah, that's right. Sipple's supposed to be on there.
Jeez. Oh yeah, and that old guy.
Well,
he did confirm today. So
yeah, I'm sure.
Take what you will out of that.
1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
So let me tell you a couple of the things that happened to Memorial Stadium as they were building it. Rain plagued the project. At one point, there were 6 feet of water inside the stadium. 2 months before the stadium was set to open, a tornado destroyed some of the wooden forms used to pour sections of the concrete stands.
Material was picked up and moved, and in some places the wind dipped down below the surface of the ground and picked up heavy material and tossed it about like eggshells.
I like when they compare stuff to stuff.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast, presented by Bellevue Berry and Pumpkin Ranch, from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Mainly cloudy, breezy, and warm this evening with the temperature in the 70s. Cloudy tonight, a 20% chance of showers, low temperature in the upper 50s, and still kind of cloudy on Wednesday with a 30% chance of a shower. High temperature in the lower 70s. I am Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, getting reports of some delays if you're west on I-80 starting at 50th going to 84th. Same goes if you're east on I-80 from 72nd to 60th. Delays on Dodge for westbound commuters between 680 and 120th. If you're headed west on L Street, delays start at the JFK going all the way to 42nd. And then delays on eastbound L Street between 50th and 42nd. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Luss Hills Harley-Davidson.
It doesn't matter if you live in Iowa, Nebraska, 10 miles away, or 200. There's only one place to go for all your Harley-Davidson parts and service, general merchandise, new and used motorcycles. Luss Hills Harley-Davidson. Rise up and ride on.
Each home game Friday, Hy-Vee hosts the Big Red Breakfast Buffet on 1620 The Zone. Join the unauthorized Big Red Breakfast Show live from 6 to 10 with Gary Sharp and Nick Hanley, and enjoy breakfast from Hy-Vee Market Grill, featuring all your favorite breakfast food. This buffet is sure to make your day. A one-trip buffet is just $12 or all you can eat for only $15. Buffet includes scrambled eggs, party potatoes, bacon, sausage, biscuits and gravy, and assorted pastries. It's the unauthorized Big Red Breakfast at Hy-Vee home game Fridays on 1620 The Zone.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Learn more at chase.com/business premier. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Account subject to credit approval. Restrictions on limitations apply. Cards are issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank. Any member FDIC.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Since 1972, family-owned and locally roasted Host Coffee Service has been roasting the finest coffee for businesses and restaurants. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Don't miss this week's Zone Deal.
This week's half-off deal is $50 worth of vouchers to Le Voltaire French Restaurant for only $25. Le Voltaire Pepperwood Village is a locally owned, unpretentious French restaurant serving down-home cooking with an extensive wine list and great handcrafted cocktails for decades. Whether dining with friends, clients, or that special someone, Le Voltaire will make you feel right at home.
Zone Deals go fast. 9 a.m. Friday, 1620thezone.com.
Sunday morning is all about church, eggs, and the Sunday paper. But right next to church, it's made for hot takes and reactions. Severe reactions. Michael Severe is back on 1620 The Zone with Severe Reaction. Sundays 8 to 10, and he doesn't hold back on what went right and what went wrong on Saturday. He'll also take a call from the most important voice of all, yours. Severe Reaction, Sunday mornings 8 to 10, powered by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. And by Nebraska Medicine. Home is where the health is on 1620 The Zone.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Make the right call, fans. The Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Rooferees. You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct
Why am I kissing anyone's butt?
of 1620 The Zone.
Jordan says, John had no issues with the refs when this happened, and it's a picture from the 2018 NFC Championship game. John, your thoughts?
I mean, I laughed. Because
we
finally got a call that went our way.
Can you imagine?
Of course that was a bad call. But then what did the NFL do? They overreacted by saying, well, we should review pass interference. And that went so well, they got rid of it 1 year later.
Yeah. So in the end, it was a net positive for you.
And guess who tried to shepherd that through? Mr. Visor Boy, who's running the Broncos into the ground.
Yeah, he's not very good right now.
But more on that later.
On who? The Visor?
No, not Visor Boy. Just replay and all that stuff in general. Because
in
the
hot
Michigan,
takes, okay.
and hot takes. But the Michigan cheat Marines,
yes,
who now have. I mean, it's getting more and more obvious that yes, they were doing something they shouldn't have been doing. And again,
Correct.
The illegal thing isn't the deciphering of another team's signs and using it to their advantage. It is sending spies, and we can call them that, sending spies to other teams' games, scouting games, shooting the entire game on their smartphone, and then sending it back to Mr. Stallions, where he
Venmo'd them.
After he Venmo'd them money, so
Man,
he paid them to do it.
This sounds like an awesome way to make money. You get to go to football games.
Yeah, but you're really not enjoying the game because you're spending the whole time shooting the sidelines.
You're not living in the moment.
Are you just drooling over that you might get to meet Harbaugh doing
Hell
that?
yeah, Nick. Hell yeah. Now,
no, you wouldn't because Jim didn't know what was happening.
That's right. Now, let me ask you a question before you get into this national media member from BuckeyeGrove.com.
No. You'll recognize this media member.
Oh, is it Denny Dodd? Okay, so I saw this at some point over the last few days because this was reported first last Thursday, right? So we're like 5 days into this story. And the reason that this rule went into place, the rule of going to other games,
right,
was kind of like the original pine tar rule. Remember the George Brett pine tar incident? That rule was not put into place because it gave a pitcher or a hitter rather an advantage. It was because the owners from the 1900s or the 1800s were sick of spending so much money on baseballs, right? Like that was the case with pine tar. I saw something earlier this week that this rule was actually originally put into place not because of the unfair advantage, but because it was costing so much money back in the olden
Yes.
times to send the scouts around.
And by olden times, you're only talking 30 years ago.
And so they were like, let's not do this anymore.
Right. And that's why it was put in. It was
Yeah.
put in as a cost-saving measure because the richer programs could afford to send scouts out to other teams' games, but other teams couldn't. So they said, just do it.
And I don't want that to come across as being in defense of Harbaugh because I do that enough as is.
Yes, you do.
But I do think that that's kind of funny about a situation like this. They broke the rule. They broke a rule, obviously. We all agree on that. But the rule itself was put into place because of people being cheap. It wasn't, again, because everyone
but it was a different world back then.
Sure, there were not cell phones.
I mean, coaches were the
Imagine
richest.
Connor Stallions and his crew on the sidelines with big cameras.
The richest coaches were making $100,000 a year.
That's true.
Not $10 million a year. I mean, the coaches' salaries have gone up exponentially.
Yeah.
And yes, I know that's kind of the annoying thing about some of this is that now people will use this as an excuse. Well, it was a dumb rule anyway. Well, it had a purpose. It wasn't that dumb a rule. Everybody else was able to follow it.
I mean, maybe. I'll be interested to see if we end up finding that other.
Well,
schools
if
have been
that's
doing
the
it.
case, then Michigan is the dumbest
'cause they
college
got
football
caught first.
program in America.
Yeah,
because they were so brazen about how they did it,
correct,
and they never covered their tracks.
Correct. All right, so who is this national scribe?
Well, the question is, what do you do about this?
And I don't know. Do you have an answer on that?
Well, the first thing I thought of, because yes, the idea of vacating wins and all that
Laughable.
other stuff, it is because
And for the record, I always think that. I think vacating wins is stupid because I still remember it. You know,
Right.
Louisville doesn't have a national championship from 10 years ago. No, they do in my mind. I know on the Wikipedia it will say they don't.
I think there are two avenues you can go here.
Okay.
You can suspend coaches.
Yes, and probably Harbaugh among those
Absolutely.
coaches.
Harbaugh's already done enough to be suspended anyway, so he's already on double secret probation.
And so
for
real
doing
quick-
this, I would suspend him for a year.
So we're real quick. You and I are in
I'd give him the
agreement
visor boy punishment.
for the.
I'd give him the
for,
Sean Payton punishment.
for
Bounty
Bountygate.
Yep.
So we are in agreement that retroactively doing anything is silly because it proves
Right.
it
It
proves
doesn't
no
do
point.
anything.
So you would suspend him for a year for this.
Well, that's one option.
Oh, okay.
Another option is hit him where it hurts.
Ban him from the postseason.
No.
Oh, scholarships?
Fine them.
Oh well. See, that's interesting because I don't really know if that's a big deal to them. You know, I mean, how much? Unless what are we talking about here? 50 million? Then that would be a big deal.
I would withhold
like the bowl.
I
or
would
the-
withhold a certain amount of their TV revenue and distribute it among the other schools.
Because one of the things that I was thinking of was
and make it a big amount.
So, you know, when Spygate happened, the Patriots were docked draft picks, and the
Mhm.
equivalent of that would obviously be recruits, you know, signing players. And then they were fined. Now, they were fined like $500,000, which, I mean, for you and me, that'd be a lot
Right.
of money. For the New England Patriots, wasn't a whole lot of money. I'd say for Harbaugh, that's not even a whole lot of money. He's made millions, and he will continue to make millions. Interesting. So you could potentially take away television revenue. I
Sure.
honestly think that they would view that. They would rather have that than they would the other thing, you know, or I guess there is the third option. I'm surprised you didn't mention it. And that is to ban them from the Big Ten championship game and or the postseason, just the postseason in general.
Well, here we are. John Wilner, who covers Pac-12 football out on the West Coast, Pac-12 insider, thinks that Michigan should be banned from the postseason. And so too, and so someone else who suggested that same thing was Stuart Mandel of The Athletic. The column I wrote Friday becomes even more relevant. If there's already this much reported evidence of a scheme to illegally gain an on-field advantage, the Big Ten should consider banning Michigan from its championship game, is what he tweeted.
Now, I think
Bruce Feldman on Monday's Paul Feinbaum show said that he thinks it's possible. Sources definitely took note that the NCAA has been a lot more proactive on the front end, pushing back. Quite honestly, if you look at some of the comments the NCAA has made as it relates to Jim Harbaugh in previous investigation, when it was the line that, quote, it's not just a hamburger, it was very unlike the NCAA to clap back at someone in their crosshairs. I've had more than one person go, maybe there was more to it.
They got annoyed. It's pretty obvious at the I
It's
don't know.
just a hamburger line.
Yeah, the brazenness of Michigan with you know what? The Michigan of Michigan. That's what they got annoyed by. And I think that will play a part in whatever they decide to do here.
So what do you think about banning them from the conference championship.
Man, I mean, that seems to be going, I mean, it is going very, very far. I just don't know what this warrants because we don't see this, but I don't know what any of this type of stuff, what any of these brazenness or cheating, I don't know what any of this type of stuff warrants.
See, that's the problem. We really don't have precedent.
Correct.
This is different.
Correct.
But in some ways it is akin to the Astros scandal.
Yeah.
Where they were using electronic means to illegally gain an unfair advantage.
Yeah, it's just a different form of the electronic means where that was inside of the game.
And what was the punishment for that?
I honestly don't remember what was it.
Well, they lost draft picks, but then the
coach
the manager got fired.
Now
not fired, but he got suspended.
Yeah.
And that's why they had to go to Dusty Baker.
Yeah.
So going back to the idea of suspending Harbaugh for a year.
Mm-hmm. See, and that's why my guess is if something is going to happen, they will lean the NCAA, the Big Ten, or Michigan, or all three will lean more towards Harbaugh and him than they will the school in general.
Right.
They will suspend the individual. They will not say that Michigan is not allowed to play in the Big Ten championship game. In my opinion, that would be the more likely avenue that would happen. Because I don't think they want to. I don't think the NCAA likes punishing the entire university. I think they would rather punish the guy who is the head.
But the entire program benefited from the cheating.
Yes, for sure. But just like the entire Astros franchise benefited from the cheating, and yet they were not banned from any postseason. Now I know that's pro sports, and it's
so different. We don't see that different in pro sports.
Yeah, but we also haven't seen it in college sports. I mean, we've never seen it at this level. I know that there was that undefeated Auburn team back in the early '90s that was not allowed to do anything, but that was such a different era of because there was a TV ban, and that would never happen today for a ton of different reasons.
I mean, it would have to be an NCAA thing. I mean, the Big Ten could step in. But would the Big Ten step in and ban Michigan from the conference championship game, knowing that could keep them out of the college football playoff?
Well, that'd be interesting if they just banned them from the title game, because they could still make it to the playoff. Let's say they win the division. Let's say they're undefeated. They're 12-0. And then they ban them from the championship game. In a way, they don't have to play a 13th game, so it could be.
Well, but see that this all goes
you'd have
to
ban them from the actual postseason.
This has to go. This goes to the whole broken nature of the postseason. We don't have a Roger Goodell.
Yeah,
we don't have a commissioner who has the authority to do this. You've got the Big Ten, which is a separate governing body from the NCAA, which is doing the investigation, which is a different body from the college football playoff who runs the postseason.
Well, and then you would be putting moral authority on the CFP committee.
Right.
You would force them to pick a side of we do or we don't care about this.
Right.
And I don't think you want that. I think you want everyone in lockstep agreement on.
But you can't. I mean, again, this is college sports. There is no lockstep agreement on anything.
A few responses. First of all, Adam says it'll be ridiculous if the NCAA suspends Harbaugh and withholds TV revenue. Hypocrisy at the highest level with the NCAA. For years, they let schools pay kids under the table and cheat the rules, and now we're going to come down on Harbaugh over stealing signs. And the NCAA continues to allow NIL violations to happen at a rapid pace. On the other side, Zach says, don't vacate wins. Programs already get the benefit of having won the games. Don't suspend the coaches. They could just leave and leave the school with the mess. Inserting real quick. I think Harbaugh might get suspended in the future, whatever. He's going to the pros. I think we all agree on that. He says, make the punishment fit the current time we are living in. 3-season postseason ban, 3-season NIL ban. So players on their roster can't have any NIL deals for 3 seasons and allow any players on the team to transfer without penalty. See, now, Zach, that's so radical. First of all, that's not going to happen. They would never try to withhold potential earnings for the individuals that are on the field, in my opinion. And they will not ban them from the postseason for 3 years. That would be more than Penn State ended up getting back in 2012. They missed 2 bowls. They will not do that.
What if it were a 1-year ban?
See, that would be, in my opinion, that would be the most likely of any of
But then that goes back to don't punish the players. Don't punish the kids. For
Harbaugh, if anyone's going to get punished, it's going to be Harbaugh, in my opinion.
That's why I think a massive fine, hit him where it hurts.
Yeah.
Hit him with a $50 million fine.
That would be, but So then I ask you, is like this $50 million bad? Is it that bad?
Well, it's going back to what they've already done.
Sure.
Remember, they're on double secret probation because of what they've already done, and then they've been caught doing this.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to make it sting, but if
I'm
you
just saying,
can't punish the kids and you can't,
John,
do
is
this,
that
and you can't do
sting or
that-
is that just cutting off like a limb? Like that's more than a sting. And I'm just trying to ask. Like that's just
Suck it up, Michigan. Don't cheat next
That's
time.
a lot of money.
Don't cheat next time.
What if Michigan tries to get out ahead on this? What if Michigan, because they were the ones who announced that Harbaugh was suspended in the first place, right?
Well, they're never going to do.
What if they were like, how many games did I have left this year in the regular season? 4?
5.
What if they said that we're suspending for 4 games? We're going to suspend it for the next 4. What if that's what they said?
No. I this idea of the school punishing themselves. No, that's not how it works. We're dealing. It's like a parent. Well, how would you think you should be punished, Josh? No, you're the parent.
4 games. That's what we think. 4 games. That's what they'd say. Yeah, we'll suspend them except for the Ohio State game. Kevin says ban them. No bowl games and lose scholarships. And he says, yeah, don't tell me players didn't know. It looks really obvious that they did. And then
Of course they knew.
Astros should have been stripped of the World Series title.
What if they closed the portal to them from like 2 years?
See, I mean, that would be kind of one of the, scholarship type punishments if you're not allowed to go into the portal. It will. Here's the thing. It's going to be
If you're not allowed to get players out of the portal.
Yeah. Because, I mean, it's just a new way of scholarship bans. The most interesting question to me about all of this is how fast does it move? Because it's October 24th right now.
And we're right in the middle of the season.
If they wait until February, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The season's done by then, and Harbaugh's probably in the pros. And so I think if the NCAA or the Big Ten, if they want to make a statement, they have to do it soon. They have to do it before the end of the season. They have to do it before the Penn State game.
Well, what if?
Before Saturday.
What if they suspended Harbaugh for the rest of this season?
See, honestly, I think that might be the most likely. If I were to bet, if you gave me all of the options and you said some form of a financial punishment, some form of a scholarship reduction, some form of a bowl ban, or some form of a Harbaugh suspension, I think I just gave 4 options.
Mm-hmm.
I think the last one would be the most likely. I think I would rank that first, and I don't even know what I would go with second. I guess a postseason bowl ban, but I just don't think that they want to do that type of stuff. But that's just judging the NCAA in recent years.
And then Harbaugh shows up at the sidelines of New England 2 weeks later. Bill let him keep
again,
the
that's
sock.
the thing. Michigan could end up being punished for this long term because Harbaugh will be.
I know
It's
that's
like
the funny.
I've already got one foot out the door. You're just inviting me to walk out the rest of the way.
Severe asks, doesn't Michigan get 90 days to respond to any kind of NCAA accusation?
They do now. This is a
90
different,
days from right now.
This is a different type of allegation because it's not involving recruiting. This is involving on-field stuff, and that wouldn't stop the Big Ten from doing something.
Correct. 90 days from right now is January 22nd, by the way, which I believe is 1 week after the national championship. Triggered Mike.
See, this is again, if that holds true, all right. Let's say that's right. Let's
The
say
90-day thing.
They get 90 days. Blah blah blah. So basically, it gives them a grace period, where they can do it at whatever the hell they want, go and win however many games they want, end up choking in the championship like they always do, or in the playoff.
Beat Ryan Day.
Then that would go back to drop a big ass fine on them.
Mm-hmm.
Drop a big ass fine on them. $50 million.
Man, that would be bonkers. We've never seen a fine like that in college sports. Right?
Nope.
Triggered Mike writes, John, unclutch your pearls. Man, goodness gracious. They stole signs, not committed a heinous act.
I mean, they broke a rule. They broke an obvious rule to gain an unfair advantage. They did what the Astros did.
The Pearl Boy. John has his pearl necklace. He's clutching.
That's what they did. And if for anything else, they should punish for being stupid. Michigan is stupid. Here's the real good punishment. The scarlet letter punishment. I love this punishment. Every Michigan uniform has to have stupid on it. like the scarlet letter, so everyone knows.
Replace all the helmet stickers and the football says stupid.
Get rid of that stupid whatever that thing is that they have.
The wing, John.
And put stupid on the side of the helmet.
It's the winged helmet.
For a whole season, Michigan
Why
gets
does a Wolverine
stupid.
need a winged helmet? Wolverines famously
Again,
don't fly.
another reason why Michigan is dumb.
Chris says you guys need to look at rules. Nothing will happen this year. Chris, for the record, I agree. I don't think anything is coming from this, but
something is going to come from this.
I don't think something is going to come from it before the national championship when Harbaugh lifts up the trophy.
Oh, did he win a bowl game somewhere because they didn't make?
No, I said national championship, John.
They ain't gonna win no national.
They're not going to win the
championship.
national championship?
They're Michigan. Remember, Michigan always bumps their head against that and says, "Nah, we're good."
Michigan's won a national championship more recently than Dallas has won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, and what did they get for it? An ugly ass wood plank.
They got some rings.
They got an ugly ass wood. Texas A&M has rings that say we're the champions.
That's true.
Anyone can claim they're a champion.
It's a tough argument. I am with Chris. I don't think anything's happening this year. The NCAA moves too slow. They always move too slow.
There might be enough pressure to move faster on this one, though.
Nah, I'd be surprised. What do you think happens?
Something will happen. We'll know something's happened before the end of the season.
Okay. What is it going to be?
Probably a suspension of Harbaugh.
Yeah, that would seem to be the most likely.
And I think that wouldn't matter to Harbaugh.
Yeah, because he'll be cashing checks from Bob Kraft.
If he got suspended during the season for this season, that would be a big deal because they would not have their head coach for a championship run. That would be a huge hit for them. But if he gets suspended after the year, again, I think he's going to be in the pros. I thought he was going to be in the pros next year anyway.
Yeah.
I feel so emboldened with that opinion now. I think this is the last ride. This is the last dance.
If he gets suspended, Bill Belichick is going to hand him his sock flag.
You're so obsessed with the sock flag.
You are obsessed with the sock
He's not going to New England also. He's not going there.
How do you know?
He's going to want to go somewhere they have a quarterback. He's going to go to the Chargers.
Yeah, and the Patriot, he'll get to draft that quarterback.
Yeah, but if they keep
Justin
winning
Herbert's
games,
mid, remember?
Exactly. Justin Herbert's mid.
Yeah, Alex Smith was mid too, and he turned him into like a borderline all-pro quarterback.
Didn't he draft Alex Smith? I thought he drafted Alex Smith.
Maybe he wants to be closer to his
Alex Smith
brother.
got drafted
Josh.
in like 05.
I don't remember the timeline.
Jeez,
Maybe he
John,
wants to
who
be closer to
cares?
his brother on the East Coast.
Facts care, John. You got to have facts on the radio. This is the radio.
Facts
This
don't
isn't-
care about your feelings.
Yeah, this isn't about opinion. This is about facts.
And the facts are that the Patriots are going to be where Jim Harbaugh ends up.
Nah. Do you want that on the list? Nah, I guess the list we talk about in December, so we wouldn't even know then.
Unless he gets suspended, and then we do.
That's true. All right, back with more hot takes.
Is that next?
On 1620 The Zone.
Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620 The Zone.
Our Cox mobile plans are like a band. The more people you add, the better it sounds. So, add more lines to save more. Pay as low as $30 per line when you add 4 or more gig unlimited lines. It's easy. I like the sound of that. Visit cox.com/mobile. 4 lines required for $30 per line. Price max of 5 lines. Prices exclude taxes, device activation, and other fees and charges, which are subject to change. Cox postpaid internet required. Other restrictions apply.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
Join us for the Hoodies for Hope clothing drive in support of the Salvation Army Omaha Winter Night Watch program.
From now through October 25th, we're looking for donations of hoodies, sweatshirts, or other winter clothing items that we'll hand out this coming winter season to those experiencing homelessness. You can drop off new, unworn sweatshirts and other winter items at 2 convenient locations in town or donate online. Just go to salarmyomaha.org for all the details. That's salarmyomaha.org. Thank you for your support of the Hoodies for Hope clothing drive.
Creighton Sports Update.
Single game tickets for the 2023-24 Creighton women's basketball season are on sale now. Don't miss your chance to catch the nationally ranked Blue Jays at DJ Sokol Arena for 14 exciting home games this season, with the first one coming up on Monday, October 30th at 6 p.m. Purchase today by visiting gocreighton.com/buy. And that's your Creighton Sports Update.
1620 The Zone proudly supports Creighton Athletics.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Husker fans, are you ready to score big savings on your tickets this season? When you need to find seats at Memorial Stadium, be sure to shop the best selection without the added fees at ticketsforless.com. That's right, Tickets for Less offers transparent pricing, meaning you never pay crazy high fees at checkout. Plus, save even more when you use promo code THEZONE at checkout today at ticketsforless.com. Every seat holds a story. Find yours at ticketsforless.com. Don't forget Tickets for Less for the best concerts and events, and save now with the code THEZONE.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
All right. I wish people could hear what was just discussed. That was incredible.
I'm just saying, I eat hot dogs. You know, we know what's in a hot dog, and we still eat them.
Is this going to be hot take market, or is this going to
Hot
be
dog
Nope.
market?
No?
Here's a quick hot take. You want to hear it is real fast.
Okay.
Here's how you change instant replay.
I feel like you've done this every year.
Well, but now that we've got another reason to do it,
okay,
it's a challenge-only system.
Yep.
Every timeout equals a challenge, right?
Yep.
If you got 3 timeouts, you got 3 challenges.
So you have unlimited challenges as long as you have timeouts, right? Is the thought?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, if you use a challenge, you use a timeout.
If you lose it.
No.
Oh.
No. A timeout is a challenge.
Oh, this is actually new. This is a new bit.
But if you happen to win all 3 of you, if you use all 3 of your challenges on timeouts and you win them all, you can get a 4th one free. I'll give you that. But how many people are going to use all of their challenges?
Not very. It would very rarely happen.
Exactly. Also, you must specify what it is you want challenged.
Yeah, you
There's a
were
certain-
really triggered about Saturday.
Well, do you think that was right to just be able to look at any part of that play? If the idea was we're supposed to be looking at the sideline, because it's also highly inconsistent. Why is Cooper DeJean's arm flailing around not challengeable? But if someone on Iowa had jumped off sides on the kick, that's not a challengeable play.
Correct.
See, there's a lot of inconsistencies here. That's another thing. I would say, fine. I'm with Belichick. Open up the rule book. You think holding happened, you can challenge it if you want, but you're going to have to use a timeout on it.
So you think every in theory, pass interference, like all that stuff is challenged?
Sure.
That's fine with me.
Because the fallacy of, well, it's a judgment call. That's why we don't challenge holding. Everything's a judgment call.
Most everything.
Everything is a judgment call.
Stepping out of bounds isn't a judgment call.
Yeah, it is. Because I've seen people use the judgment of a guy's tippy toes were in. Well, he's in. Another ref might look at it and say, nope, he's out. That's a judgment. It's a boundary call, but it's a judgment.
Okay.
That's it. That's all you have to do.
Okay.
Very simple.
I agree with you.
Thank you.
It's never going to happen. Hot
Why?
take. Because it's just not. You know it's never going to happen.
They do it in the NFL.
No, you don't like the
They have
NFL. You don't
well,
like
they
the
have
NFL.
at least they have a challenge. You don't think a challenge system will ever come to college football?
I mean, technically, you can challenge in college football.
Yeah, but it's not.
Why don't they do that? Why do they call a timeout instead of just challenging? It's dumb.
Because college football is dumb.
Hot take.
Like
I
Michigan.
believe the Super Bowl contenders are not as small of a list as people want it to be.
Oh, is this your cheap way of trying to keep Dallas in the
No,
conversation?
Dallas sucks this year, John. They're not going to win the Super Bowl. Everyone, if I were to ask you, some might even just say it's the Eagles now in the NFC, but a lot of people would include the Niners. In the AFC, the Chiefs, the Ravens. But here's some other teams that at various points this year we have thrown into the obvious contender list. The Dolphins, of course. The Bengals, though, not so much on this year, more on merit. The Bills, kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
The Dallas Cowboys, sure.
Yeah.
And the Detroit Lions. So I just named 9 teams if you consider the other obvious 4. There has been so much inconsistency from week to week with everyone and thus all of our opinions on them. This is, again, not to say that we're going to have Lions versus Dolphins and that's the Super Bowl. It's just, I do think that we need to prepare ourselves that this year we might not learn as much as we would like every single week. We're 1 week removed from the Eagles losing to the Jets. And now the 49ers, who looked like a world beater for the first 5 games, have lost to the Browns and the Vikings. Like, we don't apologize for wins in the NFL. Maybe
I
we
wouldn't
should
turn
start
my nose up
apologizing
at
for
the
loss.
Browns.
That's fine.
And I wouldn't turn my nose up at the Vikings. It's the NFL.
Yeah.
Any given Sunday, baby. I will disagree. By the end of the season, it'll be a finite group.
I think it's still going to be pretty large.
It's going to be a finite group. These things always find a way to work themselves out, which is why I am shopping today in the dairy section of the hot take market. Very bland, but dairy is still good for you.
Packers?
After this past weekend, college football is going to work itself out, and we're going to be left without controversy in the final year of Fine with 4.
I couldn't agree with you more, man.
North Carolina is out.
Yep.
Penn State is out.
Yep.
Texas is without Quinn Ewers.
Yep.
Ohio State has flipped the script, but they still won't beat the cheat Marines, who are still going to be cheating. Utah is going to make shambles out of the Pac-12, and Washington was wobbling. So here's what we're going to end up with. Michigan's going to get in. Georgia's going to get in. Oklahoma's going to get in. And either FSU, if it doesn't trip over itself, or a one-loss Pac-12 champ, if one does exist.
I had the thought of the same hot take. I just did not write it down, but I am with you wholeheartedly. The season is figuring itself out like it always does.
It always does. That's why it's a boring hot take, but dairy's good for it.
Kind of a follow-up to the first hot take from mine. This is the one that I could be talked into. Actually, the Ravens are the best team in the AFC, and they're on their way towards a 1 seed. This is more, I guess, about the latter.
So good luck this weekend. The Cardinals will
They're
win
gonna
by
lose.
20.
100%. The Ravens are going to lose. But Pete King laid this out yesterday. So they play in Arizona on Sunday. But after that, they have 3 straight home games over the course of 12 days. And then they play Cincinnati on November the 16th. They only have 2 games in the next 30 days. So this is a team that's going to get the benefit of A, a home slate, and B, a ton of rest going into the month of December. Not to mention, man, their offense is starting to find itself. They put up big points. They put up big yards. It would not shock me if they're about to go on a crazy 2019 type run when that team started, I believe, 2-2 and then never lost again in the regular season. But then they fell to the Tennessee Titans in the playoffs. Sad.
Coming up next, Stephen M. Sipple.
Let's do it.
On 1620 The Zone.
Hey, everyone. Josh Peterson here for my friends at Union Omaha. They will be back at home on Saturday, October the 28th. And you can buy tickets right now at unionomaha.com. It will be the semis for the League One Championship, 4:30 in the afternoon. And whether it is stopping by the ticket office, which is available for 10 more minutes today, and it will also be open throughout the week from noon until 5 at Warner Park. You can buy the tickets there, or 3 hours prior to kickoff on Saturday. So it'll open up at 1:30. You'll be able to pick up tickets. This is a team that has had so much success as of late. They are the regular season champs once again. They come into the postseason on a 14-match winning streak, and they have been performing at a incredibly high level as the summer months have given into fall. Buy the tickets today. Have an awesome time on Saturday. They would love your support. 4:30 at Warner Park. Buy the tickets at unionomaha.com.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like we're getting reports of some delays on eastbound I-80 starting at 96th, going all the way to 50th. If you're west on I-80, delays start at 42nd, going to 72nd. We've got delays on westbound Dodge between 72nd and 90th, delays on L Street for both directions around 90th, and delays on westbound 370 from 144th to about 168th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Signworks.
Since 1935, businesses all around Omaha have trusted one sign company with their visual branding, Signworks. We design, manufacture, and install signs of all kinds, including high-tech message centers like the new installation at Steelhouse Omaha. We can make your sign too. Signworksomaha.com.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
It's Halloween at Genesis Health Clubs. Join with no enrollment fee, no contract, and save 31% per month every month. It may be the spookiest time of the year, but starting a new fitness routine doesn't have to be scary. Genesis Health Clubs has top-of-the-line equipment and the absolute best personal trainers, tennis professionals, and group fitness instructors to help keep you motivated and headed towards your fitness goals. Plus, relax in luxury afterwards with saunas, steam rooms, and fluffy towel service. Whatever your fitness needs, Genesis is here to help every step of the way, and there's nothing scary about that. This Halloween, join Genesis Health Clubs with no enrollment fee, no contract, and save 31% per month every single month. But hurry, this offer will end before you have a chance to count your Halloween candy. It ends on Halloween and won't extend. Come to Genesis and get in the best shape of your life so you can handle anything those zombies, werewolves, and vampires throw at you. Plus, get your New Year's resolutions checked off with time to spare. Join Genesis Health Clubs with no enrollment fee, no contract, and save 31% per month every single month.
Let's watch the game at DJ's. Nick Hanley here for my friends at DJ's Dugout. Football is in full swing. College football, pro football. Watch your favorite team at DJ's. Great food, great drinks, great service. Plus, DJ's casual, comfortable atmosphere and huge TV walls are an Omaha tradition. Let's watch the game at DJ's, Omaha's hometown iconic sports bar for 30 years. Locally and Vietnam veteran owned with 7 metro area locations. Dig in at the Dugout.
Make the right call. John Higgins Weather Card. The home of the roofery.
When it's time to replace or repair storm damage, make the right call. John Higgins Weather Guard, the local, trusted, and proven choice. No one has installed more Da Vinci roofs, and there's a reason why John Higgins Weather Guard is the nation's leader. Community member, community supporter. Make the right call.
John Higgins Weather Guard, the home of the roofery. Make the right call.
Attention sales professionals. NRG Media is looking for an accomplished business-to-business salesperson who wants to take their success and skills to a new level. Is this you? Our account executives work with local businesses to create marketing plans to help them get more customers. On air, digital, on-site, audio, video, it's all part of what you could sell. A sales career with NRG lets you make a real difference. Get more info and apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Breast cancer is among the most common types of cancers in the United States and accounts for 1 of 3 new female cancers every year. Get familiar with your own breasts with self-exams, and if something doesn't feel right, get it checked out. Find out more at cancer.org.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Put your coffee department in good hands with Host Coffee Service, providing direct delivery and loaned coffee equipment with service programs. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space.
Hey, we gotta be careful here.
He tells us when we speak, but when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh, Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
Classic.
Not that I'm one to admire my artwork, but this picture of Sip standing and pointing at the garbage can inside of Memorial Stadium, it got me thinking, what if we, you know how the French gave us the Statue of Liberty?
Yes.
What if, because they have nothing else better to do, they also gave us a statue of Sipple.
Oh, with a trash can?
Where he's standing next to a trash can, and the kids could climb up into Sipple's head and look out along.
This is where my takes go.
Yeah.
Like, bonjour, Senor Sipple.
I love this idea.
The statue of Sipple. How cool would that be, Sip?
I don't know. I don't know what photo you're talking about, right?
Remember the one where you had the trash can and you were pointing into it?
Yeah.
I think that was outside. I think that was on O Street.
Yeah, it was, and I photoshopped it inside of Memorial Stadium.
Oh, okay. I'll have to check it out when I'm not driving because I'm driving down the interstate. Hey, by the way, can you hear me okay?
You sound lovely.
We sound fine. Just be safe out there. Those people on the interstate get a little weird.
Yeah, indeed.
We were just talking, Sip, about Michigan and what to do about punishing them for their sign-stealing transgressions. What would be a good punishment?
Interesting question because this situation's unprecedented.
Yes.
I've never seen it. So how do you do it? I mean, I don't know what and I'll tell you what, opinions are all over the map. I just was watching TikTok.
Honestly, that's a sentence I never thought I'd hear you say.
Stop.
Sip, I'm not on TikTok. I hate that place.
Sip, I'm not on TikTok.
I was watching Deion Sanders' response to it, and I'm on the exact same page as Deion. I think signal stealing is. I don't get too wound up about it because of what Deion said, and that is Michigan could send its playbook to a lot of teams, and those teams wouldn't be able to stop Michigan. You still have to physically stop them. You know, we can say a team can know a toss sweep's coming. It doesn't matter. I mean, Nebraska used to line up and tell people what they're running, and it didn't matter. Now, so I kind of lean toward that mindset. However, at the same time, I've talked to a couple coaches who have said, no, it's a gigantic advantage to go to an opponent's stadium, scout them, before you play them, then be able to work on those plays and whatever you see for a week or for however long you plan on doing it. So I know I kind of gave you, but I will just still say I lean toward Deion, so I'm leaning toward light punishment.
Do you think that anything will happen before this regular season is up? What was that?
I don't think so, and it shouldn't. I mean, it's all kind of unfortunate that way, the timing, because Michigan's obviously now, I mean, many people look upon Michigan as the favorite to win it all. And I don't think this should be a disruptive force. I guess I think it happened organically, or as organically as these things can happen. I don't know. It's all very, it's like I said, a lot of this is so unprecedented that I don't know how to answer some of it. But I will I'm staying on the jag of, I don't think it's that big of a deal. It's odd. Now it's like if West Virginia were caught in this sort of conundrum, would we even be talking about it? If Neil Brown had orchestrated this?
Well, certainly not, but the higher you are, it's like what the Patriots did, in their glory days with Spygate.
Yeah, this is bigger than that. That's the thing. This is bigger than that because that was in game. I will say this is bigger, and it's Harbaugh, which makes it intriguing. And Harbaugh's stance is is interesting to me.
Right.
Because he's claiming no knowledge, which is just, I'm flabbergasted by that.
And the fact that they're already on kind of a probation anyway because of the other stuff that happened with the illegal contact or in recruiting.
I know this. If I was a Michigan assistant coach, I'd be hot. And I mean, for one thing, it's going to be disruptive to their lives because this might push Jim over the edge and out to the NFL.
I agree.
Well, that's great for Jim. I mean, he's got $1 zillion and he's got more coming, but the assistants don't have that, and so it's disruptive. It's to say it's not disruptive. You're not thinking it through. I mean, of course it's disruptive to that program. If this is, this is what pushes Jim out, and there's speculation, and even if there's speculation of that, it's disruptive. So it's really fascinating.
Sip, moving to Nebraska, I was thinking of the last 5 games, and one thing that each side of the ball would have to do to maybe overcome some of the deficiencies. And there's really not a whole lot of deficiencies right now with the defense, but they do not have a ton of takeaways this year. And then obviously the offense just kind of needs to get its house in order and maybe hold up their end of the bargain a little bit more. Which of those do you think is more likely? Like some noticeable improvement on offense where not that they'll go out and win a game, but that they could take a little bit of the load off of the defense? Or can the defense start getting some takeaways in these last 5 games, thus helping the margin of error for the offensive side of the ball?
Wouldn't almost anyone answer the latter? Because, I mean, mainly because of Nebraska's injuries and now their injuries up front. I mean, if you would look at the first game, the first week depth chart, 8 of the 11 starters are out. I mean, 8 of the 11 starters are out. I mean, that's sort of that's extreme. That's an extreme situation for any team. The defense, I mean, I'm not overly. I mean, turnovers tend to happen in batches, and I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen them. It's an interesting defense, though, right? In that it is. It's interesting. It's really interesting to me because it's not star-studded. There's not a Randy Gregory coming off the edge or a Levante David flying around or, going back. Or there's not a Sue just wrecking the middle of the field. They don't have stars. There's not a lot of star power, but they're all good. They're all pretty good. They're all pretty good to good. And some are trending toward very good. I think the 2 big linemen, the veteran linemen, Nash Hutmacher and Ty Robinson, are trending towards really good. But again, that's probably what I'm telling you is probably explains why there hasn't been a huge batch of turnovers because it's not an overly explosive group. They just play really well as a unit. They're sound and they fly to the ball. They do fly to the ball, which is the one thing I would say to close this little conversation is they close so well to the ball. They get a lot of hats to the ball. So it's usually you can get a punch out of that. And they just haven't been able to get that.
Do you think it would take a loss, and maybe even more specifically, a loss that could be directly attributable to quarterback play before any consideration of moving back to Jeff Sims is made?
It seems like that's the most likely scenario based on what we've heard the last 2 weeks, including today. Satterfield today said that, well, I asked him the question, was there ever discussion? Was there discussion during the game to go to the number 2 quarterback? He said there wasn't. He said the discussion was, what do we do? What do we do with Heinrich to get him going, to get him in rhythm? So, I mean, that was I thought, I mean, I'm sure you guys thought, there was a couple points of that game where you could have hooked him and nobody would have batted an eye, or not many people would have batted an eye. But the takeaway from the last 10 days, 8 or 12 days, is Heinrich's got a pretty decently long leash here, which I think is the way it should be, by the way, because of his record and because of his youth. and relative inexperience. I agree with the notion of letting a young guy like that play through things and not messing with the whole chemistry of it.
Yeah, Sip, there's a part of me that wonders if like a line was crossed on Saturday in that we need to maybe stop talking so much about the idea of them going to Sims, because if he was able to make it through that one without going to the bench, then I don't want to say like he can do whatever he wants out there, but I mean, that was certainly his worst game so far as a starter.
Oh, yeah. That's a great, hey, Josh, that's a great way to put it. I think you're right. I do think that. I didn't put it as eloquently as you, but I do think that threshold was crossed. And at least we got kind of an answer, right? He has a pretty long leash.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably I should have wrote it, and that's probably maybe I can steal that from you early next week. But we'll see what happens. But yeah, he's got to really struggle. It looks like for them to pull him out of there.
And yet we're seeing, Kansas State, Chris Kleiman, he changed quarterbacks 2 weeks ago. And then last week he alternated quarterbacks every other series. And it worked. They won 41-3. I still, there's a part of me, I'm not disagreeing with anything that's been said, by the way, but there is a part of me that wonders, like this Saturday, for example, this is, dare I say, it's a winnable game.
Winnable game.
Chance to win that third game in a row for the first time in over 2,500 days.
We had a winnable game.
Let's say they're in the fourth quarter and they're down by a touchdown or 10 points and they've only scored 3. Let's say they're down 13-3 or something.
Yeah.
And the offense is just bogging down. It's not even a turnover thing. It's just they're not doing anything. Sometimes you just change out a quarterback just to see if you can light a fire and make something special happen. And there's still a part of me that wonders, that's a lever you can pull as a coach, that there might still be that lever out there at some point, whether it's this week or another game.
Oh yeah. I think I think that's definitely in play. If it gets to be that sort of situation, that, it's just coach's discretion and a lot of it, and I always play this card. I almost feel like it's my duty to do it. Some of this is determined by factors we don't see, and that's practice. So I don't. Well, if Sims is lighting it up in practice this week, they'd probably be more apt to stick him in there if Heinrich is struggling at all. If the picture didn't look good with Sims, or if there's some sort of issue, then maybe that would explain why they've given Heinrich quite a bit of rope. So that's just a big unknown. It's a huge unknown to me.
Mm-hmm.
It's just someone who I'm naturally inclined towards. I'm careful, as you guys know. I'm just careful to address matters. I don't know all of the facts. I just don't. And that's one huge black area that we don't know. The blackout area. I don't know how he practices. It sounds like he does pretty good, just based on what you hear. But man, we don't see any tape. We don't see any snaps. So I don't. And then the part of that discussion too is Heinrich. What was his week of practice like?
Yeah,
that's always going to be a factor when when the two guys are pretty close. You're watching that pretty close in practice, and it's good. It's good for the guys. I think this is a much better situation than what Nebraska had in the spring and then throughout August, which was Sims is number 1, and the battle was for number 2.
Sip, one of the sub-headlines today in your column was Matt Rule can thank heavens for Tony White's unit. I know that we have hit on him a lot, with you over the last couple of months. What in your opinion is the biggest concern about him being on the coaching staff in 2024? Would it be a head coaching job that opens up, maybe in the Mountain West type area, the West Coast region, or would it be going to a different school to be a coordinator in Nebraska, not being able to maybe match that number?
Oh, definitely the coaching part. I get what I think. Georgia came after him or something, maybe something like that. But no, I think it's a head coaching discussion, and some people would tell you it's premature. I would say no, it's not. He's impressive.
Yes.
And when you put numbers, when your numbers are like Nebraska, you're a top 5 rushing defense and you're a top 25 total defense, that gets people's attention. And then when you throw in the fact he kind of has the it factor, you know, you could see him. I don't know that much about him, but what I've seen suggests to me that he could lead. I think he could lead a program at this stage of his career. So yeah, I think it's going to happen. It's just a matter of when.
Yes.
And there's nothing you can really, in my opinion, now. Well, come on, there's not much you could do about that. If he's got San Diego State offering him, you know, $2.5 million, you think he's gone, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's the bigger concern.
No, go ahead, John.
No, I mean, I'm not so much worried about, you know, Alabama's rotating through more assistants and they're going to hire Tony White.
I'm not
away.
either.
I think Tony White sees himself as a head coach, and you know he's going to get an opportunity. And sometimes you take that opportunity because it is that opportunity. It's not even about money.
Right out of the gate, what I heard is, and maybe he said it, but what I've heard, and I've always been operating for, there's a reason, and I can't pinpoint it right now because it's been a while, but I think he took the Nebraska job as a step toward becoming a head coach.
Sure.
And I mean, which is logical. It's just a logical next step for him. And if he had to figure, come on, these are just common sense conversations. There's no secrets here. He had to figure if he has success in Nebraska, he's going to have a shot. He might get a shot because of the way he is in part. It's because he, like I say, he kind of has the it factor. You could see him leading a program. So yeah, I think it's probably a matter of time. Won't be this year. I don't know, but if they play well again next year, then yeah, you got to think it's going to be really hard to keep it, which is good. This is what you want, right?
Yes.
There's nothing wrong with this conversation. This is absolutely what you want. Your assistants to be sought after as head coach.
Yes.
100%.
Yeah. I mean, it sucks that it happens this early, but you know, it also talks to the massive amounts of progress that have been made.
Yes.
This season. And I said as much yesterday, Sip, if they can somehow find a way to a bowl game, Matt Rule should be the Big Ten Coach of the Year, period, end of story.
I don't know what Jim would say about that. But
the guy cheats. Listen, whatever you think about it, ain't going to Harbaugh this year. I guarantee you.
Yeah.
This whole kerfuffle. But if you look at it, I mean, Sip, there are 3 positions on the offensive depth chart. What do we say? Right tackle, center, and tight end that are still starting the same guys at the beginning of the season.
Right. That's right. That's what I meant by aid.
Yeah. I mean,
that's extreme. That's an extreme circumstance for any team. If you're talking about the Dallas Cowboys, Josh, think about it. Take 8 guys off their offense, their starting offense.
Be pretty bad.
Yeah.
I mean, the Cowboys would be better if you just took the guy out of the owner's box, but you know,
dare to dream.
But you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
That's extreme.
Yeah, it is.
Georgia. Yeah, that's all the national guys would talk about. Georgia's lost 8 guys on offense. You know, we're not national people don't talk about Nebraska, but we probably could emphasize it more here.
And the thing I liked about it, Sip, on Monday, you know, one of the first things Rule said was, well, we press on. You know, there's no excuse making. It's like we press on.
No, there's really, I mean, I'm not saying this is a perfect staff. I'm not doing that. We've done a lot of that around here.
Yeah.
But I do like a lot of the aspects of their leadership. And then you hear Satterfield say the same thing a little bit more pronounced today. Like he didn't want to, he didn't, just kind of brushed off a question about it. Said, look, it's one way to look at it. Like those are losses. You can also look at it like those are opportunities for other guys. And he said we have good young players. So we'll make it work. And that's what you want to hear from your staff. And come on, I don't know that I'm not going to single anybody out, but I can think of a few coaches that wouldn't have handled it all that well. But yeah, This is good. I know this is we're learning a lot about Rule and his staff, and most of it, I'd say, is pretty good.
All right, Sip. Well, you only have a couple more days to get the bike out because the weather's going to turn. So,
I know. It's on my mind.
I would seriously consider it over the next couple of days.
Yeah, soon you'll just be watching TikTok videos of motorcycles to remember the good times.
I scroll as a way to kind of relax.
I was watching TikTok.
That's going to be a new drop.
We call it Sip Talk.
Do you have an account, Sip?
Yeah, let's not do this. Yeah.
Just asking. Do you post content? Hey, everyone, it's Steve Sipple here. I have some takes.
You know, the Chinese government is using that to spy on you or the Michigan football program, one or the other.
maybe they're intertwined. That would be interesting.
Oh.
Harbaugh's working with the Chinese
This
government.
is what we need to figure out. Are the Chinese involved in this somehow?
By the way, Sip, apparently earlier you talked about Tony White's unit, and many people...
and you said it, and I was like, whoa.
Many people are commenting on it, so...
Yeah,
is it me who said it?
Yes, you said
I
Tony
said
White's
unit. Oh, rats.
It was in a headline.
It was in a headline, but then Josh repeated
I wasn't
Tony
even
White's
trying
unit.
to make a joke. Yeah. At least he wasn't
Go
talking
back
about
to the video.
Tony
I
White's
think
D.
I may have had a look when you said it.
Okay.
I didn't say anything.
It is that I've quit referring to a defense in a headline as a D with, for a D.
For the best.
Calling it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not going to use any examples either, but let your mind wander.
Yeah.
Listen.
I always like his D is stiffening. The defense, folks. The defense.
It's a bend but don't break D.
Oh, it certainly is, Nick.
All of that. Josh, you're the reason I quit doing it.
That's a compliment.
Wow, that's too bad. We're losing all this great comedy because of you.
We're losing the D.
All right.
Bye, Sipple.
Bye, Sip.
All right. Thanks for having me on.
You're welcome. Steve Sipple, HuskerOnline.com. All right, do we have some schedule news?
Yes, yeah, you doubted this. You said this is fake.
Because something looked suspicious. I didn't realize that his school changed its name.
Was John being a doubting Donnie?
John does this sometimes. John hears news and he doubts it. He's like, are we
He
sure
has to do
about
his
this?
own research.
No, don't you like that I was being careful? I didn't want to be.
Well, I saw the
deep.
original report, so I knew that it wasn't fake. I was trying to tell you, but you were like, I don't know about this.
John says you lie.
I like to do my own research.
Yeah.
I don't let MSNBC do my research for me.
Neither do I. Again,
Isn't
neither
that the
do
middle
I.
of the road one? Wouldn't you
Yeah,
be fine
I
with
was
them
on
doing your research?
C-SPAN. I was on C-SPAN.
What's middle of the road?
MSNBC or is that left?
MSNBC is not
No.
even close to the
Talking
middle of
about
the road.
C-SPAN.
C-SPAN,
is middle.
MSNBC is as far to the
They're
left
all
as
letters
Fox is
to
to
me,
the right.
John. They're all letters to me.
Yeah, they're all silly letters. All right, so schedule news and Three's No Company.
Oh no, not again. That
Yeah,
graphic.
Yeah, the graphic's coming back.
All right.
1620 The Zone.
Previously on the crossover.
Let me mow it for you. Hire me.
Hire Nick. I don't know if I'll hire you, Nick.
I'm
sorry.
really good at mowing.
Wow, he's offering his services.
Okay, fine. How much do you want to
How
get him for
charge
cheap?
I'm bad at this. I don't want to lowball myself.
you're
but I also don't want-
canceled. Totally
You're
canceled.
$50, Josh. Give me 50.
For how many times? One time?
Yes.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast. Presented by Bellevue Berry and Pumpkin Ranch. From the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center. On 1620 The Zone.
Mainly cloudy, breezy, and warm this evening with the temperature in the 70s. Cloudy tonight, a 20% chance of showers, low temperature in the upper 50s. And still kind of cloudy on Wednesday with a 30% chance of a shower. High temperature in the lower 70s. I am Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV Newswatch 7.
This hour is powered by Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair, Nebraska. On 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, heads up, we've got a crash blocking the right lane on westbound I-80 at 60th with traffic backed up to 42nd. Also a stall blocking the right shoulder on westbound I-80 at 126th. If you're east on I-80, a crash has the right shoulder blocked at 72nd. That's got traffic backed up all the way to 108th. on eastbound I-80. A stall has the right lane blocked on westbound Center at 67th, and delays on West Center Road for both directions between 180th and 168th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
What does Saul's loan on? Almost everything, like jewelry, gold chains, bracelets, earrings, wedding rings, and high-end watches, guns, electronics, $10 to $50,000, super fast and easy with no credit check. Saul's loans on almost everything.
Vallis Pumpkin Patch and Apple Orchard has something fun for all ages. Come take a ride on the antique cars, where the kids are the drivers. Visit our foam ball play area called the Egg Scramble. Stop by the cider mill area where you can have a drink of refreshing apple cider and taste some deliciously good barbecue at Ethan's Applewood Smokehouse. Vallis has more than 50 other attractions included with admission, along with fireworks every Friday night at 9. Vallis, the place to visit this fall.
If you love food, love fun, love fall, you'll love Alice Pumpkin Patch best of all.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
The 13th ranked Ohio State Buckeyes are coming to town to take on your undefeated and 22nd ranked Omaha Mavericks hockey team on October 27th and 28th at Baxter Arena. You do not want to miss this top 25 matchup. Get your tickets now by calling the box office at 402-554-MAVS or by going to omavs.com/ticks. And basketball season is upon us. Get your men's and women's season tickets by calling 402-554-MAVS.
It's Halloween at Genesis Health Clubs. Join with no enrollment fee, no contract, and save 31% per month every month. It may be the spookiest time of the year, but starting a new fitness routine doesn't have to be scary. Genesis Health Clubs has top-of-the-line equipment and the absolute best personal trainers, tennis professionals, and group fitness instructors to help keep you motivated and headed towards your fitness goals. Plus, relax in luxury afterwards with saunas, steam rooms, and fluffy towel service. Whatever your fitness needs, Genesis is here to help every step of the way, and there's nothing scary about that. This Halloween, join Genesis Health Clubs with no enrollment fee, no contract, and save 31% per month every single month. But hurry, this offer will end before you have a chance to count your Halloween candy. It ends on Halloween and won't extend. Come to Genesis and get in the best shape of your life so you can handle anything those zombies, werewolves, and vampires throw at you. Plus, get your New Year's resolutions checked off with time to spare. Join Genesis Health Clubs with no enrollment fee, no contract, and save 31% per month every single month.
It's unsportsmanlike conduct.
Don't come after my mom, man.
I didn't come after your mom. It was your father.
On 1620 The Zone.
Welcome back.
Man, jealous of Nick's dinner tonight. That sounds tremendous.
It's going to be
Well,
great.
Nick won't be here tomorrow, so we'll look forward to having Joey in as our producer.
They're
So
joking.
we have schedule news. Nebraska and Cincinnati. Remember, they were supposed to play each other in the COVID year.
Yes, they were.
But then the Big Ten said, we're not going to play football, and the rest of you are going to follow us. And then they didn't follow us.
Yep. And then they said, we're just going to play conference games.
Right. So the series, which was supposed to, they play next year in Lincoln. And in 2025, it was supposed to go to Cincinnati.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
real quick, they were going to play next year in Lincoln. I think that is now getting taken off the board. At least from how I am understanding this news today.
What? That's not in this story. I'm reading from FBS Schedules.
Okay, I guess that's how I understood it. Maybe I'm wrong.
Or FBschedules.com.
Yeah.
That would be odd for Nebraska to just play a road. Or
No. They're having another one later on. I guess let's read the story and find out together.
Well, there's nothing here that mentions anything about 2024.
No, not yet. And so that's why it says that the so it says per the dot. Well, let's just get to the main news first, and then we can figure out the home thing.
Cincinnati, by state public records request, they have rescheduled both games of the series.
Okay, so they are.
But
not
it doesn't
playing.
say anything about Lincoln, though.
Yes,
That's
it
weird.
does. 2032.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So the game in 2025 will be held in Indianapolis. So they're going to play a neutral site game at Lucas Oil Stadium.
To open the season.
Yes.
On
August 30th, 2025. Is that a Saturday?
I would assume so.
I didn't know if they already moved it ahead.
It is indeed a Saturday, yes. I mean, that is a good question, though.
And then the return trip wouldn't be made until September of 2032. That is weird. I wonder what they're making room for. Because weren't they supposed to play? No, that's Colorado next year. I'm sorry.
Colorado's.
When were they supposed to play Cincinnati? In Lincoln.
Originally, let's see. I think it says so in the story. Let's see. Oh, that just says 2025. I don't know. Was it originally in? So it would have been. Was it next year? Was it supposed to be next year?
Good question. Well, the other edition, and this is the part that I wasn't sure about, so I wondered if the whole story was a little off or if I was being deked. But Nebraska has added a game in 2025 in Lincoln against Houston Christian.
Mm-hmm.
The artist formerly known as Houston Baptist, an FCS school.
Yes.
So they're playing out of weight class. So those are the scheduling changes.
So the 2024 non-con is UTEP, Colorado, and Northern Iowa. So it was always, I believe it was always those three teams. Where the hell did this game come from then? When was it supposed to be? I cannot remember. I'll be honest.
Sorry for all the confusion. I still didn't understand what was going on. But yes, 2 years from now they'll play in yes, 2 years from now they'll play in Indianapolis.
Yeah. To open the season. So another Power 5 opener to begin the college football season.
Away from home.
Away from home. Now it will be a neutral site game, and I would imagine that Nebraska fans will fill up that place more than Cincinnati fans.
Right.
And Cincinnati, dare I say, they are starting to take a large step back as they do not have
a smidge, yeah.
Yeah, as they do not have as good of a coach as they used to. So something to keep an eye on.
That's right. 26 is Tennessee.
For now. Yeah, I'm concerned.
26 and 27 are Tennessee, which are games that have been pushed back for 20 years.
Essentially, yeah. They were originally supposed to play in 2016, and
I think they were originally supposed to play before that.
Not that I can remember. The 2016 one was the one that had to get changed because of NASCAR. Chad, why pre-read when you might have it right the first time? I tried to tell him, he wouldn't listen. The 2032 thing.
I didn't see it.
It was in the next
It's an amazingly long and drawn-out story for a schedule change.
Michael says, not severe, was Cincy supposed to be during the COVID year originally? Yes, the first of them was originally supposed to be a COVID game. That was supposed to be in 2020, and it's actually a positive for Scott Frost and company that the game got canceled because they would have lost.
The positive.
That Cincinnati team was good. They went undefeated and lost to Georgia in a bowl game.
Yeah.
You know, Nebraska probably would have gone 3-9 again in 2020 had they had to play a full schedule.
Good point.
Yeah, but for the life of me, I cannot remember when the other one was supposed to happen. Maybe 2027, because right now they only have 2 non-conference games on that schedule. I don't think it was supposed to be at any point over the next couple of years, but I don't remember it.
Well, it's 2032 now.
Yeah. And they're playing Houston Christian. How do you feel about Houston Christian, John?
Again, anytime you're punching out of your weight class, I'm against it. I don't like it.
How do you feel about Houston Baptist changing their name to Houston Christian?
I don't understand that either, but that's not my business.
One of my friends earlier said, what's next, Houston non-denominational?
Well, a Baptist is a Christian. It's just, I guess they just wanted to be more broad-based. They didn't want to be for the Baptists. They want to be over all Christians.
If you raise your hands in church or if you don't, you're allowed at this church.
The Lutherans can come too.
Houston Lutheran. Interesting.
Well, meantime, Nebraska has more pressing issues this Saturday, and that is to end a very, very, very long streak of bad things. God.
This segment is hilarious. It's so bad.
Let's go to break.
You don't want to play your bit?
Nope.
You made your bit, though.
Everything's screwed up.
Go ahead and play it, John.
Nope. Break.
Break?
I don't care anymore. I'm just going to sit back here and watch hockey. I'm going to watch hockey.
You got to talk. It's a talk show.
Nah, I'm just going to watch hockey, and there's commissioner nerds on the other TV. This whole segment's been ruined.
We haven't had one of these in a while. Who are you mad at? Power rank who you're mad at most right now, and tell us why you're number one. Okay, I was gonna say you're number one.
Is it me because I wasn't prepared?
Why do you always turn that thing off?
Because I don't always need it on. I have to edit audio off of this computer.
Why do you
during
edit
the
audio
show.
on that computer when you're using that computer?
Because that's the one that goes for the radio
Go
replays.
to break. You know what? Let me go to break. No, hold on. Stay right there. Don't move a muscle. I'm going to show you how this is done. Watch.
Tom McCarthy here from Westwood One. Join me and Devin McCourty for Thursday Night Football this week from Buffalo. The Bills will take on the Buccaneers after falling to 4-3 last week with a loss to the Patriots. Tampa Bay also dropped a divisional game with a loss to the Falcons, knocking them out of the NFC South lead. Find out who gets the bounce-back win on Thursday Night Football.
If it's the NFL, it's on 1620 The Zone.
Hey, it's Happer for the FanDuel Sportsbook. Get ready to start the NFL week off right. Thursday Night Football is on its way, and we have a no-sweat same-game parlay for you with the FanDuel Sportsbook, all for Thursday Night Football. All you got to do is place a 3-leg same-game parlay on this week's game between the Bucs and the Bills, and you'll get bonus bets back if you don't win. Same-game parlays. I love them. You got to combine a couple touchdown scores together. Combine that with the spread. There's a 3-leg parlay right there. So you could cook one of those up yourself, or you could check out the popular ones that are pre-built for you right there on FanDuel's app. Visit FanDuel.com/Happer. Don't miss out on your chance to get a no-sweat same-game parlay on America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 and over, present in Iowa. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Home is where your health is, where your family gathers together, takes care of each other. And right there with you is Nebraska Medicine. We're proud to take care of Nebraska, to deliver everything your family needs. From immediate care to neurosurgery, it's expertise you can be confident in. With locations throughout the region and telehealth appointments from the comfort of home. Find a provider close to you at nebraskamed.com.
Home is with you wherever that may be.
Hey, Brianna, look at you, graduating already.
Yeah, knocked out my gen eds in 2 years at MCC.
And now you're off to
Finish my 4-year degree at the university.
That was fast. I'll bet your mom
Loves that. We saved thousands in tuition.
Now that's smart.
That's Metropolitan Community College.
Knock out your gen eds in 2 years before transferring to a 4-year university. Get started at mccneb.edu/meet. Classes start December 2nd.
This is me at MCC.
Meet Bruce.
Hey there.
He's a busy soccer dad who's trying hard to learn the game.
Go for the end zone.
Whoops. Luckily, other things come easy, like banking with Chase. On a tip from his banker, he set up AutoSave in the Chase mobile app. So what are you saving for, Bruce?
Father-daughter soccer camp.
Smart bankers, convenient tools, one bank with the power of both. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
AutoSave requires a Chase checking and savings account. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
It started in Lincoln. Now it's in Omaha. It's Muchachos. At the heart of Muchachos is family. Muchachos uses new Mexican flavors with smoked barbecue passed down from generations. This flavor sensation is called New Mexican Barbecue Fusion. Come get your eat on and nosh on slow smoked pork brisket, chicken, queso, and mac. Try the fan favorite Hatch Mac Burrito with a craft beer or margarita. Muchachos is south of the Old Market at 1285 South 13th Street, or check them out at yomuchacho.com.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres? In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, he just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're going to have a lot of fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. And now try Babbel for free by texting TRAVEL to 64,000. Text TRAVEL to 64,000. That's TRAVEL to 64,000.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike.
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
What else is going on in this crappy world that we call Earth?
Well, you know how we can't stop talking about sign stealing in college football? We haven't talked about it at all today,
No.
I know, but...
No, we haven't.
Everything fine?
No, it just seems like, is there like a drug deal going on out there or something?
She's coming to yoga. It's yoga night, John.
She's a yogi, John.
Oh, great. So all the bad Parkers are coming back. Go for it.
Well, get this. According to The Athletic, the sport is going to trial coach-to-player communication technology during bowl season. Will this be a new rule in place by next fall?
I don't know why it shouldn't be. Matt Rule did make a very intriguing case that even in high school sports, they have some of this technology.
I didn't realize that.
Now, I don't know if it's not, they don't have in-helmet communication necessarily in the high schools. Maybe some do in the country, but
Probably in Texas.
Oh yeah, because they spend billions of dollars in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, just put the little speaker in there. I mean, the NFL's been doing it for years. Works just fine.
Yeah, I think especially after what's unfolded over the last 5 days, that this will be a move that a lot of people are in support of, and I think that they're going to make it pretty darn fast. So I don't think that anything will go wrong in bowl season. Why? Because it works great in the NFL.
Yeah.
So of course it'll work great in college. Plus they can make this will help us. It's just going to be
help,
better. For
and Michigan will still try to cheat. And imagine all the stupid things that they'll do to get caught this time.
Bingo.
Like all of a sudden, Nebraska's quarterback will be getting the play, and all of a sudden you hear the cab 745. We got to pick up because Michigan's like trying to fiddle with the signals.
Mm-hmm.
Next thing you know, you're getting technology from space.
Oh,
communication. From space.
Speaking of space, Nick. Oh wait, never mind. That's the next question. Keep going.
For the second consecutive week, the 49ers have been blown into the stratosphere.
There we go.
What's going on with Frisco?
I was right about their quarterback, Brock Purdy. That's what's going on. He's turned into a lemon, John.
Oh, stop.
He's turned into a lemon. No, in all seriousness, sometimes teams lose. It doesn't help that Trent Williams, is hurt.
And Debo?
And Debo is hurt. They're hurt.
People forget a couple of years ago when Debo was out for a little while. It affected the 49ers.
Yeah. Honestly, the odd part about the start of this season was that they got off to such a great start because this usually doesn't happen. They usually have a lot of growing pains. I'm very triggered that this continues to happen, though, after the Cowboys game. Where was this on that Sunday? Why did the defense play perfectly? Why did the offense play perfectly? Why couldn't they have been bad?
Well, because I needed the fantasy points.
The other thing was that Kirk Cousins threw 45 passes and wasn't sacked once.
Yeah, they got close to him, but they didn't get him all the way.
And he
was awesome last night.
He made some tough throws, some really tough throws. It looked like they had him, and then he'd escape and he'd hit somebody. And as one who's watched Frisco ramrod my team several times,
the ramrod boys.
I was a bit frustrated.
I was frustrated.
I'm very frustrated.
Fun fact: no, Frisco's never beaten a Kirk Cousins led team.
Wait, say this again. Who hasn't?
Frisco has never beat a Kirk Cousins led team.
That's not true.
That I saw, but
Well,
it's not true. I
No,
guess
'cause they beat him in the playoffs.
I
a few
believe
years
you.
ago. Yeah. They
Well,
beat him in the
regular season, maybe.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's a cute stat.
I like to contribute.
Speaking of outer space, last year they went to the Super Bowl.
Last night was not great if you're an Astros fan. In part, it was particularly rough for two gentlemen that showed up dressed as astronauts. Can you think of a worse way to watch your team get murdered on live TV?
Did you see this?
You've never seen I don't know if they're the same guys, but I've seen people in astronaut outfits at Astros games.
It'd be bad to go to a game like that though and lose 11-4.
Let them be fans, Josh.
Well,
They can be
especially with
fans.
the goofy helmets.
Seriously, it's just that's way too much to wear.
Yeah.
Also, it's hot. Most people in this picture are wearing shirts. Meanwhile, they have all this gear on. They're such dorks. Why don't people just go to games with a normal outfit on.
Let the spacemen be spacemen.
See, I feel
Oh,
that
are
way
you
about,
going back to 1920s fan and dress
put
up
on
in
some
a
hats.
tie and a hat?
But I saw like they were showing a bunch of the
Do
Vikings.
all the ladies
fans
have to
last
wear
night.
dresses with the go down below the knees
No,
so we don't
that's
see their
gross.
legs because that's
Face-
sexual perversion?
All the face paint and stuff. It's just goobers. Professional sports fans are goobers.
Let a guy dress up like a Viking for the Vikings game.
Goobers.
Josh. It's fine.
I love the sports, but they are goobers. I would never do this. These guys, I mean, just a hilarious visual. The screen cap where the score was 8-2. The bases are loaded and they look like this.
To be fair, people probably dress up for Cowboys games. You just can't tell because they're in Texas and people just look like that.
Ha ha ha, Nick. Ha ha ha. By the way, and I don't even care about baseball, but man, one of the things that I enjoyed watching last night was all the video of the Astros fans leaving the game way early from outside. It was just like, hey, here are more Astros fans leaving. It was super
It's
funny.
incredible that this franchise, which has been the most consistently good franchise next to the Dodgers in baseball the last decade, now twice in the last 4 postseasons have lost a playoff series that went 7 games.
Crazy.
And they lost every home game.
Crazy.
They
And
happened in
funny.
the Nationals World Series, and it happened this year.
TBS.
Very funny.
It's like, yeah, you can't win one home game?
John, they are turning into this generation's Atlanta Braves. Remember the Braves of the 90s? They always won the division.
Yeah, that's true.
They only won 1 World Series, though, Nick.
And they still do the chop.
Well, at least dressing up as an Astro is not problematic.
That's true. We love astronauts.
That's true.
That's what I wanted to be as a child.
Speaking of baseball, who are the Rangers going to play in the World Series? Or are you saving your pick for bet of the day?
Actually, I think I'm going to pick the Diamondbacks tonight because I don't want them to win. I want the Phillies.
Yeah, I'm worried that you're going to be triggered by the World Series.
I'm not going to like it. If it's the Astro, if it's the
not
Rangers and
brands.
the no, it's not about the brands. I want to see the Phillies. I want to see the Stars. Plus,
the Stars, the brands.
Plus the Diamondbacks won 84 games. They don't even belong in the playoffs. And they trigger me because they kicked my team out.
I do think that the Phillies are going to win, though.
I thought they were going to win last night.
Dude, I thought they were going to win the series in 5. Maybe we'll see some home runs by the Phillies.
Mm.
I just hope we see a good game. I'm sick of these bad games.
I just hope both teams have fun.
It would be nice to have a good game for once.
Yeah, it would.
In news that should surprise no one, the Rams let ex-Husker kicker Brett Maher, you got it right. Maher, go after he missed an extra point and 2 field goals in the loss to the Steelers. Guys, as the one kicker who last played for both your teams, any final parting thoughts?
Dude, maybe he ate the wrong bowl of Cheerios and he got the yips. He missed all those extra points last year for Dallas, and then the Rams gave him a second chance. And I thought there for a week or two we had cured him because he didn't have any really bad misses.
Yeah.
And then it had to happen.
Yeah, I'm sad for you. Like, when this news came down, I remember telling you, like, hey, they signed Maher, and, like, that's a bummer for you. Like, no.
Yeah, we literally went from the maybe not the best kicker, Tucker's best kicker.
Yes.
But, Gay was the Pro Bowl kicker last year.
Mm-hmm.
And he's been great the last 2 years. And we let him go because we decided to be cheap.
Yeah, that's weird. I don't understand. I understand that you can't, like, afford maybe, like, the best defensive lineman in the NFL, and that guy gets away. Blows my mind when teams
have that.
When teams like good kickers or punters go. Like, you can't find a couple extra dollars to pay the really good kicker, the really good punter. Yeah, Brett Maher, he made some nice kicks at Nebraska. He used to be really consistent. He is not anymore.
It's a tough way for it to go, but hopefully he made some good money.
Yes, we like money.
People forget the NBA begins today.
No one forgets.
Giannis just became his own country, signing a contract of 3 years and $186 million. When does he get his United Nations privileges?
I don't understand this. What's the joke here?
Well, he's making more than a lot of countries' GDP, I think. Giannis could be his own country now.
Remember when Alex Rodriguez got the 10-year, $250 million contract? And you're like, holy crap, $25 million a year. If you do quick math, Nick, you know how to do this. 186 divided by 3.
I don't know this.
$62 million.
Oh, yeah. That's what I was going to say.
$62 million a year.
Yeah, I really shouldn't have been a radio guy. I should have been a pro basketball player.
Well, you also need to be like a foot taller and
strong,
150 pounds bigger. And
I could have done that if I would have tried.
Really good with a basketball.
Oh, John, have you seen me dribble before?
My favorite part about Giannis is he treats basketball like a side gig. Like watching him at practice the other day, he was just like looking at racehorses.
No, that
wasn't Giannis, was
it?
it?
That's Nikola Jokic.
It was Nikola Jokic. I don't care about basketball.
This has been a great content for you, Nick.
It has been amazing for me. We've withheld talking about this because it's dumb, but Taylor Swift and Brittany Mahomes have a touchdown dance routine that has been picked up by everyone on every video device and social media platform currently known to man, even sipping his TikTok. But it has also been discovered that Jackson Mahomes, the oft-troubled brother of Patrick, is also hanging out in the suite. Swifties are concerned for Taylor's safety.
Oh my gosh.
How much more stupid can this story get?
Yep, it is a story in the New York Times. Who is Jackson Mahomes and why are Swifties concerned?
Hey, good take by the Swifties on this one.
And then the subheadline, Taylor Swift
yeah.
spent Sunday's game in Kansas City, Missouri in a suite with Mr. Mahomes, an influencer known for problematic behavior and a sexual battery.
Seriously, good take by the Swifties on this one. One of the things that stood out to me, did you ever watch the quarterback show?
No,
QB?
I still know.
So again, I am now a huge Kirk Cousins fan, and I root for him because he was so likable on that. But Jackson Mahomes, you see him, but he is he barely, maybe a total across all 8 episodes, maybe of like 30 seconds.
Oh, wow.
And there's a part of me that wonders if that would have been released like 3 months prior, if he would have had a large part. Because my guess is he would have, because he was a pretty, apparently, like well-known within the TikTok community. I should ask Sipple about this. I stand with the Swifties on this concern over Taylor's safety. That guy sucks. Also, I can't believe John put in a Taylor Swift question.
Well, I had to because
Swift Bowl is going to happen.
I mean,
he had to
because it's Jackson Mahomes, man.
Did our new internet person tell you twist your arm?
I thought this dude was still in jail.
Yeah, he's not in jail. He's going to football games.
And hanging out with Taylor Swift.
Again, the end of this, it could be the end of times.
No, they're going to get married.
No, they're not.
Dude,
It's a business relationship.
She posted a picture of her kissing his cheek. She didn't even do that with her 7-year relationship.
I can't believe that people think this is fake. This is totally real.
That's love, John. It's love.
What benefit does she have?
Even if it is, even if I'm going to allow it to even cross my mind that it's real, she can't hold a relationship. Celebrity relationships never go well.
She was just in a 7-year one, John.
It's going to end, and when it does, you're going to have 2 psychotic beings, Chiefs fan and Swifties, and this will be the end times. This is what is written in the Bible. This is the Armageddon.
This is in Revelations?
This is one of the 7 signs. The Swifties and the Chief psychos duking it out in an all-time battle of weirdos.
They're actually 2 of the 4 horsemen.
That really does sound like something that we would read about in Revelations.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go buck up on my Bible reading. See what else
People think AI is going to bring us down. No, it's Chiefs fans and the Swifties.
I hope they get married. I'm now rooting for this relationship to last forever just because it triggers everybody. It's so wild how upset people get by this.
Hodgson is very mad about it.
Yeah, it's like, I don't care, you know?
I mean, I don't want the world to end, so I guess I'm rooting for it to succeed. But when it doesn't, and it will fail spectacularly, and it'll bring us all down with it.
Speaking of Josh Hodgson,
Titans coach Mike Vrabel says he might play both backups. Vrabel?
No, I'm laughing at the question. You got it right the first time. I'm laughing at the question because of what you're about to say. Keep going, Nick.
Keep going.
Says he might play both backups, Malik Willis and rookie Will Levis, in place of injured Ryan Tannehill if Tannehill cannot play Sunday. How about that? A pro coach doing a 2-quarterback system.
Who knew?
This is the weirdest
so
soapbox.
Radical. It's so radical.
It is radical because it's stupid. This is
and
the
yet
weirdest.
Chris Kleiman did it for great results
because he played
and
TCU.
Vrabel's gonna do it in the pros.
I'm with the folks that say if you have 2 quarterbacks, you have none.
How many quarterbacks does Nebraska have right now?
None.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
So play them both.
You're proving my point.
Play them both.
To be fair, how many players do the Titans have right now?
Well, you're allowed to have 53 on the active roster, and then on the game day, it's 47.
Who do the Titans play this week?
Well, and they've gotten rid of everybody else.
They're coming off their idle week. Titans play the Alkins. Oh, God, what a gross football game that's going to be.
Beat the Alkins.
Oh, John, I have horrible news to deliver.
Oh, what? The Armageddon's already begun?
No, they
Taylor and Travis is broken up?
Thursday, November the 2nd. The Titans are on Thursday Night Football against the Steelers.
Ew.
Ooh.
I hope everyone finds something nice to do that night so they don't have to watch that football game. Wow.
Coming up next, it's the bet of the day.
It's almost done.
1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Hi, this is Kathy Kenoyer. 'Tis the season at Glasshouse Market within Kenoyer Garden Center. We'd like to invite you to come shop our stunning holiday market, where you'll find a perfect gift for that special someone or the Christmas decor you've been wanting. Join our family for this year's open house, November 4th and 5th, to help us celebrate the holiday season. Glasshouse Market, located within Kenoyer Garden Center on 66th Street between Cornhusker and Highway 370 in Papillion. Open daily 10 to 6.
At Kenoyer Garden Center, everybody's got a green thumb.
Nate Bargatze, the Be Funny Tour.
I mean, Chuck E. Cheese is rough. I don't know if you've been there in a while. They look like they're trying to go to business and they can't.
All new material.
They filed for bankruptcy and they're still open. They call Blockbuster and they're like, how do you get out? We want out.
Nate Bargatze, Friday, February 9th, CHI Health Center. Tickets available at Ticketmaster.com. Produced by Outback Presents. Don't miss Nate Bargatze, the Be Funny Tour.
This hour is powered by Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair, Nebraska on 1620 The Zone.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
If you haven't updated your windows, you could be throwing money out the window. Don't let the cool air out. Upgrade today with J-Tech Construction. For a limited time, get 60 months with 0% interest. Plus, as an added bonus, every window gets a special rated UV upgrade for free. Save money, keep the cool air in, and be happier when you upgrade your windows with the official exterior experts of Nebraska Athletics. For more info, go to yourexteriorexperts.com. Subject to credit approval.
You know that feeling. When you do something good for someone else, that volunteer vibe is worth chasing. To find your perfect volunteer fit, check out shareomaha.org. Find simple and fun ways to help. Give your time your way at shareomaha.org.
Meet Bruce.
Hey there.
He's a busy soccer dad who's trying hard to learn the game.
Go for the end zone.
Whoops. Luckily, other things come easy, like banking with Chase. On a tip from his banker, he set up AutoSafe in the Chase mobile app. So what are you saving for, Bruce?
Father-daughter soccer camp.
Smart bankers, convenient tools. One bank with the power of both. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
AutoSave requires a Chase checking and savings account. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
1620 The Zone at 1620thezone.com. This is unsportsmanlike conduct.
That's a mighty big nightstick you have there, officer.
The 1620 The Zone.
And you know why I'm laughing, don't you?
Now, it's time for the unsportsmanlike conduct bet of the day.
Just a little bit under where some folks would like to see this one wind up.
Brought to you by nobody.
You gotta be kidding.
Really, we don't have a sponsor. Sorry.
All right, I want to give a shout out to Nick because yesterday I made fun of him when he picked the Vikings to win, and then the Vikings won.
The Vikings won.
They did. Congrats to Nick. John and I had parlays that needed the 49ers to win, so we
And
both
they didn't
lost.
win.
Tonight, I'm going to say the Phillies get it done, and also it's another semi-blowout. Give me the Phillies minus the 1.5 plus 126.
Nope, I am jinxing Arizona by picking the Diamondbacks plus 136. I don't like snakes. Go Alec Boehm in Philadelphia.
Which is ironic because the Diamondbacks mascot is a dumb bobcat. Why not have a snake mascot? That's
Because
stupid.
kids don't like snakes either.
Give me the Philly. Kids like the Fanatic? Give me the Philly.
The Fanatic is a big
Minus
puffy
162.
creature that tackles umpires and makes Tommy Lasorda angry.
Better than
Iowa.
Wow.
Philly Fanatic is one of the great mascots in all of sports. He does all these funny things, rides in on his little four-wheeler, and
Who would win in a fight to the death between the Philly Fanatic and the hockey one? The orange one, Gritty. Yeah.
Oh, the Fanatic.
Yeah.
The answer is always the Fanatic.
Aaron writes in about Nick mixing up Giannis and Nikola Jokic. He says, what's funny is I knew exactly where Nick was going with that and knew he was wrong. At what point did Nick look at Jokic and then look at Giannis and think that black dude looks like that white dude?
The thing is, I don't really know what either of them look like. They're just tall basketball players. To me.
So all basketball players are tall to you.
Jeez, and they all look alike.
Yes, all basketball players are tall to me, John.
Friends,
I'm 5'10".
this was a fine hour of radio.
Among our best of all time.
It started with Josh talking about Tony White's unit.
Ha! It did. Wow, that was this hour.
And then,
TikTok.
and then I got confused by words.
That was rough.
That I didn't have a thing turned on.
And Nick didn't have stuff ready.
That was my favorite part. All of that was building and building and building. And John wanted to do something, and Nick didn't have something on. And then you went and pressed the F9 key. God, what an hour! What an hour! And you know what?
And then Nick confused Giannis with Jokic.
Yep. And he kept saying the correct words, but then he was thinking I was making fun of him when I wasn't making.
You
fun
were
of him.
laughing after I said the words, and then that's usually what you do when I say the words wrong.
I would never laugh at you.
I was
Nick.
trained.
I would never laugh at you. I laugh with you.
Well, tomorrow, Mike Schaefer, Mike Farron.
What?
Baseball.
No, we canceled him today.
No, he did. He's doing pregame today.
Philly. They're
Who's
eating poop.
They're not eating poop.
That's what
They're
they did after they won
they're
the
eating
Super Bowl.
cheesesteaks, delicious
No.
cheesesteaks.
I'm having a cheesesteak tonight.
Nice.
Where are you getting a cheesesteak from?
My wife is making it. Yeah.
Mitch Holtis and Dumb Debate.
No disrespecting of the Chiefs tomorrow, friends.
Not disrespecting the Chiefs.
Definitely
they've
not.
got the best record in football.
Which is why we're not disrespecting
Can't
them.
wait for them to play the Broncos
Are they-
again.
are they- No, them and the Eagles are the
Yes,
same.
yes, I know.
John.
Yes,
It's the Swift Bowl. That's what's going to happen.
Yes, the Eagles.
It's the Swift Bowl.
Why would it be the Swift?
Because the Eagles were Taylor Swift's favorite team growing up, and she's dating Travis Kelce and it's the Chiefs. So that's the
I don't
Super
want
Bowl.
this game. again. I don't want this.
It's going to be the Swift Bowl.
So she's a fan whore.
We can have the Chiefs in it again, but not the
Just
Eagles.
changing teams whenever willy-nilly. All for business. Oh, I'm sorry. Love.
She's in love, John.
She is in love.
She is in love with her movie, making a lot of money.
Are they getting the NFL fans to watch? Are we doing that for Movie Club?
Hell no.
What?